All right, we in here now. So it's me and Sorrow Eat alongside my cuz Eli, aka my God. If you say what's up to the people then.
Peace, peace. Nice. Thug it out.
Definitely. So we about to play this Dame Dash video real quick, and then we're gonna get into the talk of how they blackballing Dame Dash, because my cousin was talking about this a few months ago. You know? So let's get it in, people.
The Ice Cubes up. I never took a shot with Ice Cubes.
But you in my world now. That's not gangster. You got to do the whole thing.
Because what's crazy to me is if his hustle is putting stuff in people's drink. He made a liquor. I mean, that's the illest shit in the world. That everybody was partying and you don't know what was in that drink. And if he was undercover gay, because I didn't know it. And obviously, if he was knocking men out and they were waking up violated, he's making somebody gay that doesn't want to be gay. So I'm like, what was in them drinks? And then I'm starting to think like, damn, when did hip hop start to lose its masculinity? When did dudes, and again, no disrespect to nobody, but like tough niggas started wearing dresses and pocketbooks, like maybe that could be the reason. And I'm just thinking it through. Like maybe that could be the reason why hip hop took a turn for the feminine, because that shit, if homie was really putting shit in people's drinks and he's making the liquor, and again, I don't know, and I'm not even saying it to be funny, but they saying, homie was putting shit in motherfuckers' baby oil. So how could you trust that person to serve you drinks at such a big scale? So I'm remembering Nori so adamant about me taking a shot of Ciroc, and I'm like, nah. And I brought my own. And now y'all can understand why I always want to make my own. So I brought my own liquor. You know what I'm saying? I was taking shots of my own. And then what happened, I made him take shots of Ciroc. And then he ended up getting too drunk, talking about take your shirt off and all this type shit. It's on tape. So it ain't like you just naturally start to think of things. And then I was thinking, there was this one time that when my daughter was 16, Jay had a show. And my daughter wanted to go. So I'm like, yo, I'm not going to deprive my daughter. So, I hollered at Jay, sent the kite, and told him I wanted to go to a show with my daughter. And they accommodated me to the fullest. People were really surprised to see me there, took pictures with everybody. And again, Emery's my brother, so I would hate to think that he was fucking around like that, pause. But he kept asking me somebody. That was the first time I had tasted that Douce. And I got ridiculously drunk. To the extent, and my daughter and I were talking about this the other day, that I was like, yo, I don't get this drunk. Why am I so drunk? And I ended up, wrestling with Kevin Hart. Nigga got me in a chicken wing. And I remember Vaughn taping that shit. And I'm like, yo, why you taping, Vaughn? So I'm thinking, I'm like, damn, because homie makes drinks too. And again, just if this is true, these are the things that I'm like just reflecting on. And if I wouldn't have played everything completely by the book, complete honor, then I could have been compromised. And what would have happened if I ever woke up feeling some kind of way?
Now, might I quite say that I've had an experience with drinks before. And there was a time that I went to a restaurant with my wife and kids, and I ordered a drink. And when I got that drink, I drank it. And I don't know what it was. I usually order like Long Island iced teas or mimosas, something like that. I'm like, yo, just Long Island iced tea. I just want something that's gonna get me lit real quick, because I'm in a boring ass restaurant and I don't normally drink anyway. Not a drinker. But when I'm out at these occasions, yeah, anyways. Okay, so but as I drunk, I started getting litty, horny, a whole bunch of shit. And I'm there looking at other females, and they looking at me, and I'm looking at them, licking my lip and giving them the eye. I'm like, what the fuck going on? I'm here telling my wife, like, yo, baby, I don't know what the fuck wrong with me. Like, think it's what the fuck I drank or whatever the fuck. But yo, I'm fucking like bitches is looking at me and I'm looking back at them. I'm licking my lip like, yo, I don't know what the fuck going on. It's something. And I thought maybe I was just tripping that day. But that was my experience though. And I remember for the whole day, that's how the fuck I felt. I'm a married man, like I said, my wife. But so when I hear Dame Dash saying that, and my wife also, I remember when she went to her family's restaurant. I'm not gonna tell you exactly what restaurant it is because it's a very big, famous restaurant, and I don't need y'all going exactly. All right, anyway. But she ate at her, she went to her family's restaurant and she had some drinks, one of them type of drinks. And I remember she was lit. She didn't know what the fuck. She was just like, and she just had a little bit of it, but and here go Dame Dash saying the same thing. And what the fuck was I talking about the other day when I was just like, if you watch the Lost Boys, when all of them, when Michael linked up with David and all of them, he drank the blood that was considered as wine. One of them vampire niggas tried to warn him, like, nah, don't drink that shit. Matter of fact, I think it was the girl. She was like, don't drink it, it's blood. He was like, yeah, right, whatever. And then he still drank it. And all the other niggas around said, bravo. And then he drank the blood of Max, the vampire guy, whatever the fuck shit. But the whole point I'm trying to get at is that I said something, it's just like, when they go into these places, like they drink, eat, and a whole bunch of shit that they really become different people. Because it's just like, yo, like literally these niggas' faces, eyes, everything change. Diddy's eyes, Jay-Z eyes, Beyonce, like they just change like they different fucking people. They don't even really look like they just like cosplaying a role like, yo, I sold my soul and I gotta fake it. I could see fake. You could see fake, like even when Beyonce was faking it when she was a teenager and like in her 20s, you seen, okay, yeah, you could go through that and be like, okay, you can see, yeah, she put on a show, she acted, even though it's good acting, you couldn't tell. But now that we know, whatever. But when you look at them now, they look fucking possessed. Listen, I can't. They look Lady Gaga-ish. That's the type of stare that they give. But so I really respect what Dame Dash is doing. And the thing is, I think that they're going to take him out of context on purpose. Because now they're going to try to turn this into because I'm going to let my cuz build on all of this because this is his thoughts, people. But now they're going to take this out of context with Dame Dash, all of the other bloggers, and they're going to try to turn this into a Dame versus Nori thing when Dame was just trying to show you exactly how these culture vultures move. If I'm showing you that Diddy and these guys with the putting whatever in the baby oil and stuff in people's drinks, and I'm telling you, when I drank this nigga's drink, I felt this way, and I never really felt this way when it comes to shit like that. And another person, so he's letting y'all know that this is what goes on in the industry. Leo Cohen's in them like things that if Nori did that, it's because Leo told him to do that. Give him that drink. And not for nothing, everybody that goes there to drink, they drink that same drink, and this is why they end up, So when you go there, Demon, like Nori is the host for the demon called Liar Cohen. So Liar doesn't have to get his hands dirty. He don't even have to talk to you niggas. You go on Nori's show. You think he just like y'all, right? But yeah, he worked for me now. Shit like that. So they're going to turn it into a Nori versus Dame thing, and then it loses its value of what Dame was really trying to say, because Dame was always talking his shit for years, and they always try to perpetrate, the media always try to perpetrate Dame as like a hater, or okay, because business went bad. No, Dame is telling y'all exactly how these Jewish people been fucking us over. They the real fucking boogeyman. They don't call themselves white, they call themselves Jews. They the real boogeymen. And when it come to niggas, oh, listen, you got the Boule, aka the moles. So people in the Moorish Science Temple, Boulets, French, you get what I'm saying? They ain't no different from Jews, because the moles used to sell niggas in slavery and even trade motherfucking slaves with Jews. God damn. So it's a status thing. And as long as they got us, yeah. And this is why them niggas in the Moorish Science Temple say, come join the Moorish Science Temple, because they was trying to enslave y'all, because you wasn't going to get the same rights as them Boule niggas. But all they was doing was trying to find the lost and found niggas that's woke. Oh, that's the niggas that's woke. All right, let's put them in here. And we're gonna house them and indoctrinate them. And then you know how many smart niggas that could have really helped our people, but ended up in a Moorish Science Temple just being a temple nigga, or joining a fucking fraternity to be a fraternity, or how, you know what I'm saying? We could have had so much. See what I'm saying? Dame Dash, Kanye is real motherfuckers. Yeah, they part of the system. You know. Hold on. My fault. I thought something went down in my house. I heard something fall. But like I said, so you have different. So like I said, Dame Dash, got the point I was trying to get at. But Dame Dash, like I said, is somebody that he's like a Kanye, a real nigga, a real speaker. And 2030s coming, they got to get rid of real niggas. Because as this other guy that I showed y'all in the documentary the other day, he showed y'all what the Luciferian agenda is. You get what I'm saying? So when this new world order come in, you cannot speak the name of Jesus. And that being said is just good morals. Because if you get what I'm saying? So if I say no Baptism, well, damn. You can't say that right now. You can't say no gay shit, no transgender shit. You get scolded. So, damn, Donald Trump bringing back the death penalty. These laws been, listen, the amount of good niggas that they got locked up in a Christian church, because them is good niggas, but they just, they good niggas that's being housed by the enemy. Because those are motherfuckers that got good morals. They just not smart enough, though, to kind of dip and dive through that fucking book. The only thing you need to pay attention to in that book is the Revelations part. That was the shit to expose the New World Order. And like I said, that's why John the Baptist got locked up in prison. Because he was against fucking Caesar and all of them. He was trying to expose the New World Order. And what? John the Baptist was a part of what? The order. The Order of Melchizedek, which is the, Masonic order. Back then, Knights Templars, but before then, the Order of Melchizedek or Michael. So he's the one that gave Jesus his godship and taught Jesus and was like, and gave Jesus to a point that Jesus like, oh shit. That's who taught Jesus. And when that nigga was locked up, Jesus went around like how I'm going around. I'm gonna use this as a metaphor, like how I'm going around trying to tell niggas about Steve Coakley and Khalid Muhammad and Dr. York. You get what I'm saying? I'm out here trying to spew this and that, but then not realizing like, holy shit, they got hallway monitors all the way around. Cyanetta, red pills. Because them same niggas is connected to the Boule, Queen of Fu, and like, listen, that's how deep it go. It trickle all the way down. So like, while we out here trying to pull out the truth and show shit, these niggas that look that I think is like us, or we think, you know what I'm saying? It's that similar shit. And then they had to create all these different books and stories about Asaru, which they call Jesus or Yeshua, but it's really Asaru from Nubia. But they had to create all of these stories Because where did the sorrow get the knowledge from? Zehuti and the sacred mysteries of Zehuti. And this is where all your sacred schools come about from. I won't even say they come about from, but they trying to hide that part. And this is why they give you Masonry and Moorish and all these other Kabbalah type stuff. But it's the real sacred mysteries of Zehuti, who taught Asadu. And like I said, they had to create each Chinese, the white people, the Jew, which all these different races had to create their own version of this with a whole bunch of stories around it and 12 disciples that didn't even know the nigga, or they were sellouts to the nigga, or whatever the fuck. But these 12 disciples, they keep everybody stuck in that story because those are fabricated stories right there, most of those. So now they got people stuck on the life of Jesus rather than what the fuck this nigga was trying to give niggas. Like they got niggas stuck off, is Dr. York from Planet Risk? Is he an alien or is he human? What's his real name? But y'all missing out on the shit that he was trying to let y'all know what the fuck is going on. Like, why should he tell y'all who the fuck he, like, listen, I'm gonna come out here and expose everything about these Jews. I'm gonna tell you my first name, my last name, my address, where I'm from, my mother, everything that you need to know about me governmentally so that they can come and find me also. Wow. Where they do that at? But he was trying to, same thing Dr. Sebi was trying to do, give y'all that. And they had to X him out. Because he was because he's showing y'all good herbs from bad herbs. These Queen of Fool people don't want to tell you good herbs from bad herbs. They just want to tell you all herbs is good. See, there's a balance. That's the science to it. They know how to fuck you up and they know how to heal you. But they're gonna give you all the fucked up shit that'll slow fuck you up. So you slowly, or actually you quickly got to keep coming back to them to keep buying new shit because they be, look. Well, you need to buy this and mix that with that. And stop eating that. And then cleanse better. You see? But Dr. Sebi was really trying to tell you, yeah, stop eating this and cleanse with this. And when you cleanse with this, you don't cleanse with this every day. You cleanse with this maybe once a month, twice a week, maybe twice a month. Because you don't want to, you know what I'm saying? Too much of something could be bad. Too little of something could be bad. You need to do the right balanced amount. And this is why I have my cousin Eli here also too, because these are things that he's going to bring to y'all. He know how to give y'all this real shit. He not trying to make money off of y'all and fuck y'all heads up. I mean, yeah, do you got to buy shit? Of course, yeah. Everybody got to make money because we in this system, right? Dr. Sebi had to make money, but the thing is, he's giving truth. And they had to take a Dr. Sebi out so that this way you can have a Dr. Oz, who's the head of the medical industrial facilities, as Donald Trump has it. Industrial again. Vince McMahon, his wife, as he's going through these allegations now, she's the head of the Board of Education. And Elon Musk is president now. So the whole AI thing is here. They always said that the age of microchip is coming. They want to microchip you. Computers, robots is going to take over the world. Well, here you go. Like, while all of this confusion going down, Diddy this, that, they doing all of these other things that they setting us up for. You know what I'm saying? And somebody like a Dame Dash is fucking shit up for them. So they gotta fuck them over. Man, they did Oskino, Beanie Siegel, and Freeway. They killed them niggas' children and gave them niggas fucking health issues. Now them niggas is living a little bit better as long as they shut the fuck up about Jay-Z and Leo. But see, Dame Dash, the nigga teeth fell out. Now they only here cracking jokes about a nigga. Like, listen, like if a lot of these motherfuckers ain't got parents and aunts and uncles with fucking false teeth in their motherfucking mouth too. Like if a lot of y'all niggas that's in y'all fucking 20s and teens ain't got fucked up teeth already. So quit with all the fucking nigga shit and listen to what the fuck real motherfuckers gotta say, like Dame fucking Dash. Trying to tell y'all about these culture fucking vultures from long time. Real talk. But he just gotta stop going on these people's show because he gonna fall. Like, and not for nothing, I think Dame definitely got the power to do it. Cause like Jag got the power to do it. Like listen, her personality, her mindset, she like me. Like, I am a debater. I'm a battle fucking rapper. She is a sound clash machine. Listen, you can't listen. She works better under pressure, like how I do. And Dame Dash works better under pressure. He knows how to talk and articulate himself, just like Jag. So he built for this game on the internet, but he got to watch out for these culture vultures channels that he gonna be going on. But he's still gonna be ready for it because Dame Dash got a motherfucking mind, and he speaks his motherfucking mind and mouth, and he's not a motherfucking yes man. And he trying to show y'all the whole time how these Jews came in and took over hip hop and dissected everything. He dissected and showed y'all, but y'all just said, "Oh, he's a hater. He's just hating on Jay-Z because Jay-Z got more money." That's what these Jewish people do. Put an ornament on the top shelf. Put a bigger price tag on that product. Something that was cheap yesterday, all of a sudden they made it expensive today, and now you're like, "Holy shit, I gotta get that." That's the expensive product now. It was cheap yesterday, it wasn't valuable, but today it's valuable. I'm gonna spend my whole fucking paycheck on that shit. Wow. Yeah. Faith blinding motherfuckers. That's what Jay-Z is. That's what the fuck Jay-Z is. You know what I'm saying? And they don't want to get Dame angry. Why? Because I'm telling you, I'm gonna let Eli get in just now, but I'm telling y'all, they don't want to get Dame angry. Because if you get Dame angry, he gonna start talking like Jag. For real. Because right now, Dame is just being light. He's a lot of shit that he know, but he's being light. He's trying to show y'all this drink shit. How they poison our people. Not just poisoning him, and not just how they even poisoning our people to brainwash them in the industry and they get them to these sex, whatever the fuck it is. But at the same time, these are the same liquors that we selling and buying in our own fucking neighborhoods. So when you go to your local club in the hood, or just in your local hood, niggas outside on the corner, down the block, your neighbors, they all drinking on all of this weird shit. And they all popping these pills and doing all of these weird drugs too. So how fucking crazy do you think Babylon is right now? The whole fucking world, as long as they on the internet, they Babylon. And they gonna keep babbling on about spreading the fucking message. Like, yo, did you drink that good drink last night? Yo, I drank that shit. Yo, spread the message. Tell every other nigga they need to drink that shit too. And smoke that shit. And sniff that shit. Shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is the shit that they got going on. And like, Dash is like I say, he out here just trying to get a truth. But the media has so much fucking power that, you know, it's just. But yeah, Eli, my bad. My bad. I went on a Kanye rant. My bad, bro. But yeah, so what's up, cuz? What's up, Eli? Where we at right
Shit.
My fault.
You good, yo. It's real shit though. They ain't been exposing motherfuckers, you know. Well, because what he said he don't do deals with the devil. And he said he don't make money with the devil and he don't make money for the devil. He said some shit like oh, they devil ain't a race of people. Devil is a person and how they you know how they are and shit. And I was like that's what I'm talking about. So he talk about every devil, black devil, white devil, you know, red devil, you know, fucking it don't matter. It don't matter what, you know. Fucked up person, a fucked up person. They do evil shit. They evil. They do bad business. But yeah, he not with the shit though. He's like, unlike everybody else, you know, he ain't trying to rely on nobody, and that's what they don't like. It's like I used to talk about with that Boulay shit. You know, that's all they talk about is connections, creating this web, creating this network. You know, that's the same shit because Boulay, you know, comes out of masonry, so that's all they worried about is that web.
And
That's why on
what's
the
on the
dollar,
Bohemian Grove door? The weaved
it,
web spider or some shit like that?
it's on the dollar too.
Mm.
There's an owl and there's a web. There's a web and there's a spider on the dollar.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And you know the dollar got everything else. It got order out of what is that? New World Order or order out of I think New World Order, Nouveau Octo, whatever, some shit.
Photo
Auto,
yeah.
yeah. And then they got the pyramid with the all seeing eye. Got the fucking got mad shit on there. But yeah, so that shit is just that's their whole shit. It's just a network, you know, brotherhood. That's why Steve Coakley he said he had came across a Prince Hall and he said, brother, I just want to let you know that we are not after you. And he says it's the white ones we after because they're the ones that's stirring up all the shit. And he said, but if you get in our way, then you will go down. And then, or no, he was like, well, a mason is a mason, some shit like that, and that's my brother, whatever. And he said, brother, well, if you stand in our way, then you will go down. I was like, yo, that's some real shit though. You know?
Yeah.
But motherfuckers ain't on no Steve Coakley shit. Steve Coakley had motherfuckers really boycotting shit, you know, having motherfuckers lose money, which is power. But too many motherfuckers, around to where, you know, it's like it's really so much that he could have did because so many motherfuckers is part of the program. Motherfucking they clone Tyrone type shit. And I think you said it earlier anyways. Um, basically like the same shit, like motherfuckers just like unconscious, don't even unaware that they moving like an agent, you know, doing agent shit, defending the whole shit, finding the identity and the shit. But yeah, everybody's against that shit. So it's just like with Dame in the industry. You know, motherfuckers don't want motherfuckers to be like Dame. That's why they going with this narrative he's broke. I'm like, yo, if he's broke, I want to be broke like that. That's a different type of broke. Like what do we really talk about when we say broke? You know, but that's the internet talking though. You know, but this shit is shit. He definitely not. They definitely like how you were saying like blackballing the shit out of him, and only because he was going after the powers that wound up consolidating and eating up everything to where they got all the little labels under them. They got all the fucking the radio stations under the belt. You know, motherfuckers play whatever the fuck they want. You know, that's why Taylor Swift is on the radio all the time, or fucking Drake and all these other motherfuckers. Like you hear them mostly because not by popular demand, but that's because that's what the fuck they gonna play. That's what they paid to play. And yeah, the motherfuckers that control that whole shit though, they don't fuck with Dame because at one point in time they were. I believe he had crossed paths with them because I know Leo not into he not into the shit no more. He on YouTube now. He on some other shit. But even YouTube shit. Look at fucking NBA YoungBoy. Look at all of the drill rappers, all of the negative videos that get all the views. You know, I think that gotta go through him. He's the head of the global music department. So all
Who's
of the
this?
views.
I wonder who you did. You ever seen this Lyle Cohen? Lion Cohen?
Ryan Cohen, nah.
Wow,
Is he in California too?
Canadian Jew. I don't know. I'm just finding out about the nigga, but yeah, people, y'all can look at the screen, y'all can see it. But no, keep building. I just wanted you to see it though, because I was trying to look up Leo Cohen the same time that you was talking about him.
Yeah.
And I seen something that said that, so I just clicked on it. Like, who the fuck is this guy? He's a businessman and a philanthropist. Okay.
But shit, you know, you got. I mean, there's mad motherfuckers. So this shit is, and the thing is, this whole network. It's like what dude said. What was I watching? I was watching some shit, some history documentary about the Nazis and how they were all fascinated about Freemasonry, where they started they they uh they stole everything out, all of the like the major lodges and shit.
Mm-hmm.
And fucking the dude said, he said, we're not a secret society. That's what people get confused with. We're discreet. And I was like, yo, like, why couldn't motherfuckers say some shit like this when it's like on some like major type of shit, like, cause that's some real shit though. Like, they are discreet as a motherfucker to the point to where you don't know who's who because they don't gotta let you know, but at the same time, they are a secret.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like the video I sent you with the speech with JFK.
Yeah, we about to play that in a little bit too. I got all of that loaded, ready. Yep. We're
Like
going.
he was talking about secret societies and taking oaths and this and that, you know? And the fact he knows about that because he took an oath. You know, I'm pretty sure to be a BPOE, right? To be an elk, you gotta motherfucking take an oath.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so and he was technically not from the same lodge, but he was still elk brethren with Harry Truman. And you know, they said him and Harry Truman had issues. Yep. And I'm not trying to say nothing, but you know, these motherfuckers keep saying them boys is the ones that took them out. And I mean, I think was it? Yeah, I think it was with you. I spoke about with the Jack Rubenstein.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, Jack Ruby, and motherfucking the whole shit with even Lee Harvey Oswald was he was also a Mason. And damn, let me see. I think it was in that video I sent you. Cause it was damn. I wish I gotta see if I could find the history. I gotta figure out where did I have that. But
there you go, Jack Ruby. Yep, got it right there.
Yeah, he was. I think he was part of the Jewish mafia, right? I'm not even sure.
Jack Ruby. I don't know if you've ever seen this right here. Look at this.
Voorstelling van president George Herbert Walker Ben Doherty. Voorstelling waar gooi dat met een pottennaam. Elke maatregel die je maar bedoel. Bring the shot in the boy deze parents zo. Natuurlijk ook natuurlijk familiaar. Dan dat je nerven, dan is dat ook niet. Samstag met die kan haar spelen. Het is hetzelfde. Oké, Ben Doherty.
Nigga says son of Dorothy. Well, hold on. Now watch when they talk to him. So George Bush is a Jew. First, he states a non-Jew, but he's a Jew. He got on the Hanukkah, the whatever that is.
That's not George. That don't look like George.
No, it don't. But peep this though. What language was both of them speaking? You get what I'm saying? That's the shit that boggled me. Was like, hold up. This nigga is speaking, the Jew is speaking whatever, Yiddish or whatever the fuck they speak, Kabbalist. And Bush understands every fucking word without a translator. And Bush is answering the nigga right back in that language. So I could imagine what Kamala and all of these niggas, you get what I'm saying? Like the real secret hand, like these, you get what I'm saying? And look what the nigga said. What hasn't changed, however, is that the Messiah still hasn't come. And then he told him in the next line to make it vast and rush it and make this happen now. Because this was 1990 and they had to be ready for 2000 and then 2030 because 2000 was supposed to be what? They said the world was going to end, but all that was entering into the computer age. The computer system went down, restarted the clock, whatever, and all of that shit. But this shit right here is, this nigga's a Jew. Because this nigga is speaking the same fucking language as this. You get what I'm trying to say? They can't say that George Bush is dumb. He a country redneck, dumb motherfucker that don't know how to read the concept. This nigga speaking Jewish. Oh, shit. This nigga had to go to school for this, or this nigga had to been born for this. That shit is just funny. You get what I'm saying? Like all the other stuff to me is, you know, smoke and mirrors. You get what I'm saying? The political stuff, because we already know that, like I said, and I can guarantee that these is like Leo Cohen's uncles. And I'm not saying his actual uncle, but you get what I'm saying. Like, it's these people like this. These are the real Cohen families. You get what I'm saying? Like these niggas with the long beards, and they will never wear a motherfucking they will never wear jeans. They will never wear a chain around their neck. You get what I'm saying? This is what they got their great-great-grandson Leo Cohen for. You know what I'm saying? You, Peter Rosenberg, Paul Rosenberg, y'all niggas is gonna shapeshift into streetwear. And you're gonna shave your beards, get low cuts, and you're gonna make niggas cut their hair too. So this way you just look like a light-skinned nigga. Yeah. But dead ass, this shit is fucking crazy to me. Like, and then the world don't even question half of the shit, because you know what's going on, cuz? This shit right here. This shit. This is what they got everybody into, cuz. What's your reaction when you see this shit, cuz? I don't think I ever showed you this shit. I'm not sure. But what's your reaction when you see this shit? This is what the Boule promoting. And while they got us, our people soaked up into this shit, accepting and laughing at negative shit as they're making it cooler, look how much more fucked up the world is going. You know what I mean? But just check this out, cuz. Check this. It's 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Sheikah.
360.
360? You want it fast or slow? The 360.
Slow.
What you know about a 360? You can't be looking at her. What did you do?
Hello, my name is Sheikah.
360.
360? You want it fast or slow? The 360.
Slow.
What you know about a 360? You can't be looking at her. What did you do?
Hello.
All right, why are we here?
I'm just trying to get a better understanding of what's going on between my mom and my boyfriend.
Okay, and what's the misunderstanding that you're having right now?
When I was at the house, my boyfriend was coming. My mom was there. I wanted to go out.
Wait, he was coming, your mom was there? That sounds crazy.
She makes me pray. She makes sure I'm on top of everything.
I'm gonna go bring your mom out.
I got an 8 o'clock flight. I'm trying to save my daughter. There's too many clowns out there.
All right, so what I want you to do is call her boyfriend on your phone, do loyalty test video. So I do have a challenges to see if anything is going on.
What's up?
What you doing right now?
Nothing chilling at the moment. What's up?
Can you pull up on me right now?
Like right now?
Yeah, I'm gonna send you my location. Like right now.
All right, I'll be there in a minute.
How you and my daughter doing?
She's trying to like get married and have kids and all this stuff.
What you mean get married?
If you get married, why can't you have sex?
If you get married, why can't you have sex?
You want me to have my own daughter?
All right, why are we here?
So what's going on?
Wait.
I thought you didn't know who he was. Like, why would you explain that to me if you knew what was going on?
I'm sorry, okay?
That does not make sense.
I was just trying
that
to
does not
protect
make
you.
sense.
I was trying to
It
protect
does not make sense.
We have been with each
It
other.
does not make sense.
We've been with each other for a long time.
Wait.
As a secret.
Wait. What's going on? I don't get it. Did I hear that correctly? Have your own daughter. What do you? Did I hear that?
This is her biological father. You know, and this is her biological father. You know, it is just you
but
know.
I gave you head. I gave him head.
Oh my God! Why would you let her do that?
You said we could have sex. So
I didn't tell you to motherfucking push her in her mouth. Oh my God! I can't believe you did that shit to her. Are you fucking insane? You got 5 to 10 minutes to get the out of here. I swear to God. How fucking could you put your in our daughter's mouth?
I think has sex. You
What
said
was you gonna tell me this was my?
Well, I didn't know he was giving you head, and why are you putting your
But
mouth
that
on
was
it?
the start of the conversation. Why didn't you tell me?
I just can't believe you. I just can't.
You didn't tell me. You hurt me at the end.
I wasn't even
You
sure
hurt
if
me
that was
at
your
the
dad.
No.
We just figured it out a couple years ago.
No.
Oh my God, this girl's on your therapy, bro. Stop. No, this is your fault. Now this girl needs therapy now because of you.
No, she doesn't.
Yo, stop.
What's the verdict on that? Cause I already did a whole reaction to that shit. It took me like 2 hours.
I mean, these motherfuckers is taking these fake ass videos too far.
Yep. For real. The fact that this is parody, because this is average shit that I see on TV by people that's like costs are not influencers. They all sign to the same people. And this is put upon us like comedy. So we get used to it and we laugh at it. While the young generation, they look at this as not comedy. They look at this as like, damn, this is life. Like, damn, I got to make sure that my moms ain't fucking my boyfriend. Or I got to make sure, shit, I'm not just sucking my daddy dick, but I got to give him some pause. I don't even want to say that shit. But that's what you get what I'm saying? Like, how, if they going to get at Tiffany Haddish and Aries Spears for, making the video that they made, why is nobody getting at these social media influencers? Like, come on, you got Charleston White going on these date shows and Little Boosie going on these date shows. And
You also got a Sexy Red
on a date show, right?
Nah, who's just her whole her image is regular, girl around the way, but she got money, so it's just the ratchet is normal now, the ghetto is normal, the ignorance is normal. You see fucking Kamala had Megan Thee Stallion at her rally dancing and shit.
Mm-hmm.
That's. I mean, it don't get no crazier than that. That woman has no positive type of songs.
Exactly. This is who the fuck that they've been promoting all our people for the longest to get us to a point that we're able to accept shit like that video and shit like, DJ Envy Halloween costume for his daughter is Little Kim, and even performing the song and singing the lyrics. That shit crazy. Like the type of oath that these guys, that nigga DJ Envy got a Metropolitan Democratic oath. That's like, he is, and it's crazy that like he does that shit with a smile on his, like, that's why I'm saying, like, it's got to be something to like with Dame Dash and like what I was saying about something to do with this drink. We both spoke about it in two different ways, but maybe we getting at a point. You get what I'm saying? Because how could DJ Envy do that shit with a straight face and then come on the internet and defend himself with a straight face? You get what I'm saying?
Like, what he say?
Oh, he was saying like he felt that there was nothing wrong that he did with his daughter. Little Kim is an iconic figure in our Black hip hop culture, and he's representing somebody great in our culture. And this is what he told his daughter, and he said he don't see nothing wrong with it. And I'm like, and it's like, because I know that he did that as that wasn't even like, what I'm saying is that was more of a PR stunt, for the feminists, to a point that somebody was like, look, you got to do this or else. And plus you're going to get a little bit of chump change for it too. But yeah, so he did that shit with us. Cause I'm saying, like, usually you could tell, like I could respect a motherfucker. I mean, I can't really respect, but I'm just saying I could respect a little bit from a motherfucker that's being a puppet, but you could tell that this nigga don't want to do this shit, but he just doing it because he got to. I'd be like, damn, man, I'm mad. But when you got a nigga that's just like with the smile on his face, like, yeah, I really didn't do nothing wrong. Like, it's like, yo, like, this nigga cannot be fucking from New York. New York niggas don't get like that, bro. Well, nah, I'm lying. Them niggas that used to come up to the school to pick up them girls. Them niggas is like that. You know, them old ass niggas with them cars that be coming up picking up them 8th graders and shit, or them freshmen in high school. Yeah.
Oh man.
I hate to put it like that.
Oh,
But
motherfuckers is predators.
yeah. Facts, yo. You know, like, and it's so normalized like nowadays, because it was normalized to me when I was young. I can't even say it was normalized, but I didn't really think anything about it when I was young. I was kind of hating on the older guys that used to get the girls when we was in 8th grade. We used to hate that niggas used to come here and pick up Joy Gray and Latrinda Benjamin from fucking St. Mark's Day School, 7th and 8th grade. And like Joy was pregnant in the 6th grade. You get what I'm saying? This chick named Joy Gray, St. Mark's Day, she was pregnant in the 6th grade. You get what I'm saying? And you know, I'm not blaming it on the school. That's on her household, and plus the dickheads that you know came to get her. But as a young one in the 8th and 7th grade with them same class, you know, I probably don't even know the pedophile word either, you know. But as we get older, we like, yo, that shit crazy. These old ass niggas was dead ass going to do that shit, and we could see the shit now. And it's easy to manipulate young when they don't really know. But shit, we in the day and age, we in the internet. These motherfuckers, like, listen, you got the choice to find some super negative shit or some super positive, because you can find shit that's gonna promote you to be a feminist and go suck every dick that you can. You can find videos and all of that, but then you could also find videos that's gonna give y'all truth. So there's a lot of order out of chaos in the internet. You just gotta find the order. But you do got to go through the chaos in order to understand what order is. You know what I'm saying? Or you got to know, in order to know what's right, you got to know wrong. You know what I mean? Like learning lessons. You know, and this shit right here, I just want to play a clip from this right here with the Dame Dash thing. Is like, what I remember when I was telling you about Orlando Brown when he went on the guy's show, and I forget, Danzig or whatever, and I was like, you know, Danzig, he had Alpha Phi Alpha, and these is like control narrative guys. Like you come on the show, they give you weed and liquor to drink, and then when you get all fucked up, they got you where they want you. Now they put you on screen, and then because if you watch, you know what I'm saying, and they edge you on. But this is a situation like that. This is what Dame Dash. So as Dame Dash is expressing himself, Dame Dash is hella smart. Think about it like this. If me and you was interviewing Dame Dash, I'm be honest, there's nothing that me and you could really tell Dame Dash, unless if we just talking about like some knowledge shit. You get what I'm saying? Like, you know, some knowledge shit, because that's what the fuck we do. You get what I'm saying? But as far as how to move and operate in this money system, and like, we ain't nothing we could tell Dame. He been there, done that. He was a part of the Boule shit, and then they even blackballed him from the Boule shit. So he's, you know what I'm saying? He know the ins and the outs, both sides of the game, how to really survive. So there's nothing that me and you could tell. So as this guy Dame Dash is expressing himself, you got this host. I just want to say it so this way when y'all see it, y'all know what y'all kind of looking for. Then you got the host of the show kind of trying to be like the therapist to Dame Dash. So, but don't you think that, and him and the other lady, I'm there like, if the motherfuckers don't shut the fuck up, whatever the fuck they telling Dame Dash, like Dame Dash don't already know that fucking shit. It's like they already just here to control the narrative and make it seem like, no, maybe Dame Dash, maybe Leo Cohen is not a culture vulture or evil person. maybe it's just that this is how you feel about him, and maybe he doesn't really have no hateful feelings to you, but maybe you and him just need to have a talk. A fucking talk for what? You know what I'm saying? But let me let this shit play real quick. Let me see how far is it. Yeah, so get to like right there. So it's about from right there to right there. Okay, yeah.
From that they're not.
Wait a second. Question. How crazy does it sound for a white man to tell a black man what black people want? Like, I'm not going to let somebody do that. So I know everyone's not built like me, but I'm just not,
When you say that though, you said that not everybody's built like you.
like they're not going to address the elephant in the room
Right.
with someone from another culture. But my thing is, if you're going to address the elephant in the room with someone from our culture, then you have to address the elephant in the room with someone that's not from our culture.
But when you just said they're not built like you.
Yeah. That's
So
why I call you.
At the and we do talk about this.
Yeah.
But I want to make this I want to make this observation for people that are watching as well, because ultimately we control us. We control how we respond.
Mhm.
Okay, we can't always control what triggers us, but we can control how we react to those triggers. You know what I'm saying? So when you that statement, I know that these people are not built like me. That comes with a certain amount of awareness that you're admitting to yourself.
Mhm. That's
Okay.
why I
So
forgive
now-
Nori every time.
So now the
You
next
know what I'm
the
saying?
next move is not on Nori. It's now on you.
To do what?
To say, okay, well, I can express how this makes me feel, right?
I think I did that just
No,
now.
you did.
Okay.
And that's what I'm saying.
Mhm.
You can say, I can express how I feel,
Mhm.
right? But there's an expectation that you're also putting on people that you're self-admitting are not built like you,
Right.
right? So at what point do you say, you know what? All I can do is be comfortable in my truth.
I've only done that. That's all I live in. That actual thing that you said is what I've abided by, which is why it doesn't make me so mad. I can address it and I'm not going to internalize it.
So do you
I can
still,
admit when it bothers me.
do you still expect that from those people then?
Yes,
Why?
because I did it for them. Or actually, I don't have that expectation.
He trying to turn it into a therapeutic moment. This whole shit, he cut Dame Dash wisdom off from going the fuck in and just like when it come to Dame Dash, you just gotta shut the fuck up and let him rant because he's saying some valuable shit. Don't cut the nigga wind. He cut the nigga wind off just to say some therapeutic Oprah shit. Like like so what it is you're comfortable in your truth. Yeah. All of this other shit, and it's just like, bro, don't try to sound smart in the fucking smart era.
Well, he's basically exposing his stance though, or just letting him know his stance. Like, like he's basically saying just because his experience with Leo was the way it was, doesn't mean and it wasn't like that with Nori, like because Dame made him aware of things that Nori should cut him off. And Dame is just trying to let him know, like, if if a motherfucker like that is a poison to the community, regardless on what is there's good business and bad business. So he just, basically like he not as hard as he went for motherfuckers before, like he just expected the same. But that's why he said he shouldn't have expected though. But
And so you see, Dame is already just telling us the truth, expressing what Lear is, what these Jews do, and the host is turning it into you and Leon might need to sit down. Like when people were saying that maybe him and Jay-Z need to sit down. Dame like, sit down for what? This is a devil ass nigga doing demonic shit. And y'all niggas is making up excuses on some therapeutic shit. Maybe we need to have a sit down and talk. Maybe there's a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding?
Yeah, but that's because he would do the same thing, though. That's what I'm saying. He was exposing his position. The way it's like, it seems like, you know, he can understand Dame's position, but at the same time, well, motherfuckers ain't as comfortable as him, especially, you know, it's a mental thing. So
Yeah, he
motherfuckers
playing
ain't
the
as
Leo
comfortable
game.
as him. Yeah, motherfuckers will do business with the devil, which is what he said. You know, I'm not making money with the devil, and I'm not making money for the devil. That's what he said. He said the devil is not a race of people. The devil is who you are. So,
that's a fact. And that host, he playing Leo games because he don't want to lose his YouTube channel. And his thing is to make Dame look crazy. And the further this interview kept going, Dame kept getting even more pissed and more pissed. Like watch how it break down even more.
Still disappoints me, you know.
I
So
think
that's
another
what, you
thing
know. I really don't have the expectation of him doing that, like really pressing someone from that's not from our culture with the elephant in the room. But it still is like, yo, you still said my name. So now, you know.
I'm just curious as to how long ago was this comment made from Cohen? And was this a few years ago?
Probably, yeah.
A few years ago. And so for all this time, no one has addressed.
Have you heard about it?
I'm asking. I
haven't heard about it. No.
And so
they just honor this dude, like,
or addressed him about it.
I'm talking about address Cohen directly about it. Okay.
No one addressed him about that, but even something that was more disturbing in that interview was the fact that he said, "I gotta eat." Or in our culture, even if he knows someone's not doing the right thing, he's still going to give a visual of that, promote it, sell it, because his family got to eat. And he's not making. I don't see him doing that in his own culture.
It sounds like
that's problematic to me. And I know that you have to understand something. The question that was asked was, are you the reason why Dame and Jay aren't cool? He's the person that told Jay, I'll do a deal with you with or without Dame Dash or Biggs. And he's the one that advised him based on what Steve Stout told me and based on what Irv Gotti told me, that was like, yo, why would you split it 3 ways if you could just do it yourself?
Did you hear his response to that question?
Nah, I just heard about it, to be honest.
I wanted to know what you thought about what he said, so I'm gonna tell you what he said.
Not like long question, but for hip hop people, it always pops up. Is Leo the reason Jay-Z and Dame Dash is not together?
Absolutely not.
Okay, that's just
like if Leo was the reason, then they never were together in the first place. Okay, right? Mic drop.
When Nori asked him that question, and the specific question for those who didn't watch it was, are you the reason why Dame and Jay split? His response to that question was, if Dame and Jay were really together, then I couldn't have been the reason that they split.
Right. But I think he's right on that. But I do think there could have been more of an elaborate answer. Are you the one that showcased that? Did you give him the option? Did you push him, make him aware of what he could do and that what you would support? Did you give him the idea to do that? Did you violate and have meetings behind his back? So when that meeting happened, when Dame was yelling, who made that meeting? It's a tape of it and me being mad. Those are questions I think should be asked, and people want to know. It's the elephant in the room. So why ignore it? You know, like, why wouldn't people ask that question? So that bothers me when Jay gets on the interview and when Leo gets on the interview and people don't ask the questions that they ask me. If you never ask me that question, I'm fine. But because y'all continuously ask me these questions, how come when they get on in front of a camera, y'all don't ask them? And if they give you a like one little question to pivot, y'all just be pressing me. So I'm just like, give me the same, give them, like just make it fair. But either way, I want to know the answer because I can't get a fair one with them. I can't get a conversation. So I also kind of want to hear the answer. Like, I'm like, yo, no matter what.
What's the exact question you want to ask him?
What
exactly?
Lior? What right now, my number one question with Lior would be, how much does YouTube make from the CPMs? And how much do you pay the content creators off the CPMs? And how come there's no transparency? That would be what I would really want to know right now, because all I really care about is what's going on now.
Well, I've been hearing you talk about your past issues with him.
Nah, I'm saying, you're not hearing what I'm saying. If Nori's going to ask me these questions and trigger me to where I need to talk to other people, then he needs to ask them the questions. That's what I'm saying.
So you don't believe that the initial question that he asked him was a way to try to open that up?
But then there was more questions that he could have asked, and I've seen him press. I think there's the way Nori gets down. Yes, I think there's way more to ask. So what about this? What about him calling you a culture vulture? What about the CPMs? He said it really openly. He said it. He said Lior robbed us in music, in his opinion. I would ask him about that. I would run the tape, and then I'd be like, and he also said you're not transparent about the language of paying the content creators. I think those are the most important questions. I don't want to see our content creators get robbed. So what happens is 20 years ago, when I said that things weren't being done right, no one listened. So that was 20 more years of people getting robbed. Why do we have to have so much damage before we even ask the questions?
Why do you think he restricts himself with the continuing of asking questions and he doesn't with you?
That's what I'd like to know. It's not for me to, like, again, I don't really try to.
If that's what he's doing.
I asked him those questions. I asked him that. He told me because he was going to get a bigger deal with him. So he
that
said
was the last
time.
interview.
Yeah,
but
so
why do you think he?
It makes me think they must. I don't know. I'm not. Again, like for me, I don't really go too hard on why someone does what they do unless I've done something wrong to them. But when I've done nothing but fight for somebody, nothing but put them in paid in full, and give them advice and fight for them when I didn't have to, I just feel that there should be a certain degree of respect. Put them in paid in full. I've done something. It makes me think it's going to get a bigger deal with them. So he
that
said
was the last
time.
interview.
Yeah,
but
so
why do you think he?
It makes me think they must. I don't know. I'm not. Again, like for me, I don't really.
The continuing of asking questions and he doesn't with you.
That's what I'd like to know. It's not for me to, like, again.
You see, the thing is, for something that Dame Dash has already figured out and has already been saying for years, the host of the shows, which is the Control Narratives, because this is the new versions of Hot 97 and Breakfast Club interviews, these vloggers that they go on now. But Dame Dash already has the answers for his story. And like Dame Dash say on his own channel, he be trying to say what he always trying to say, but he go on these interviews, they always got to cut him, and then ask him, and then like she asked him questions. Will you ever wonder why he did that? Like, no, I don't wonder why people do shit. Like, bitch, I already told you why anyway. I told you why 20 years ago, and this is the reason why nobody listened, and he still get to do the same shit 20 years later. It shouldn't be why, bitch. It should be like, just let me, you know what I'm saying? So, but with him going on those areas, it was what renders him dangerous, in a danger zone. But here's the catch though. If he did it on his channel, there will be problems because he can tell the truth. He can speak his mind over there, but then that would jeopardize, because they would say defamation of character, and then that would jeopardize every one of his money situations that he got going on. But you see, when you come on their own platforms with their control narratives, whatever. You can say what you want to say. Yeah, they're gonna try to control the narrative, but those shows don't get the bad end of the stick. They don't get the, you know, the defamation of character orders, papers, and shit like that. Because, you know, Charlemagne the God and all these people, they control that. So like I said, these new vloggers, that's what they are. And Dame Dash told these niggas exactly what it was. But their whole thing is to turn it into a therapeutic. Take whatever Dame Dash is saying and then bring it back to whatever they want to talk some spiritual shit. And this other one wants to talk, you know what I'm saying? It's to help build the narratives towards the fraternities that they are part of, and also in secondhand building narratives for the show that they're trying to build, these like therapeutic ass type shows. So if Dame Dash was to go on a whole like one of them EFA chicks channels, they would have cut him off and said, hold up, the cards are telling me this. Fuck the cards, bitch. Let Dame Dash talk. Because all she trying to do is control the narrative and say it's some spiritual shit to do with these cards here. And then also make Dame Dash look crazy, because what it is, you need the answers to the cards. And Dame Dash like, look, bitch, I'm talking. And that's why I always fucking love Dame Dash. Because Dame Dash run his fucking, like, if this was any other nigga, and that's why I'm saying, like, the way that they do these interviews, and I'm glad Doggy Diamonds did a whole show on that the other day too. Shout out to Doggy Diamonds. That he was talking about like these new podcast interviewer guys, like they're, you know, it's just something off about them. They too scripted. And it's what the fuck I've been saying for the longest too. Like a lot of these niggas is fraternity niggas. This is why they have these channels that have all these subscribers. And you're like, I never heard of this person. I never heard of this person until I went to go see this guy do an interview there. And they got all these other subscribe, like, yeah, they got a whole fraternity of motherfuckers. If all them HBCU, like, listen, it'd be deep. And they all support each other with a given cause at all times. So they're going to, you know, but then you got the regular niggas that's going to pay for the YouTube views, and they're going to try to copy and paste the same way, you know, the way the internet is run, the way they do interviews, like how we copy and paste how niggas do music. So then those people, okay, yeah, those are the regular people that's trying to get money. You know what I'm saying? He need to go on their shows. But Dame Dash already knows that the only way I can get heard, if I do it on my channel or my websites, I'm in danger of my own money of surviving as they blackball me. But if I go up on their shit, I'm good. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's why Jag, she do the same thing. On her channel, she ain't, but when she go in there, that's when because y'all ain't gonna, you know, and this is way before Piers Morgan shit. Like I said, the Piers Morgan shit, that was a whole smoke and mirror shit. Piers Morgan's ain't get no paper sent to him. But still, in order to beat the algorithm, and I had to learn that when they shut my page down years ago, but in order to beat the algorithm, you know how to go about it. Like I just did the head of Jay-Z on a Masonic, listen, they shut my whole shit down. So what I did is I had to download the video or screen record it again, even though it wasn't in the HD no more. So now it's like in 3, you know, like 480 or whatever it is, P, where it's SD, it's not high definition, but still I had to record that and then upload it back up, you know, and shit like that. But when I uploaded it back up, I changed the name. I put 2 W's in the Jew, and I think, I can't remember, but I just changed up the spelling of certain words a little bit to throw the algorithm off course. And I was able to still post the video. Even though I got a strike on my other page, I can't do shit for a week. But still, they told me it was because of hate speech. And they said that the audio at this part 12 seconds in, but it really wasn't that. Even though I said it in there, but it kind of seemed to be the title. So it's like you gotta really throw the algorithm off with your titles. You know, you can. It's like shit, the AI shit, nika and nigga. But you got to be able to throw the algorithm off. So it's the same tactic that Dame Dash knows how to do, because Dame Dash is what, media trained. He's been in this game for years. So he been through a million interviews. So these student drivers that's interviewing him, they chump change to him. But he's still really trying to be nice to them because shit, they only trying to make ends meet because they puppets for their fraternities on this shit, trying to control the narrative on him. You know, it's like I said, they keep turning it into a, like Dame Dash said this himself too. Like they keep turning it into like a him versus Leo Cohen beef. He says this is deeper than Leo Cohen. This got to deal with people just taking over. Like Leo Cohen is his experience. How many other Leo Cohens is in the motherfucking game? Black, white, Chinese, no matter what fucking color. But in order to control the narrative and home in on one spot, Cohen, and then still make Dame Dash seem like maybe you're exaggerating, that's how they're controlling it. On our side, me and you, Eli, we already know what Dame Dash, the truth that he giving, because we already know how Leo is. But the masses and how I read the comments, and like in a lot of the videos, the shit that they be saying about Dame is like they really think that Dame is just a hater. They really think he's a hater. He need to get new teeth, and maybe he just need to sit down with Leo Cohen and Jay-Z and get an understanding. And it's just like, damn, the masses really don't get it. You know, like how we get it. And that's how it's easy for the host of the shows to control the narrative in a little, you know what I'm saying, little subtle type ways, just how they cut off his window, present this and present that, you know. But like I said, Dame Dash was still treating them nice because he could have took their head off for real. But you know, like y'all little student drivers, you know. But that's how crazy it is, bro. Like that's what's how I understand what Dame and them got to do, because you know. You know what I mean? Like it's tricky like that. It's kind of like the Mike Tyson match. He went up against that guy, Jake Paul, and the whole thing was that if he knocks him out in the first round, he only gets he gets no money. And if he knocks him out in the second round, he might get $1 million. If he lasts all the way up to the 8th round, to the last round, he can get more money. But either way, Jake Paul gets more money. So Tyson could have knocked the nigga out right away. But since the nigga money hungry, the nigga gonna go 8 rounds and he gonna be tired as fuck. And he like, shit, I ain't gonna knock this nigga out. If I knock you out, I lose the money. You know what I'm saying? So it's like one of them shit. So it's like that's what Dame Dash had to do. But the only difference is that Dame Dash still gets to say truth on no matter what channel he's on. And if niggas don't respect it now, they gonna respect that shit in the fucking future. Real talk. But yeah. What's your take on it though? As I get the JFK stuff ready.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Dame just he get paid for these interviews, so you know, like how he said, he only gonna speak on this type of shit because motherfuckers be asking him the questions. So he understand the program.
Yeah. And that's what he said. They don't be bum rushing Jay-Z and Leo about Dame Dash. You know, they asked Leo one time, he said, I don't know who that is. You know, you sure? I don't know who that is. Leave it alone. Okay. And they left it alone. But they always gonna bum rush Dame Dash. So you and Jay-Z. God damn, nigga, it's been like 20 years. What you mean me and Jay-Z? But like you said, but you got to get paid when you're going on these interviews. You get what I'm saying? Like, if a nigga want me on an interview, just to let y'all know, y'all got to pay me.
Yeah, I mean that's how it works. Once you get a certain status of your of your person. You know, he technically a celebrity, so
Yeah, but I mean, not even on a Dame Dash level. I just mean like even on an hour level. Like if somebody want us to come on a show, this is why we got our shit. You get what I'm saying? If somebody want us to come on they like say Sinetta want us to come on their show, like bro, you gotta pay. Like I'll go on Doggy
they ain't
Diamonds.
gonna pay you a lot though. 'Cause
Yeah,
it gotta make sense.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I know they ain't gonna pay a lot, but what I'm saying is that if you want me to come on there when I have a channel, you got to pay for my time. That's what I'm trying to say. It's like you got to pay for my time being of taking me away from my children because I'm not on my channel. I'm on Sinetta or whoever. It could be Breakfast. You get what I'm saying? What Breakfast Club, whatever channel. I'm on your channel, taking my time away from my children or taking my time away from my channel. And also somewhat, I'm always putting my life on the line when I speak real shit. You get what I'm saying? So it's like you gotta pay. Now, I'm not saying like I'm not saying you gotta pay, but I'm just saying in this day and time, like how I'm realizing it's like once you leave the fucking industry or Hollywood or street life, whatever it is, and you come to this internet thing and you start exposing. And it's like your family, the regular motherfuckers, the streets, the fraternity, like all these motherfuckers look at you as, oh, you that against government type nigga. You get what I'm saying? So then it becomes to a point that it's like, how are you going to survive? Because these jobs don't want to hire, your family don't want to be around, so it's like, but then if it's like, if you don't look healthy or you got on fly shit and you dropping knowledge nowadays, it'd be like, oh, this nigga broke. He got to be hating and making up these lies. He can't be telling the truth. He broke. And it's a shame that that's how this new age is shaped. That's like you got to be able to fit the look just in order to give the truth. You get what I'm saying? It's like me and you, we could be saying the truth, but if we don't have certain type of clothes on, or certain, people gonna look at it. Oh yeah, they broke. And then they don't want to hear us. Well, the new generation, I'm putting it like that, because there's people come from our era that, none of that really matters. Truth is truth. But that's kind of how this new era thing is shaped now, to where, you gotta kind of like, and it's like nowadays, that's why I had to bring in that the video where I played a little while ago with the girl and the mother and all of that shit, because I know I gotta bring in negative shit at times. You know what I'm saying? So when people watching this, they don't be like, oh, it's so boring. I gotta bring in some nigga shit. But at the same time, when I bring in nigga shit, the nigga shit is some shit that they can get taught with, because that's some shit you could teach a motherfucker with. Like, this is the shit going on. You get what I'm saying? But it's a shame that we have to do that to keep the attention of the masses. You get what I'm saying? It's like, as much as I hate my personality, but it's like, this is the shit that keeps my show lit. You get what I'm saying? Because people just like, oh, I like how you went on that shit and your attitude, and you just, the way you said that curse word, and it's like, yeah, but I said a whole bunch of other great stuff though. But it's like I said, it's a shame that we have to use this fucking tactic. It's like music, like in order for you to say real shit and for a nigga to want to play the track, you got to make music that sounds like this shit nowadays, but just make sure you putting in the real lyrics. And it's crazy that that's how we got to do the internet shit, is the same fucking way. And I kind of hate that. I really do hate that shit, that we have to go about it like that, because, like, I've always done this shit for free. You get what I'm saying? But when it comes to life, like I said, like, you got to have, because it's like, when you put so much in, and then your channel gets shut down, now what? If you was making money off of that, the shit, now the money going, now what? You get what I'm saying? So it's like all around, and even to a point, if you got a family, your family they might not even give a fuck about that knowledge shit that you're doing. They like, how the fuck we gonna get these bills paid, And then you got kids. So it's like all around, people got to get paid. But we got them scum ass vultures. Like, I'm going to tell you, niggas on side netter show, them niggas should not get paid. You know what I'm saying? Like, real talk. Like, because they all scumbags. They're liars. You know what I'm saying? Like, but if you a real person that's really giving, like, I would pay for Steve Coakley to come on my show and talk. You get what rest his soul. But you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I would pay a Steve Coakley. I would pay a Professor Griff, even though I know Professor Griff, I probably wouldn't have to pay, but I would pay a Professor Griff. But I wouldn't pay a fucking Gucci Man to come on my show and talk. I wouldn't pay a Jay-Z to come on my show and talk. I would pay a Dame Dash to come on my show and talk. You get what I'm saying? I would pay an Orlando Brown to come on my show and talk, but I'm going to pay him and I'm going to be like, yo, bro, let's not do the comedy shit though. Because if you do the comedy shit, that's just going to make me go into my comedy mode and both of us are going to be an ass on here and people going to lose the fucking point. So but I would pay him to come on the show and just be like, yo, I need you to go in and just drop truth. Like if you actually doing a life or death last video and you want to let people know what's really going on secretly in the industry. That's what I would pay him for. I'd be like, fuck all the other shit, but just give me that, bro. And that's it. Now, would I want to pay them? Fuck no, I wouldn't want to pay them. I'm not going to lie. You get what I'm saying? But I could understand if they did want the money because, we play the same thing right now. We internet people. You get what I'm saying? We trying to, we all surviving off the internet nowadays. But so it's like, it's a good and a bad. It definitely comes with a good and a bad getting paid off the internet. But then sometimes you can have people like Charleston White to me. He's a person that just gets paid off the internet just to say shit. You get what I'm saying? And he gonna keep, because just the fact that him and all of these other people go on these dating shows, 20 women versus a man or 20 men versus a woman, or they even got the pop a balloon, and it's just like, hold up, you got 15-year-old kids trying to pick between some 15-year-old girls and some 40-year-old girls. You get what I'm saying? You got adults in there deciding if they want to date a minor or an adult. That shit is crazy. And so when I see Boosie, all these rappers, all these famous people go on these 20 people versus whoever on a dating thing, I'm like, yo, nah, this shit crazy. What the fuck? How the fuck does these social media influencers, iSpeed, Casanat, Drewski, and all of these other, this million, Corey and Carmen, all of these people, how are they so popping that they have all of these celebrities coming on here? They had Megan Thee Stallion on one of them. Actually, two of them. I mean, Boosie's big. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, these niggas ain't got no Boosie money. This shit has got to be contractual. You get what I'm saying? Because they ain't got that type of money to be paying these. But like I said, this is what, you know what I'm saying? Like, we got to stop paying people to do shit on the internet if it ain't right. If they doing foolery shit, like, I would not pay Charleston White. That nigga can come on my show for free. But I would not pay a Charleston White to come on my show. I could be Charleston White on my show right now. You already know that. I got nigga moments. You already know that, cuz. But for real though, but that's a very good point that you made though. You know what I'm saying? Like, he gets paid for it and he gonna talk about whatever y'all pay him to talk about. And that's, so y'all pay me just to fucking bombard me about Jay-Z and Leo all day. Something that I've been explaining. But yeah. So I'll tell you this much. I hope they don't shut his real funds down to a point that doing interviews for money becomes a real thing, that he starts to change his narrative 5 years from now. I hope Dame Dash stay a real nigga, because listen, I seen Jaz-O, a real nigga. Now he's sitting next to Jay-Z. Jaz-O said Jay-Z in the bed with them Jews in the Masonic order. You know, he even made songs about Jay-Z betraying. You know, he said it on Doggy Diamond's TV that Jay-Z's in bed with them Jewish Masons. And now the nigga's sitting right next to Jay-Z. Jay-Z signed the nigga just to shut the fuck up and just be my friend again. So everything you said about me just looks like he was just hating on me. We friends again. You know, Dane, we just need to have a talk. You know, like me and Jaz-O did. But nah, I fuck with Dame. That's what I'm saying. Like, I hope Dame just keep doing what he doing. You get what I'm saying? Like, for real, for real. Oh yeah, I had it on a Jewish video. My bad. I meant to put it on the Kennedy video. But this is the moment of the hour, people, right here. This is the main part we wanted to get at. We're gonna get into, well, Eli, because this is Eli's part right now. We're gonna get into JFK. We're gonna trickle down into the Malcolm X and all of that. So bear with me, people. I gave y'all a whole bunch of nigga shit for the first hour, and now y'all about to get this work from my cousin who about to give y'all, and y'all got more coming. So, you want me to play that speech now, or you got anything that you want me to?
Yeah, you can play it. Let's listen to that shit.
Okay. Let me see something here. Hold on. Trying to find it. Let me just show something real quick. Notice this picture, people. He's standing there right in front, like the Jews right behind him. Them Jews right behind him. Them Jews right behind him. I'm just trying to find that scripture so I can read it first. Okay, it ain't there. It's not in this video. It's in another video. Well, instead of me looking for it, I'll just say it before I play that video, because when the day of the time, when a new eon comes, the new age is coming, and that word gets uttered around the world, there must and will be a bloodbath, a sacred ritual for the proclamation of Horus, the perfect son, the new race. So, a lot of things at William Morgan and JFK. So keep that in mind, people. Like I said, I can't find it in that video right now, but just keep that in mind if y'all seen the past videos. Here we go, JFK.
Ladies and gentlemen, the very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweighed the dangers which are cited to justify it. Even today, there is little value in opposing the threat of a closed society by imitating its arbitrary restrictions. Even today, there is little value in ensuring the survival of our nation if our traditions do not survive with it. And there is very grave danger that an announced need for increased security will be seized upon by those anxious to expand its meaning to the very limits of official censorship and concealment. That I do not intend to permit to the extent that it's in my control. And no official of my administration, whether his rank is high or low, civilian or military, should interpret my words here tonight as an excuse to censor the news, to stifle dissent, to cover up our mistakes, or to withhold from the press and the public the facts they deserve to know. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its preparations are concealed, not published. Its mistakes are buried, not headlined. Its dissenters are silenced, not praised. No expenditure is questioned, no rumor is printed, no secret is revealed. No president should fear public scrutiny of his program, for from that scrutiny comes understanding, and from that understanding comes support or opposition, and both are necessary. I am not asking your newspapers to support an administration, but I am asking your help in the tremendous task of informing and alerting the American people. For I have complete confidence in the response and dedication of our citizens whenever they are fully informed. I not only could not stifle controversy among your readers, I welcome it. This administration intends to be candid about its errors. For as a wise man once said, an error doesn't become a mistake until you refuse to correct it. We intend to accept full responsibility for our errors, and we expect you to point them out when we miss them. Without debate, without criticism, no administration and no country can succeed, and no republic can survive. That is why the Athenian lawmaker Solon decreed it a crime for any citizen to shrink from controversy. And that is why our press was protected by the First Amendment, the only business in America specifically protected by the Constitution, not primarily to amuse and entertain, not to emphasize the trivial and the sentimental, not to simply give the public what it wants, but to inform, to arouse, to reflect, to state our dangers and our opportunities, to indicate our crises and our choices, to lead, mold, educate, and sometimes even anger public opinion. This means greater coverage and analysis of international news, for it is no longer far away and foreign, but close at hand and local. It means greater attention to improved understanding of the news, as well as improved transmission. And it means, finally, that government at all levels must meet its obligation to provide you with the fullest possible information outside the narrowest limits of national security. And so it is to the printing press, to the recorder of man's deeds, the keeper of his conscience, the courier of his news, that we look for strength and assistance, confident that with your help, man will be what he was born to be, free and independent.
Yep. So that's President Kennedy right there.
I wish they had fucking a visual for that shit. I want to see a visual just so I know he said that shit, because you heard what he said. Motherfuckers taking an oath.
I got it. Wait, you mean a visual?
So
Like what? Oh, yeah, I got the video for it. Hold on. Let me look for it. Hold on. And while I'm looking for that, just tell me what you think about this, because I want to get this video off my page. I came across this shit and I was about to exit out, and then when he started saying that shit, I said, hold up. Let me check this out real quick while I'm looking for that the Kennedy, the full Kennedy video. It's like a 40-something minute speech.
Word?
Yeah, I got the whole thing. I found it today, right after you sent me that video. It was in the like the videos on the side.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was one of the videos on the side. Wait, tell me about this shit right here. Also, while I'm looking for that.
Very high paying job in the United States, because what people don't know is being an exorcist is a very high paying job in the United States of America.
Right.
A very high paying job. It's a short list of them. But every exorcist has a bodyguard. And due to my ties to Catholicism, we were able to go with a priest, with the father, to go do some exorcisms. And one of the reasons why we a little bit right now is because some of the things we seen being with him doing the exorcisms.
Right.
And wow. Demons are real.
Yeah.
One of the things we seen with this gentleman, Duke, I don't like talking about this, but I took proper steps to get him comfortable. And one of the things we seen was the priest has got a little girl. He's talking to her. She's about 8 years old, brunette. But she was speaking in languages like pig Latin.
Right.
There's no way she could know that. She was saying things about me and bro that there's no way she could have known, bro. So
all right, beyond all of that spook fake ass bullshit, he trying to turn y'all niggas over into the church and shit like that. But the thing I was just like, hold up, I gotta fucking look up some exorcist niggas. Like I need to look up, I never thought about that shit. I mean, I look up exorcism, we look up the Pope, but to look up the job of an exorcist, like I just like,
Yeah, that shit real. Catholic Church do it.
Facts. Like, I'm about to go do a whole catch all videos on these niggas. Like he's like, exorcists have bodyguards. I'm like, what the fuck is this hood nigga? This nigga talking about Jamie Foxx parties. And out of nowhere, because I was about to leave the shit, because I wasn't really interested in Jamie Foxx parties, because I already know all these shits is the same Hugh Hefner shit. So right, I'm about to exit. The nigga started talking about satanic shit, and I was still about to exit. And then he said something about being a exorcist bodyguard. I said, what the fuck? I said, let me pause this shit. Let me hear this shit when the cuz come on. I gotta hear this bullshit. Yo, that's crazy. Yeah, this is it right here.
Okay, shit.
Yeah, that's it right there. And then
peace speech, all right.
Yeah. Well, is that it though? I think that's it, right?
Well, I gotta check. I would assume so. They said it was the speech that got him killed.
Mm-hmm. Let me see. I want to see. Trying to find that I Have a Dream speech by Martin Luther King. Yeah, I think you know why. I want to look in the back. I want to look in the background. Hold on. Let's see something here. We're gonna look in the background of this one. Hold on. Let me put.
We will be able to transform the jangling discords of our nation into a beautiful.
Damn, does any of them niggas look like that nigga? You know who I'm looking for. We ain't gotta say, but you know who I'm looking for. Because he was supposed to have stood right behind him. I mean,
I mean, it could be there, but shit, I have vague memory of what he looked like.
Well, me too. The memories I have is him when he was like old. You get what I'm saying? So I don't even know what he looked like when he was young.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, Doc. A lot of us, we only know how he looked when he was old, but due to some pictures that we seen, we got to see Doc young. But other than that, yeah. So yeah, I'd have to ask my M word, her, I'd have to ask my M word if she sees him anywhere in this,
Symphony of brotherhood.
But just the fact of just knowing that he was the head of that shit, and he was there during the last speech, and he stood behind and guarding. I'm like, okay, he's got to be somewhere. There goes that gay nigga right there that they made the Netflix documentary about. They said the guy that was, at the Martin Luther King speech, that was a very important man. He was a gay guy that died, black guy. I forgot the guy's name, but he right there.
Right.
Okay, hold up. Let me see. So where you want me to go? What you want me to pull up real quick?
Shit, I don't know.
Let's see. Let's see, Mom. Okay, here we go. Let me bring up this video right now. You know where I'm going. Now, Dad, where's that? Is it on your page? The the video with when Steve, I don't know if it was Steve Coakley, but the guy was talking about Martin Luther King assassination. I moved to the side so he can get the clear shot, and bang, he got the shot, and then the crowd.
Oh, Billy Kyle.
Let's see.
Yeah, that was Billy Kyle.
Billy Kyle?
Yeah.
How you spell it?
BILLYIKYLE.
Oh, I-K-L?
Not B-I. Billy.
Billy?
Yeah.
And what's the last name?
Kyle.
How you spell that one? Kyle.
K-Y-L-E.
Okay. All right, damn. So I'll put Billy Kyle, Martin Luther King.
Yeah.
There we go.
Boy, that one, I don't know if it'll come up. I got it's the video, the full one.
Yeah.
All right.
I think this is it.
What you fixing to witness now is
mind you, we got a boule in the house. No, not our house, but on the screen right here. Steve Coakley. So he must have been in there as a spy to spy on this nigga Billy Kyles as he was telling the truth, and went back and told a goddamn boule, do you know this goddamn bitch ass nigga Billy Kyle sat and told a whole goddamn shit how the shit happened? This motherfucker. I could imagine that shit. But yeah, we getting into it, people. Let's play this shit. This is it? Okay, yeah. Okay, all right. So here we go. And this was Steve Coakley's lecture, though, right?
He had this. I don't think that was Dick Gregory.
This was just Dick Gregory's lecture?
I don't know. I seen Dick Gregory.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying I think it was Steve Coakley's lecture with Dick Gregory and Khalid Muhammad in there.
Nah, Dick was never at one of his lectures.
Steve Coakley?
Not on camera.
Yeah. Look, all right, look. This one right here.
It
It's the
is?
same. Yeah, look.
I was at the trial in Memphis.
Yeah, Dick Gregory and Steve Coakley, Martin Luther King assassination. That's what I was saying. He was put in there as a spy, like Ashwa Kwesi. When he did the lecture with Steve Coakley, Ashwa Kwesi, like Steve Coakley said, Ashwa Kwesi was just nothing but an agent. He came in there and spied on me, act like he was going to do good things, and all he was just spying on me, and went right back to his. Because only thing that Ashwa Kwesi did was just explain the Medu Neter. You know what I'm saying? So Steve Coakley was exposing the Boule, but he had him there to explain the Medu Neter and all of the Egyptian stuff and the Greek stuff and different things like that, for the masses that, But this is what Steve Coakley said, and so it kind of makes me think the same thing about the because this would be a second Boule member. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And the thing is, Steve Coakley is Boule. I don't know. Ashwa Kwesi is Alpha Phi Alpha, but I do not know if he's Boule. And what I mean by Boule is like Alpha Phi Alpha. These are all like lower classes of the actual Sigma Boule or Sigma Pi Phi. These are actual all lower subclasses. You get what I'm saying? Because once you graduate out of these fraternities, like once you get into the banking world of black business, then you become a Boule, a mayor and shit like that. But like I said, but we're still leaving it as Ashwa Kwesi is a Boule puppet. You know what I'm saying? But I always just like to make it known that like he ain't no Boule nigga. Like we say Jay-Z Illuminati, but he's more of Illuminati puppet. You know what I'm saying? He's a Jewish puppet. He ain't illuminated. Them Jewish niggas is illuminated. Not that nigga. But yeah, it was him and Steve Coakley. This is it right here.
Jackson to Memphis on the poor people's camp. In Washington, D.C. and see that.
Okay, so yeah, we can put it right here. Hold on.
Some of the activities are geared especially for the young who did not have a chance to get the feel or to know what the civil rights movement actually was about. Even as they marched, now they could have stopped in a hotel, but when you think about marching from Memphis to Jackson or Jackson to Memphis, there were no hotels. You stayed in churches, you stayed in people's homes, and that's how we got over. That's how we got through. The struggle was a spiritual struggle. You couldn't pay people to do what we had to do. You couldn't pay people to stand before mad dogs and fire hoses and billy clubs and cattle prods. It was strictly a spiritual and moral movement. So we wanted that dimension to be in the pilgrimage to Memphis. We will revisit the mountaintop speech site. That's the Mason's Temple, where Dr. King made his last address, which he almost didn't make because the night
you heard that, right?
We were having that rally. There were tornadoes
at the Masonic Temple.
His last speech at the Masonic Temple.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where he was talking about I done been to the mountaintop. He talking to Masons, telling the Masons that he been to the mountaintop.
Mm-hmm. Hint, hint.
warnings, and he was behind on the Poor People's Campaign. And he said, you guys go on over and have the rally. I'm going to stay at the motel and work on the Poor People's Campaign. When we got there and Dr. Abernathy walked in and Jesse Jackson walked in and I walked in and others, people started clapping because they thought Martin was behind us. And so Ralph's preacher said to him, this is not our crowd. And he went to the phone and called Dr. King and said, any of the marches that we had in those days, you have an opportunity to bring the children and bring the family and march with us And when I finished sharing with them the last hour of Dr. King's life, I hurried. But that gave me the wonderful privilege of spending the last hour on earth. 3 preachers in a room, Abernathy, King, and Kyle. And we spent that last hour together in room 306 at the Lorraine Motel. The press is always curious, and writers, what went on? What did you talk about? I say, we just talk preacher talk. What preachers talk about when they get together.
Y'all pay real
Revivals
attention
and all
to what
that.
you're fixing to hear now.
About 5:45, we walked on the balcony, and he was talking to people in the courtyard. He stood here and I stood there. Only as I moved away, so we could have a clear shot, the shot rang out.
Thank you.
I turned around and they knocked him back on the balcony.
Listen.
Oh.
Wait, listen. 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 30 years later, this brother never realized he would slip and say that. Do you know what happened when you sit in a jury room about a conspiracy and this piece of film is introduced? He stood here, I stood here, only as I moved away so he could have a clear shot. The shot rang out. Okay. This was the brother that he was going by his house for dinner.
This right here is warming y'all up for what Eli about to take y'all through about this Malcolm X stuff, just to show you how our own people line up our own people straight up, and then use the white man as a blame game, you know, because the Jew is like, well, shit, you know, that's how we supposed to do. You ain't supposed to put it on us. You ain't supposed to put it on you. You're supposed to put it on black and white. You know how the chessboard game go. We ain't black and white. They is. We do the magic on them. We Jews. We moles. That shit crazy. That shit is crazy. But wow, like the fact that they killed that guy.
That wasn't with Steve Coakley though.
Which was that?
That was I guess that was Dick Gregory's own session. Steve he had one. It is crazy because they had the same reaction too from the crowd, but Steve got his own.
Well, let me see. Because I had one with him and Steve Coakley, but the one that I had with him and Steve Coakley wasn't talking about this one. It was talking about the assassination attempt on Khalid Muhammad. So I think you are right, because I do remember seeing another one where Steve Coakley was the one that was talking and showing it. So yeah, you are right, because I'm going through this and they didn't get to Steve Coakley yet. Oh wait, there goes Steve Coakley.
To help, since Proctor is the one who
Found it. They tried to kill him.
he was.
Yeah,
the person.
It is. So you know what it was? This
probably showed it before.
Yeah, they probably showed it before, or it might have been another lecture that they did. Like, just say like if Steve Coakley might have had like 7 or 6 lectures set up within, like a 2-month period, I don't know, but yeah, I was, because damn, yeah. So they probably had to play it before, had to been another something. But yeah, I gotta download all of these. I got this as a full, but just in case, I'm going to download all of them again. Because we need to have all of these Steve Coakleys before we can't find these things no more.
Facts. They got somebody, they sell the DVDs. I forgot. I think it's his son. He's still selling the DVDs, all the copies. But people be buying them shits and then uploading it on YouTube.
Yeah, that's what we gotta do. I know Cy Nutter used to have a lot of them shits, but he took them shits down. And he was the one that was selling a lot of them shits. I don't even think he's selling shits no more. Cause the time that we in now with people like you see the crowd he got, Jabari Osei and all of them, like, oh, they damn sure don't like Steve Coakley. They despise Steve Coakley. Well, let me see. How could I make this? Hold on. How do I do this? Let me see. I'm trying to. Okay, here we go. Hold on. Okay. This is the page, people. You see, Yeshua, the Lord, my God, on a surfboard, because he walks on water. Real talk. He does this for y'all Hebrews out there. He does this. So if y'all Hebrews want to learn something, come to his page. Nation of Islam guy. Yeah, look. Islam, come to his page. He got a lot of stuff that y'all can learn, man. Good stuff here, man. I'm gonna tell y'all, real good stuff that y'all can learn from. Let's see. Hold on, will it play? Okay.
Of the Black Muslim movement because they have thoroughly infiltrated it. That the city police don't know about because they have policemen in there. They don't let black people form anything without some policemen in there. And while I was in the Black Muslim movement, many of the police who were sent to infiltrate us, they're black, would tell me, say, look, I'm a cop, but I have to come. They would tell me. I knew the Muslim movement was full of police. So don't you think anything is going down that they don't know about? The only thing that goes down is what they want to go down. And what they don't want to go down, they don't let it go down. One last question. Yes, sir. The police know the criminal operation of the Black Muslim movement because they have thoroughly infiltrated it. That the city police don't know about because they have policemen in there. They don't let black people form anything without some policemen in there. And while I was in the Black Muslim movement, many of the police who were sent to infiltrate us, they're black, would tell me, say, look, I'm a cop, but I have to come. They would tell me. I knew the Muslim movement was full of police. So don't you think anything is going down that they don't know about? The only thing that goes down is what they want to go down.
That's real. Yep. I'm trying to see how I can get it to play to where.
My name is Benjamin Fulford.
Right.
I used.
Oh, okay. That's how. Okay, I was trying to figure out how I could play your video and just go to the next one and the next one without backing out. Okay. My fault, people. I'm new to you. I'm new to using Instagram on a laptop or desktop.
I didn't even know you could do that.
Damn. Yeah, I just click on it and then it got the arrows on the side. Let me see.
What do you get out of it? The Democrats have been in Washington, D.C. only because of the Negro vote. They've been down there 4 years. And all other legislation they wanted to bring up, they brought it up and gotten it out of the way, and now they bring up you. And now they bring up you. You put them first and they put you last. Because you're a chump. A political chump.
Can you hear it clear, or is it echo?
Yeah. No, that shit clear.
Okay, because when I be playing videos a lot, I usually be trying to mute my microphone, but so it doesn't give no feedback if I don't have it muted.
Nah.
Oh,
Nah, I don't hear nothing.
all right, good. All right, I'm gonna keep playing it.
In Washington, D.C., in the House of Representatives, there are two.
Wait, that was the end of it? Because when I paused it, did it start back over, or that just was the end of it when I paused it?
I don't even remember.
Well, I'm gonna play it again.
What do you get out of it? The Democrats have been in Washington, D.C. only because of the Negro vote. They've been down there 4 years. And all other legislation they wanted to bring up, they brought it up and gotten it out of the way, and now they bring up you. And now they bring up you. You put them first, and they put you last. Because you're a chump. A political chump. In Washington, D.C., in the House of Representatives, there are 257 who are Democrats. Only 177 are Republicans. In the Senate, there are 67 Democrats. Only 33 are Republicans. The party that you backed controls 2/3 of the House of Representatives and the Senate, and still they can't keep their promise to you because you're a chump. Anytime you throw your weight behind a political party that controls 2/3 of the government, and that party can't keep the promise that it made to you during election time, and you're dumb enough to walk around continuing to identify yourself with that party, you're not only a chump, but you're a traitor to your race. And what kind of alibi do they come up with? They try and pass the buck to the Dixiecrats. Now, back during the days when you were blind, deaf, and dumb, ignorant, politically immature, naturally you went along with that. But today, as your eyes come open and you develop political maturity, you're able to see and think for yourself. And you can see that a Dixiecrat is nothing but a Democrat in disguise. You look at the structure of the government that controls this country. It's controlled by 16 senatorial committees and 20 congressional committees. Of the 16 senatorial committees that run the government, 10 of them are in the hands of Southern segregationists. Of the 20 congressional committees that run the government, 12 of them are in the hands of Southern segregationists. And they're going to tell you and me that the South lost the war. You today are in the hands of a government of segregationists, racists, white supremacists, who belong to the Democratic Party but disguise themselves as Dixiecrats. A Dixiecrat is nothing but a Democrat. Whoever runs the Democrats is also the father of the Dixiecrats. And the father of all of them is sitting in the White House. What do you get out of it? The Democrats have been in Washington, D.C. only because of the Negro vote.
Yeah, what's the longest time period you can upload a video on Instagram?
Shit. Maybe 10 minutes. I'm not even sure.
Yo, that's what's up.
Oh yeah.
Because I'm used to like clips on it. So I'm like, yo, hold up. They got long, you can put long shit on here? Yo, that's what's up. That shit is what's up.
I be doing that shit on the TikTok too. I be having the same videos on the Instagram be on the TikTok.
Dang. Hold on, let me see if I can find this other thing. I think it's 007. Yeah, I got it. This one right here. The beginning of this. Hold on. Okay. Now, I'm probably the only person that got this audio without the music in it, so you could hear it clear. As the first 5 minutes, so you need to hear is as he's breaking the. It's kind of like hearing the same thing that Malcolm X just said. He's telling you about as he was finding where he wanted to start his mission. And he went to the rabbis, he went to the Moors, and when he went to the Moor Science Temple or whatever, he found out that these guys wasn't serious. They was just all about partying and drinking and having sex and sharing each other's women. He's like, nah, this ain't good here. He went over to the rabbis, like, nah, this ain't good over here. He went over here to the Kemet's, nah. So every place he went, he realized that, damn, none of these niggas right. All these niggas is hallway monitors. And the moment I start talking and try to, them niggas is hallway monitors. How you gonna wake up a hallway monitor? All they gonna do is run back and go tell that. Oh, you know this nigga trying to wake up niggas. He thought he was waking me up, but boss, I came back and I told you. That Negro over there. So, he's about to break it down and show you that how he said, in order for him to deliver this message, he had to submerge himself amongst us or them and assume the cult position. Because in order for him is to give y'all niggas this truth, he can't be spotted. So when he come out there talking this and talking that, they like, oh, okay, he's just another Muslim. He got a little bit of different beliefs. But okay, he's probably another different type of Muslim. But he had to assume different ways to get in there because the hallway monitors is all the way around. But like what Malcolm X was saying, check out this 5-minute part here too. And then I got a Steve Coakley one for y'all after this. This is all like little from people from different organizations or different walks of life that's giving y'all a little something extra. Like how that guy said, he just moved out the way so he can get the clear shot. Last speech was at the Masonic Temple. So when we talk about hallway monitors, see, Dr. York learned from a Malcolm X and a Martin Luther King, a Noble Drew Ali. He learned from them niggas. Meaning like they was around hallway monitors. And they was talking too much amongst hallway monitors, not realizing those are hallway monitors. You think that those guys in that movement is good like you? No, they're all evil, but you're just good. You didn't realize that you was in a fucked up movement. So here we go. Let's go break it. Because the name of this is what the oath of under power. So let's go. And then after that, I got that Steve Coakley coming in where he gonna break something down. And yeah.
Let's go to the Boule and other secret societies. Masons, Prince Hall, Scottish Rite, York Rite, don't matter which one of them. The Elks, the Rosicrucians. It's because of these secret societies why he had to move like how he had to move. Because them secret societies, they the hallway monitors. And they always go and run and go tell the reptilian agenda. Anyway, let's get this going.
And yeah, cuz too. Tell you how far back, cuz Eli. Tell you how far back this go. This was my weapon to expose Chuck Morgan and all of these cats in the Joshua days, 2017, 16, 18, whenever that was. This was my shit that I was going to use to show that Dr. York wasn't no religious man and took people through his trials and tribulations as he was trying to learn. This right here, he was breaking it down to all of us, how he set up his mission to come in here and deliver what he had to deliver without getting noticed. And when they shut down my channel, he ended up bringing this shit back and putting it up. And they did a show on it like 2 or 3 years ago and tried to put their own rendition on it. But as we listen to it, the man clearly tells you exactly, and it ain't what they said. But this is the big weapon right here. Here we go.
Upon arrival here, Ethrically has been at in 1970, and the taking of the control of this body, of this individual that was 25 years old, not of much use to us. I went, and if you read the books, I went to State Street amongst the Sunnis and sat there and listened to their teachers, Hafiz Mahbub, a Pakistani, Hussein, a Sudanese, Salahuddin, Palestine. I sat there in State Street with them, gathered on Thursday nights with them and listened. And said, no, there is no discipline here. This is a little Tasta. This is a law Akbar, which can be any law. These people ain't get no direction. They don't even know what these men are talking about. And these Pakistanis speak Urdu. They don't even know what they're talking about. And the Sudanese don't care. They just got to get a sandwich because they're starving. Or they're students and they got to get somebody to help them pay for their student loan. So I left there and I went on to the Moorish Science Temple out there in Queens with a brother named Salahuddin, who's a Rosicrucian, Astarian, who's everything he can read. Very confused. But he took me to the Moorish Science Temple, he had his fence on and stuff, and I sat amongst them. And I listened about the noble Jew Ali story. He's a prophet. He wrote his own Quran, copied out of the Aquarian Gospel of Jesus by a man named Levi. And I said, nah, ain't no discipline here. Can't do it here.
He said the Moorish Science Temple, I ain't gonna join this. They here studying a whole Aquarian gospel book written by a man named Levi or Levi, you know. And so let's keep going. Like he talking to us.
So I left it. And I said, nah, ain't no discipline. He's a prophet. He wrote his own Quran, copied out of the Aquarian Gospel of Jesus by a man named Levi. And I said, nah, ain't no discipline here. Can't do it here. So I left it. Started listening to and reading Muhammad speaks and listening to tapes of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And the Nation of Islam wasn't no barrack, I didn't have no power back then. I roamed around the streets of Harlem, and I encountered a subculture of wannabe Nation of Islamers, but wanted to still use reefing wherever they want and smoke and see hip-hop. It's called 5% at the time. Now they call it gods and goddesses and kings and all kind of names. They didn't bring stuff with me thing. I listened to that rhetoric. Said there's no shelter there. No shelter in the Nation of Islam, there's no shelter in the 5% nation. I went off to the Israelites, Beth Shalom in Brooklyn, Beth Israel in Brooklyn, and I went amongst them. And we used to gather there in their Shabbat, and we'd go in there, and I'd bring a small band of people with me, and some of them are still here today. And I stood amongst them, and I listened to their Kohen or their rabbis, whatever name they want to use, and I saw them getting drunk at a party.
What did he say? He said, and I just sit there and listen to them, listen to their Cohens or their rabbis Where's this? He said, listen to their Cohens or their rabbis. So it goes to show you how powerful or how enriched in Jewish powerful this Cohen name is. That it basically means master. Because if you're saying Cohens or rabbis, are the Cohens rabbis?
They want to use them. Now listen to their Kohen or their rabbis, whatever name they want to use. And I saw them getting drunk at a party, whatever name they saw them amongst them. Now listen to their Kohen.
Them Cohens? Yeah. They be on their sacrificial shit. They need a Cohen to cut the head off. Voodoo doll shit. Let's go.
Or their rabbis, whatever name they want to use. And I saw them getting drunk at a party and fussing and fighting with each other at the party. One of the Israelite temples from Chicago came in, and the Brooklyn community, they started dancing and grinding on each other's women. And I was sitting there. I said, no, this ain't the place to do it.
So all these places that he's stepping up into, they was filthy from the get-go. They was filthy from the motherfucking get-go. You know? So let's see, let's keep going. They was all filthy from the get-go.
Question is to do what, man? This ain't the place to do it. Question is to do what, man? To prepare a group of people, 144,000 of them.
Now that's a fact. Here the 144,000. 1 plus 4 plus 4 is 9. 9 mind. He here to resurrect the 9 mind. Give out this information to those who got the 9 mind to figure this out. Many are called, but few are chosen. We ain't got time for the sheep. Time running out. Here goes these books of information. It's your choice to get it or leave it. You know? That's what he here for. Because the rapture and the way how he busting down these Masonic codes that he talking to everybody, that he telling everybody what is coming. The rapture. Not in the biblical, not in the church way, but in the biblical way. Because the church way got you whole fucked up. But the biblical way is the Masonic way. The Masonic meaning. So let's keep it going.
Preparing for the coming. What's coming, man? Christians call it the rapture. Muslims call it the return.
And we here, 2000. That's when the rapture started. 30-year process to 2030. It's the big shakeup. That's what the rapture is, the big shakeup in the whole fucking system. Bronze age, silver age, gold age being the technology age. Money, crypto, everything moving. Music, AI. New system, the big shakeup, the reset period. This is the reset we in. As it's in front of our eyes, new shit is being presented to us, a new way of life. Transgenders will be a normal thing. You will be, yes. As much as I hate it, but this is what they bringing forth. So this way, there's so much filth for us to live around that we're going to be so filthy, just as we're going to be as filthy as the motherfuckers that rule us. So therefore, it's going to be okay that our rulers are filthy and satanic. Because if we're the same way, well then, hey. So let's keep it breaking.
Jews don't know what to call. They just, most of the so-called black Israelite Hebrews are calling themselves Hebrews, but if you talk to them, they're really Christian. One's on 42nd Street, just like the Ozzy brothers, jumping up and down, don't know a lick of Hebrew. He don't tell me you're all embarrassed about white folks who speak broken Hebrew. You see it. But they always talk about Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. Ain't no Hebrew, ain't no Jews in Israel, or ain't no ancient Israelites talking about no man named Jesus. So, that ain't happened. Yahweh first talked about Jesus, then he became Jesus. So those people are all Christians. Wasn't no shelter there. Where was I to find a place on earth or a culture that you can hide off into the corner and groom a certain amount of people to breed kids that, as the scripture says about Noah, would be perfect in their generation?
Facts. And meaning that, drop seeds. Because if the Illuminati's focus is children, attacking and indoctrinating children from the very point of existence, then it must be done the same way to reverse the motherfucking spell. If you had a whole town of niggas that was raised off of this Dr. Sebi, Dr. York, Steve Coakley, not even just them, but just healthy, real shit, you know how powerful we'll be fucking be? But all of our people are indoctrinated point blank from birth. Allah, God, Yahweh, all of this shit. What to eat. Eat McDonald's. What to drink. Drink soda. All of this shit. Because we don't know no better. We've been indoctrinated by the beast. So we got to do the same thing by raising our children and then putting the right things in their head. Because if we don't, that's what the internet is made for. It's the web. Spider-Man will catch your children and even adults and put them in the matrix. And that's order out of chaos, because there's so much chaos on the internet. So that right there was a fact. But how does the Chuck Morgan and these guys do? The same way how Elijah Muhammad and these guys do. You know, Malcolm put out the truth. Elijah and them niggas tried to cover that shit up, make Malcolm look like he crazy. And this is what Chuck Morgan and these niggas do. Try to make Dr. York look crazy. But they doing it for who? The Boule and the Masons. That's who Chuck Morgan is a puppet for. But, so he'll sit there and say, you see? Grooming. What kind of grooming? Well, as I said, the system that we live in is grooming our children every day. Everything that Dr. York said is coming, is here right now. They're grooming our children to be transsexuals. They're grooming men to be women and women to be men. Crossbreeding. You know what I'm saying? And he told y'all like shit, this ain't this. He said, don't follow me. But these are steps. And he's speaking in he's busting out the whole Masonic shit and telling y'all how to set this whole shit up. He said to get a whole group, a culture. And the culture is like shit. Once you talk that shit, you're going to come against life ones. In this day and time with all the fucked up shit going on, it's always, you're going to come across a lot of dickheads, but then you're going to come across niggas that you fuck with. And then you might end up fucking with them a lot. And then that becomes a community, especially on the internet. Like when we used to go on stereo, there was a community. Communities of different niggas. You know, and then we meet niggas on there and they become cool with them, and we do start doing shows nonstop with them. It becomes like a community. So, but that's like-minded people. But now when you online with the community, you got to make sure that shit, you got to stay aware and away from the damn hallway monitors, because you got the Moors over there, the Hebrews over there, the Christians over there, and it's like What they looking for? You know, they looking over here because everything that we talking about, they like, hold up, them niggas over there, they ain't got no religion. But they talking all this Masonic shit, Hebrew shit, Muslim shit, and they really exposing our shit. Like, hold on, nah, that shit ain't cool. So the thing is, you gotta have a look. So now if you put on a costume like, hey, I'm a Mason or I'm a Hebrew just like you, them niggas be like, oh, what them niggas over there doing? Oh, them niggas over there exposing shit. They exposing Hebrew shit, but they Hebrews though. Oh, all right, and leave them alone though. They just crazy though. You know, leave them alone though. Because they think that you one of them. You know, it's like Young Dolph. You know, like he had to come off as one of them. It's so crazy that like nowadays for you to give knowledge, you really got to be super sneaky with it. Because you can get outed. That's how you know Kendrick Lamar and J. Cole, that's a control boule narrative. Because they don't allow niggas to speak their mind like that. So you mean to tell me that they gonna kill Nipsey Hussle, but leave Kendrick Lamar, and he's the black people's savior? He's Black Jesus, right? Him. It took Kendrick Lamar and what's that other the J. Cole? It took Kendrick Lamar and J. Cole to fucking be one fucking Jesus for the black people. So you mean to tell me that they're gonna leave them niggas and take Nipsey? Nah. You get what I'm saying? So it's like there's control narratives, but when the hallway monitors see the real ones, they're like, oh nah, hold up. Prodigy a real one. Pac is a real one. You know? Like, I don't care if Pac took the oath, people say he took the oath or not, don't matter. The whole point is like, shit, whatever you give in the end, shit, you telling truth, hey, we always manipulated in this shit. But when your eyes get wide open and you see what's going on, that's the part I respect. Because if your eyes get wide open and then you still keep it wide, your mouth wide shut, then it's just like, oh, you a puppet. You know? But real talk. So it's like when you come out like Pop or even Prodigy now, them hallway monitors looking at you heavy, like, whoa. And Prodigy, you know, giving it off in a thug way was what worked. And it's kind of like how I use I let my personality be on this internet, because it's my crazy, it's my because I'm an animated person. I've always been, you know what I'm saying? My mother had me trying to act since I was young, but I'm an animated person, you know. And Sound Clash World, that's what we do. I'm a lyricist, I'm an artist, so I express myself, but I let that express on the internet because I know it can cover me, because I don't want to sound like super serious and super dry eye, because then like if I start exposing shit, they could take me serious. Well, the enemy. But see, if I'm just like nigga, I was joking. Come on, Illuminati. You niggas think I was for real? You don't hear I'm talking shit, don't hear I'm laughing. Illuminati, come on, I'm joking. Like, I'm parody. Come the fuck on. You good Jewish people? You good. I know there's no J's in your language. That's why I say you good Jewish people. You good Jewish people. You know, good God. Hey, listen. Listen. So I got a way of presenting it, because I'm gonna expose their shit, but it sounds like comedy, you know, or it's like lyrics. But so I have a way of deflecting things to where it's like, because one thing that I don't know if I said it or if you was the one that taught me it or gave me the idea, but I remember one of us was talking about it. It's either you or me, and we were saying that, like, is a difference between talking to somebody and telling them something and try to break it down, but then when they hear it in a music track, that same shit that they disagreed about you with, they like it in the music track. You get what I'm saying? So that's like a spell. So it's like my moms could hear some shit in a music track exposing some boule shit, and she'll like that shit. She probably won't even really catch it, but she'll like that shit. But if you take that same shit, take the beat off and slow it down instead of rhythm pattern and just make it just be like words, then they start to disagree with it because they start to hear it. But without all of the magical stuff around it that covers it, you get what I'm saying? So that's kind of like how I'm learning how we got to do this shit nowadays. And like I said, how he had to go about doing his shit, and I bore witness to it. And this right here, like I said, he taught. This is a lecture. This is a class. He talking to us. He talking to us and people whoever came there to question him. So this, you get what I'm saying? This ain't no hidden shit. This ain't no secret recording that he talking to niggas on the phone and like, nah, you know. So if a man telling you this, is because he's telling you how it's how to go about the plan. And without most of the world knowing about the boule, most of the masses knowing about boules and masons, they won't get and understand why Dr. York had to move so secretly. They be like, yo, he say he from Planet Risk. He say he from here. And like, who gives a fuck? Like, if the nigga's supposed to come out and tell you what the fuck his name is, his address, where he's from, now let me expose the Jews and everything going on with these Masons and Boulets and Elks and Rosicrucians. Like, no, ain't none of that shit important. The message is important. And he's giving a message from their standpoint of view because those are from their books. Man from Planet Risk ain't no different from what William Morgan went through. But how are we going to deliver the message? Well, shit, we see exactly how Hollywood creates movies and subliminally puts in their agenda and messages. We see how they create their books and subliminally put in their Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings, J.R. Tolkien messages, and H.P. Lovecraft subliminal satanic messages. And you know, so we have to do the same thing and flip the script. Same fucking way. Because, like I said, the masses don't know about Masons and Boule and all of that shit. Once they know about how that shit really go, then they start to understand, like, damn, you really got to move in secrecy. Like, regular humans got to move in secrecy. Why? Because of secret societies. That's fucking crazy. That's crazy. Regular humans, in order to protect themselves when they know too much, they got to move in secrecy because the secret societies be watching them. You would think that a secret society is so secret that they keep to themselves that they ain't paying you no fucking mind. But they watching us. They the watchers. That's what that eye is. They watching me because we watching them. And you get what I'm saying? They always gotta watch us because they know one of us is gonna wake up and open up an eye and start watching them like, holy shit, eyewitness news, not Jehovah's Witness. God damn, I witnessed this shit. This is some you good Jewish fucking people shit. But like I'm saying, that's how deep this was. And that's how deep Malcolm X had to go, because Malcolm X told y'all niggas he went to a fucking meeting with Elijah Muhammad and the K. OKKK, that's 3 Ks, you know, like 666. If you throw it up, OKKK. He went to the meeting and met up with KKKK, the Ku Klux Klan, with Elijah Muhammad. Where they do this at? Oh, because that's the secret relationships between blacks and Jews. Who started the KKK Ku Klux Klan? A Jewish philanthropist, Odd Fellowship motherfucker named, damn, what the fuck is this nigga name again? Albert motherfucking Pike. Yes, that's the nigga, the Scottish Rites Freemason in America. Started the KKK. There you go. Grand Dragon, all of that. Odd Fellowship. So that guy. So it makes sense that Nation of Islam would have to meet up with the KKK because shit. Shit, Elijah Muhammad. Yeah. And see, at this point, we can't even say that Elijah Muhammad was dumb anymore. Maybe in the beginning, that nigga was dumb and started following Allah and started, becoming, that. But by the time he reached a certain age and he's talking about the white man is the devil, and Farad Muhammad is white. So a white man, which is the devil, came and taught you and told you that you are God and that he is the devil. So you're saying that the devil taught God. See, this is what Dr. York taught us. This is how you expose and chop down a Nation of Islam. Like that. You get what I'm saying? That's how you chop these niggas up with that nonsense. So your white God is the devil taught God. But anyway, besides all of that, though, but also when Elijah Muhammad is old enough and he's saying that the white man is the devil and the black man is God, why would he want to meet up with KKK and have a meeting with them? See, at that time, he's old enough and he's been saying the white man is the devil for long enough that it's just like, okay, yeah. He filled in his agent shoes and he became a fucking absolute agent. Because it would have been, like Khalid Muhammad, he grew up, he believed in Islam and all of that. But then when he's like, hold up. Then he woke the fuck up. He got kicked out of Nation of Islam for exposing the secret relationships between blacks and Jews. And the Jews had the power to tell Farrakhan, kick that nigger out. And that's when that nigga realized, like, holy shit, he had a Malcolm X awakening. Damn. These niggas ain't nothing but scumbags. That's how that shit go. So if Khalid Muhammad knew ahead of time, because at that time Khalid Muhammad was debating Dr. York. And Khalid Muhammad was only debating Dr. York because Dr. York was tearing a whole new asshole in Farrakhan and Elijah Muhammad. And Khalid Muhammad is a great talker. But after he got kicked out, man, him and Dr. York became friends. So I see what you was talking about, brother. The only thing is that shit, like, damn, that's crazy. That's what he said. And then you got pictures with the new Black Panther Party, Khalid Muhammad and the Ansar Allah community holding hands and like linked up, and the Wapians linked up. Like, yeah, cease all that energy. But at the same time, hallway monitors. Like I said, if Khalid Muhammad knew everything that Dr. York was talking about at that point, at that time, about, these boulets and just different things like Steve Coakley at that time. See, matter of fact, if Khalid Muhammad had linked up with Steve Coakley at that time, he would have known. But he didn't link up with Steve Coakley until after he left Nation of Islam, basically, So, but if he knew about boulets and hallway monitors like that, he wouldn't have did it at Howard University or King College. He wouldn't have gave that speech because he would have known that he was on boule grounds. And he wouldn't have done that shit at any university anyway, because he would have realized, like, damn, no matter what university it is, it's house niggas on every lawn. He would have realized that shit, and he would have just said, you know what? I'm going to save this, what I got to say for a Steve Coakley lecture or when I'm talking to my peoples. But, you know what I'm saying? But he found out then. And the same thing, if Malcolm X had known that all of that shit, but see, Malcolm X found out at the right time. And I'm not going to say if Malcolm X knew, because Malcolm X already knew not to trust the media. And at this point, I honestly feel that Malcolm X already knew that he was either going to die or go to jail. But the truth must be heard by any means necessary. So he spoke about Nation of Islam. He spoke about Elijah Muhammad with these females and the shit that they was doing, and how they're allowed to get away with that shit because of the fact of a belief system, which the United Nations chose to sit there and recognize as a true religion. So we'll allow you, Nation of Islams, to be a religion in America. Because if the United Nations doesn't co-sign it, then they consider you as a cult. So United Nations co-signed that. They was okay with extremist, so-called extremist Nation of Islam. That's crazy. That is crazy. But they call the Nuwapians a cult. Wow. Wow. Listen, you can call the people that's in Nuwapian, you can call a lot of them cults, but Nuwapians are not cults. But a lot of them, yeah, you can say a lot of them are. But listen, you can't control what idiots fucking do. Because a man put out books with some knowledge. Listen, you got people to listen to music albums, and then they end up dressing like that shit. They end up wanting to look like Cardi B and Jay-Z for the rest of their fucking life. Even want to make music and sound like it and walk and talk like these motherfuckers. So you really can't control idiots from wanting to carbon copy and become a clone of that nigga who the fuck they want to fucking be. You know what I'm saying? You can't stop a real nigga from giving some real shit and a fake nigga from giving some fake shit, and a clone from wanting to try to copy everything. You get what I'm saying? But 144,000, that's about correct, because that means like 9 mind. He ain't talking about 144,000 people. That's a code of 9 mind. You know what I'm saying? And when he was telling us about the 9 ether and the divine 9, Dr. York wrote a book called Get From Behind the 9 Ball, because he was trying to expose, not even trying, he exposed the boule. Get from behind the 9 ball, the divine 9. What is the 9 ball? The sun. Fire worship, Lucifer, Luciferian. When you in the lodge, you following the sun, the same thing, walking your way all around the lodge. You know, to make your way to the sun or back to the sun. Luciferian shit. Sun worship. You know, they ain't worshiping the sun like on some vitamin D shit, like how we Africans be like, yeah, we need that vitamin D. They worshiping on that shit on some Luciferian shit, blinding motherfuckers. Welcome to hell. And another goddamn thing we got to think about. What did Dr. Michio Kaku, because I heard stories about this way before Dr. Michio Kaku, but what did Dr. Michio Kaku mean when he said that the sun is very well alive and very well a planet? And we haven't even seen the inside, because at the center, that's the sun. And what we see is this big ball of energy. So like, I don't know. It's just a thought here. But like I said, with that Nation of Islam and all of that, these hallway monitors is every fucking where. And see, from a Dr. York, this is how I learned never to show my fucking face on this shit. Because I'm like, damn, this man played it. He did it so good. Because he made sure he had a different name. But the names that he had was still the same name. Malachi, Melchizedek, Marduk, Tahuti, Naya. It's all the same. Atum Ray. You know what I'm saying? But in each book, but then in the Islamic world, it's different. But at the same time, same thing I do with all my names. Cheddar, Shiva, Da Vinci, Killer, Shiva, Top Op, Una Wap, Crooked Eye. I got so many names. Daytona 9696 Diesel. I got so many names. Because it's going to be hard for you to find me. Like, listen, I'm not here to be famous. I'm here to put out the message. And a nigga that was trying, and if this nigga was trying to capitalize off of some money, wouldn't have changed the name. Wouldn't have been changed. You know what I'm saying? And if a nigga was trying to capitalize off of some money, he wouldn't be exposing shit. A nigga that's trying to scam people is just going to make another fucking religion. He's not, you know what I'm saying? They are not going to expose secret societies and boulets and masons shit that will get their ass killed or put in jail for exposing that shit. Niggas is too smart for that shit. But he was exposing shit because shit, it's the rapture coming. And we in the rapture. We in the rapture. This is what they had planned for us. The rapture. So let me see what else he.
That was not.
And then we're going to get to the Steve Coakley video.
Would be perfect in their generation. That would not be touched by the what? By Muhammad. Where could you do that at?
You see, and just like I said, he said that would not be touched by the what? The harlot. Talking about this beast, this system. The Charlotte's Web witchcraft system, the matrix that we are all this mind fuck shit. So, all of us that are parents that have kids that we know that we generally try to make them watch good things instead of having them trapped in all this crazy shit on the internet, we doing exactly what Dr. York was talking about. You know what I'm saying? Raising our children in a good environment to where that this way they can't be touched by the harlot. Now, if you got your household good and you and your wife, your mate, and all y'all on the same level, same accord, same mindset, you got a perfect environment that you raising in. But if you watching healthy shit and they watching negative shit and they watching fucked up shit, can none of y'all even relate? Y'all relations are gonna be arguments because you in the good shit and they in the bad shit. How y'all gonna relate? Y'all gonna relate on arguing, bumping heads all the time. You know what I'm saying? Because they gonna be in that shit. And when you trying to give them that good shit, they so trapped in it that they gonna defend it. And they're gonna have to leave that shit alone for a few weeks or a month or so to get out that shit to be able to see what you saying is some real shit. Like, damn, I should leave that shit alone. You know, so it's hella deep to how indoctrinated they have our people. That, like I said, that people don't, and this is how they're able to frame niggas and say whatever about niggas because people trust. They don't even know about these fraternities. They don't. They trust the CIA. That's for one. If the CIA tells you something, you believe it. If the Secret Service tells you something, you believe it. And if a secret society tells you, hey, we don't hide anything, you believe it. Secret, secret, secret. What's the word secret? Secret. Can't tell you. So, listen. So the CIA, all their members are in secret societies sworn to secrecy. And the CIA is like the highest of secrecy that you can get. Second, it's the second highest secrecy you can get on this planet. The first highest is Scotland Yard. You know what I'm saying? That MI is Scotland Yard. That right there, intelligence is the highest. So you can't trust nothing to do with them niggas. These niggas do MK Ultra experiments and all of these shits. And it's okay. They put LSD and speed in the neighborhoods of LA and New York. Put them in the clubs. So let me just see how this goes. We just, ran tests. And even with prostitutes and pimps, and then, sometimes the prostitutes would bring some of their people back from the club, and we're behind a black mirror wall just watching everything. Crazy shit. Certain people get fucked up in it, but listen. They're so secrecy that they get away with doing fucked up shit. And they have that much power to get they get away with doing fucked up shit. Do whatever the fuck they want to do. So they can tell us whatever the fuck they want to tell us. And idiots believe it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that we gotta snap out of it and force these fuckers to tell us what the fuck going on, because they ain't. The whole point is we just need to stop believing they bullshit and just start doing our own research. Because I don't expect the evil motherfucker or a lying motherfucker to tell me the truth. And I ain't gonna force you to tell me the truth because it's your duty. You made an oath to keep it a secret. Okay. When your people get fed up, some of them niggas will expose it. And I'll be here to catch it. Catcher's mitt, baseball, on a diamond, home run, out the park with that motherfucking shit. You know? That's how we do. But so it's a whole thing that like our people have really been fucked up about. Like for real, for real. So, like I said, Malcolm X went through a lot. You know, and each one teach one just through the experience of studying their life and their trials and tribulations. So let's keep going. Let's see.
So I looked and I said, the only religion that has so many dumb restrictions on it, so many unresearched facts, not made to look like facts because nobody's researching them, is Islam. But you have to grab a specific, you have to be particular about how you use it. So I said, how do I create a cult that would isolate itself from everybody? The Sunnis would leave us alone, the Nation of Islam would leave us alone, the Christians would leave us alone, and the Israelites and Hebrews would leave us alone. I said, well, the first thing is the symbol.
See? So mission is, how can we create a cult? Assume a cult position. So that this way, the Sunnis will leave us alone, the Hebrews they'll leave us the fuck alone. Because they're going to think that, oh, we just like them. We just got a little bit of different beliefs. It's like going into the hip-hop industry and you're a knowledgeable nigga, but you have to assume the look of a gangbanger. Because if you got on your unks and all of this real shit on your shit, they're going to be like, hold up, that's a smart nigga right there. Hold up. We're going to have to get that nigga the Michelle LeMay contract. We're going to have to turn his ass out real fast. They going to come for your ass fast. But if you assume the position looking like a hood nigga, be like, okay, yeah, just put him over there with DJ Khaled and niggas. You put him over there. And then there, a nigga made it to like, yeah, they put me in the top positions with all these top niggas, around all these niggas. I'm gonna get on the track. I'm gonna be dropping some Kanye shit. Fuck these Jews. We the new slaves. Black skinhead bootleg. What the fuck did he just say? Nah, I was high when I was saying that shit. My bad. You know I'm Illuminati over here. You know, like, yo, it's just smoke weed and drink liquor all day. Fuck these hoes. You know, whatever I was talking. I'm sorry. I was high when I said that smart shit. You know I'm a nigga. You gotta assume that shit. Cause yo, when I was living down south, I had to assume that shit after a while because I was out there like a smart nigga. And after a while, I had to just assume the position of a fucking Christian. Because everybody started being like a hallway monitor and really making my life fucking miserable. Like when I say the filthy shit they used to do, like niggas would piss in front of my motherfucking window on some drunk shit. And I come outside, what the fuck you doing? I go piss right in front of their fucking car then. Fuck y'all. But they was doing that shit because, oh, now you on that African, that Nubian, that weird shit. Like, we believe in Jesus round here. You on that Illuminati weird shit. Like, no, y'all niggas on that Illuminati shit. You stuck up in the motherfucking church. Jesus. Y'all on the Illuminati shit. Illuminated, blinded with light. Y'all Luciferians. Y'all don't even fucking know it. Oh, your pastor is it. You getting blinded by the light. Oh, your uncle, your daddy, the pastor, he getting that money. He ain't trickling it down to you because he blinding you with light too. He ain't passing no hoes to you. Oh, he even fucking your hoe too? Damn, that's how the family game go? Hold up. You mean to tell me your granddaddy is your daddy? What the fuck? Hold on. Your granddaddy is your daddy. Explain that shit to me. Well, my granddaddy had a baby. I mean, Did he have a baby with a woman or a man? Or AI? Or a bestiality move? Well, my granddaddy had a baby with a woman, and my granddaddy fucked his damn daughter. And yeah, there you go. And I'm here. Yeah, you know, we live out here, we black, you know. But yeah, my brother's my cousin, and my granddaddy is my daddy. And I believe my granddaddy is also my great granddaddy also. I ain't figured that one out though, but it must be through my grandmother's side. I have no fucking idea, but we good out here down south. We believe in Jesus. Go to church every day. You know, sweet blood of Jesus. You know, I drink some of that goat blood. I call it wine though. Oh, hold the fuck up. Y'all niggas got my head fucked up. Y'all lucky I ain't playing that. Hold on. Y'all lucky I ain't playing this video. Y'all lucky I am not playing this video. Hold on. Did you drink out of a skull? Did I drink out of a skull? Did I drink what out of a skull? And what did the guy say? The guy said, he did. He did. You asked me and I told you. Like, I got to play that video of that guy. Listen. The shit that these niggas do that we can't believe because we don't have morals like that. We wouldn't do shit like that. But the shit that these niggas do, yeah, I had to assume the position when I was living down south. Pause. I had to assume that, like, they'd be like, you believe in Jesus, Cesaro? Yes, I do. I thought you said before. Listen, no, I do. I was saying something else before, but I believe in Jesus. Leave me the fuck alone. Stay the fuck, because I'm telling you, them motherfuckers make your life miserable. You want to be blasting music 5 o'clock in the morning in front of your crib when they crib is like 5 doors down. What the fuck? Goodness, I don't live over there no more. I said, but the whole point is like, I could have went to jail, but I'm like, nah, they trying to push my buttons to make me fucking angry enough to smack and clap one of them niggas so I can go my dumb ass to jail. Either or. But I'm like, nah, I'm not gonna. Nah, I got kids, I got family. Fuck these niggas, man. And it wasn't even. It's the whole fucking town. That's what I'm saying. It ain't niggas. It's the whole town. You know what I'm saying? Everybody want to act away in that town because they are the real cult. So I had to assume cult position in order to live in that town. You know, how you doing, Mr. Baker? Good day today, you know. Shit, gotta pray to Jesus, you know. If I wake up today, you know, good Lord Jesus gave me breath and thank you, Jesus. I like, yeah, that's right. You know, thank Jesus, Mr. Baker. Thank Jesus. And I used to call that nigga Jesus, because that's his main thing was Jesus. Old ass man. But this nigga was fucking this chick named Shonda. Young ass. Well, she wasn't young. She in her 20s at that time. But this nigga was like 70, 80. She like 25. I'm like, yo. I mean, listen. I ain't saying he need to be in trouble. But I'm just saying, it's a whole different something out here. I could listen. I'm 80 years old. I'd rather beat my meat than fuck with a 25-year-old chick. I'm sorry. Because you young enough to be my you young enough to be my grand or great granddaughter. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know a lot of old 80-year-old niggas is like, nigga, you tripping. You ain't 80 yet, nigga. Trust me, you gonna want some pussy. So you ain't gonna want none of this wrinkled pussy that just hanging down. Like, listen, you seen saggy titties? Have you ever seen saggy clit? Listen, when you see old pussy, you can't tell what the fuck is the clit. Everything hanging and sagging. You like, ooh, is that the clit? Let me play with your clit. No, that's my skin, baby. That ain't the clit. You gotta lift up, move it over. My clit is actually over here. Oh shit. Okay. You don't want to be 80, motherfucker. You gonna want some of that 25-year-old pussy when you're 80. No, I'm not. Listen. Why? Because I'm gonna be reading so much books and watching so much educational entertainment shit at that time, and just enjoying watching my kids as grown adults, that I'm not gonna be thinking about shit like that anyway. But I wish I could play that fucking video about the matter of fact. Hold on, we're gonna have to play that shit. Do I got it on this channel? Damn, no, I don't. It's on my other channel. Hold on. Sorry. We're gonna have to do it. We're going to the other channel. Hold on. I gotta play it. Did I upload it? Yeah, I uploaded it. Hold on. Here we go. Because this is funny. Okay. Hold on. Because I put it together,
Did I accept a goat? I rode the goat. But anyway, with that being said, you going to, yeah. You married now. You in it.
Did I accept a goat? I rode the goat. But anyway, with that being said, you going to, yeah. You married now. You in it.
This is Jay-Z. Inside his Masonic Lodge.
We rode the goat. UK Marv, yeah, I likes that. Did you drink out of the skull? Yeah, I did. I did. You asked the question, I gave you answers. Yes, I did. I did. You asked the question, I answered it.
This is Jay-Z. Inside his Masonic Lodge.
Yeah. So in saying that, yo, this nigga said, yeah. Let me run that back again. Yo. I gotta bring back LOL, LM. Yeah, I gotta bring back LOL hours.
Did I accept a goat? I rode the goat. But anyway, with that being said, you going to, yeah. You married now. You in it.
Did I accept a goat? I rode the goat. But anyway, with that being said, you going to, yeah. You married now. You in it.
This is Jay-Z. Inside his Masonic Lodge.
We rode the goat. UK Marv, yeah, I likes that. Did you drink out of the skull? Yeah, I did. I did. You asked the question, I gave you answers. Yes, I did. I did. You asked the question, I answered it.
This is Jay-Z. Inside his Masonic Lodge.
Did I accept a goat? I rode the goat. But anyway, with that being said, you going to, yeah. You married now. You in it.
Inside his Masonic Lodge.
So, I guess Jay-Z made it up to the final level, because the second level was the Cohen hand symbol, and the final level was the Aleister Crowley one, and the first level was the Delta one that he was throwing up. And Gail, whatever her name is, Gail King, was a Delta, asked him, so where did you have the idea to come up with that sign? As he had his interview at the Brooklyn Museum down the block from Ebbets Field. You know, it was the book of Jay-Z or the book of Hov when they did it to Brooklyn Museum, man. But yeah, so but that's what this guy, Jigga Man. You get what I'm saying? So that guy already told you. He rode the GOAT. Just when you thought that the nigga was about to like, I mean, y'all gotta watch the whole shit though, because he was talking some shit in there. But it seemed like he was about to be like, what do you mean, rode the GOAT? What kind of conspiracy shit is this? But no, he can't deny it because that's his Masonic channel. You go watch the whole video. I did a whole thing when I went into his page and all of that. But that's his channel. He's a master Mason, and he had his fellow brethren that were, you know, asking him questions, and different fellow Masons that was asking him questions. So he cannot deny, you know, did you ride the GOAT? Did I accept the GOAT? I rode the GOAT. Like the niggas started laughing like you thought he was just gonna try to brush it off. He like, what the hell y'all talking about? No, yeah, I rode the GOAT. And with that being said, like, you know, it's just to move past it real quick. Because he can't deny it. Did you drink from a skull? And the look on his face like, I did. You asked me, and I told you, you asked me a question, and I answered it. Like, because he knows that he can't deny that deep, you know, slain, sacrificial skull that you have to drink out of, that you sacrificed. And you have to drink that human blood, which they call wine, but it's the blood of the slain victim that's poured in a bottle. How tasty for them, not me. Yeah. So, and it's not like he sat there and said, yes, he drank. It's not like he sat there and was like, yeah, I drank from a skull, but you know, it was a fake skull. It wasn't a real skull. You know, we fake. No. Because they can't, yeah, they can't deny what they do. And at the same time, they can't tell you what they do. You get that? Whose skull was it? How did you get the skull? What did you drink? Was it wine or blood? And whose blood? And if it was blood of the whose blood, then who bloodied the victim? See, things like that, they wouldn't, he can't, he ain't gonna go that far deep into explaining that to you. But he cannot deny that he, and if y'all watch that video with that white guy showing the shits and the bolts, the head and drinking out of a skull of, And in that same video, he showed you his 33rd degree ring, and he went all the way in and on Lord of the Rings. But let's break it down some more. Let's see how these hallway monitors move, and let's see how it had to be set up. Because these hallway monitors is, yeah, you gotta move smooth. Let's go.
Should be different. So you make a 6-point star, pressing and on. That'll do it. Call them the Nubian. A cult is Islam. But
Now I'm gonna bring it back a little bit, just so it can make sense now when it's all together.
you have to grab a specific. You have to be particular about how you use it. So I said, how do I create? Where could you do that at? So I looked and I said, the only religion that has so many dumb restrictions on it, so many unresearched facts, Number made to look like fact because nobody's researching them is Islam. But you have to grab a specific. You have to be particular about how you use it. So I said, how do I create a cult that would isolate itself from everybody? The Sunnis will leave us alone. The Nation of Islam will leave us alone. The Christians will leave us alone. And the Israelites and Hebrews will leave us alone. I said, well, the first thing is the symbol should be different. So you make a 6-pointed star and a crescent and on. That'll do it. Call them the Nubian Islamic Hebrews. That'll do it. Now they teach the word in Nubian. How to get the word Nubian born in America. Now they gave birth to the word Nubian in America. Now there's a million groups, singing groups, and companies using it. How to get this known, to get their attention on this, to get them off this and this. So we moved on.
He said he had to get this information out and get it out there and get it to be known. But move the attention off of this and keep the tension on this. So as he's putting out this information that's exposing them, all these other hallway monitors is looking, and they're not paying attention to the books. They're paying attention to his outfits and his crew. So therefore, they just like these weird ass Muslim ass niggas. Nubian Islamic Hebrew. Anyway. But they ain't gonna check out the book. Good. This means that this information can get out. It's like me putting out a YouTube video exposing Jay-Z or the Rothschilds or whatever it is. And I need mad people to see this. But if the hallway monitors or Leo Cohen spots it on YouTube, like, oh, hold up, this video has to get flagged and taken down. That means nobody sees it. But see, if I dress it up the right way, you know what I'm saying? I tell you, I got to switch up the words when I title certain shit a certain way so the algorithm don't pick it up to shut it down. So the new hallway monitors is the algorithm, including real life hallway monitors. So now we got double the effect of agents now. But back then, that's how you had to go about it. Moving like that. Because in the mosque, in the synagogue, them Hebrews, them Christian churches, the niggas that run them shits is in the lodges. Yeah. So it's really not, that's why we say the hallway monitors. Those are the hallway monitors. You know? And yeah. And them hallway monitors going to notice you. Especially if they people start fucking with you, coming your side and reading some of your books, hallway monitor be like, well, what's that? Oh, it's a book of questions. It told me to question my pastor about, is God real? What the fuck? What kind of nonsense is? Give me that fucking book. Fuck is this? Who fucking name is this shit? Hamanubi Rakatar? Well, what the fuck is this shit? Who this? Where you get this from? Nigga over there? Hold on. Nigga over there. Come here. This you? Hamanubi Rakatar? Oh, nah. I said Ali Mamisa. Oh. Fuck you get this book from? Giving this shit to my people. Oh, I came across it. I didn't know what it was. I just passed it on. Okay. Shit. Well, look, I'm going to make sure I warn my people too about this book. Because I didn't read it. I just passed it on. All right, shit. We'll make sure you keep what you, a Muslim, Hebrew? Oh, I see you got Muslim on. Okay. Yeah, so we're going to look out here and make sure that don't nobody know about this book here. And shit, like, we're going to throw this book away. Yeah, we got to look out for each other. Because we hallway monitors, right? Yeah, that's right. So the hallway monitor walks the fuck away. And Dr. York like, yeah. The sky's on point. So now he got to go another way. But see how that worked? Hallway monitor didn't even notice him. because it's got so many names. When they be like, is you Jedi or is you Shiva? Nah, I don't know who that is. It was actually 3 of us. It was me, my boy Unmanned Beast. And you know what I'm saying? I could do it like that. But what would be the purpose of doing it like that? Because we're not trying to play mind games with human beings. It's the fact that we're talking about hallway monitors, CIA officers, CIA projects put in place as hallway monitors. Because they're put there to make sure that they keep these mosques and these churches filled up of fucking people and keeping them asleep. But at the same time, when a hallway monitor sees a woke nigga looking like a Malcolm X, he's got to fucking go and tell the CIA. He's got to tell the Congress. He got to tell the Black Caucus, Black Congressional. He's got to tell the Jews. He's got to tell the UN. He's got to tell them. You get him? That's how that shit go. So, with him knowing all of that, and how could and it's like, I'm gonna just let it keep building. Yeah, because especially in this time. Let's go.
Out to Coney Island. I thought that was far enough away in Brooklyn, in an isolated area with me. Now they teach the word Nubian. How to get the word Nubian born in America. Now they gave birth to the word Nubian in America. Now there's a million groups, singing groups, and companies using it. How to get this known, to get their attention on this, to get them off this and this. So we moved on out to Coney Island. I thought that was far enough away in Brooklyn, in an isolated area where nobody would know where we was at. And we gathered there. And the people who had met on the way, the adults who had met on the way, in my research to find out where to do this here, where to set the enclosed garden, following it. They said I had Salahuddin, who was half Ansar, half modern scientist, half Rosicrucian, half Ashtar, and anything else he can get his hands on the message solar. He followed. Long came another guy, a little cuckoo, named Sadiq. He was a reject from the military. Once in Dar es Salaam, on 52 Hertford Street, threw him out because of his laziness and shiftiness. He came trotting on amongst us. Next thing I know is this guy's following me. Now I can go on and give you a whole bunch of them. I have a whole band. I started saying by looking at them, this group are faithful but not true.
He got a whole bunch of niggas following him. He's like, he ain't want following him. Like I said, you can't control people. But
they won't last. They'll serve the purpose, but they won't last. Now we have to breed out of these people, these children, prepare for the rapture. I knew I had 30 years. You with me? From the year 1970, which was bringing to the year 2000, to get this job done. That means the children would be around 19 to 21. You follow that? By now, by the year 2000, if the process took place. Moved out to Coney Island, had these people, said I can't support all these people, just teaching them. We had jewelry, we had little trinkets we were peddling on the streets. We kept having run-ins with the Nation of Islam who couldn't withstand our teachings. 5 senators who couldn't take us. Sunni Muslims who couldn't deal with us. Israelites who couldn't deal with us. Next you know, we became the hated group, which was appropriate for what I wanted. Why? Because then the people would stay away from us and call us crazy. We had big bones in our ear. We wore long black robes with a big green 6-pointed star crescent and punk in the front of our chest, and black turbans or long or high black convolutions, which combined everybody's little culture. We had African gatherings, the sisters wore African garb, they did not wear veils. We played drums. to keep everybody happy, because you had to have chicken and stuff, and music to keep black folk happy. You know, we gathered and then they'd ask questions, not answer questions. We start to build. And this thing grew. Nubian Islamic Hebrew. It was called Pure Sufi at first. Then we just called Ansar. Then we became Ansar Allah. They got it backwards. Alright? So by now, the population had outgrown Coney Island. People out there with the Nation of Islam was intimidated by us. During that period of time, the government had set up all these model city programs, and Ford Foundation was funding people to drop out of school and sit in storefronts in different environments and pretend they're educating black kids. Meanwhile, they just got a lot of black people during the early 70s to quit their jobs and get in these model city programs coming up. And that they had a cesspool of debates for crazy 5% Nation of Islam. And every time we be on our way to try to go make some money to feed this kids, we bump into them and they waste our time trying to debate. So we bump into the Euro. Everybody wanted to debate with us. And I had to step out front, clean that plow real quick, and step back in before I get too noticed. So I backed each one of them up by putting forth a question to them that their leader would know I'm not to be trifled with. And I bumped into Minister Farrakhan way back then. He was downtown Brooklyn teaching in college, in a lecture.
So, like he said, it's now all these Nation of Islamists and 5% is coming around and this and that, like la 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 la, bombarding him all the damn time. Because they noticing him. And now they leaders is sending their little Muppets to, you know, to spy on him or get on his nerves. So he automatically does, this is where I learned how to do haymakers. You don't debate with these niggas. You say, you give a statement that they leader gonna know to be like, oh shit, let me leave him the fuck alone. But at the same time, yeah. So he's so I mean he gonna say it himself. But yeah. Send him back with something else, like bang, yeah. Meaning like, nah, I ain't no. So don't be sending your niggas here to debate me. Cause I might wake one of them niggas up. Sending them niggas back to you with a question for you. Here we go.
And I was an audience, and I know by putting forth a question to them, we be on our way to try to go make some money to feed this kids, we bump into them and they waste our time trying to debate. So we bump into the Euro. Everybody wanted to debate with us. And I had to step out front, clean that plow real quick, and step back in before I get too noticed. So I backed each one of them up by putting forth a question to them that their leader would know I'm not to be trifled with. And I bumped into Minister Farrakhan way back then. He was downtown Brooklyn teaching in college, giving a lecture, and I was an audience, and I said, well, if alive a man who came to person and he is arm, leg, head, or ALLAH, and all that, is a physical being only. There ain't no spookism, no spiritualism, no divine mind, none of that stuff. Then what did I say? What was he standing on when he created the planet Earth? That question made them leave. All right, leave him alone. When I dealt with the 5%, I said, well, if Clarence 13X is Allah and was once in the Nation of Islam, then the Nation of Islam boasts that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad is the prophet, correct? Then your Allah was a follower of a prophet, and that's backwards. Shouldn't it be the prophet is the follower of Allah? How did Clarence 13X become Allah from following a mere messenger, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad? So they say, oh, leave him alone. How about the Israelites? I said, well, in the scripture, Kings, he said he's going to wipe the tribe of Israel out of his sight. I would say, what is out of the sight of God? Or Elohim, or Adonai, for Allah or Yahweh. What is outside of Allah? I mean, he sees all things. He's the seer. What? Leave him alone. I went to Morris Science Temple and I said, excuse me, this is the Aquarian Gospel of Jesus, written by a man named Levi. Could you open your Quran and start reading it? Says, now there's a strange coincidence that this exact same verses in here that's in your Quran, and it was written before it. According to the publishing. Now you can say, well, they copied that. You guys ain't even one, but it didn't help him, so he shouldn't have. What? Leave him alone. I went to the Yoruba temple. Baba Surgeon at the time, North Carolina community. It was on Manhattan Hollow, banging on drums and stuff. German situation. And they talked about a rock called Shango with shells and with eyes, you know. I had to eliminate all this stuff with my people so I can get them to go to the next level. I took off my ring, which was a 6-pointed star crescent and Ankh at the time, and put it down and said, tell your God to move that. If he's all powerful, he comes with lightning and thunder and makes noise and he can hurt you. Well, hurt this ring. If he move the ring, I'll submit. I'm joining you right now. Go ahead. They say, well, our God don't do stuff like that. They say, well, don't do stuff like that. Move rings or throw spears at people. Which is, well, them throw a spear at him, and he ain't got to move. That was the end of the argument. Right? The scene was set. As I was going through these different stages, I changed my name about every 2 years to keep the attention off of me. I said, oh, I'm Imam Isa. Well, I'm Dr. Imam Isa. Oh, I'm Isa Abdullah Muhammad. I'm Isa Abdullah Mubarak. Whatever you want me to be, just leave us alone. So I set the stage. None of the teachers wanted to come out against me. So this guy asks those kind of questions, you know, that get up under your skin. Like right now, I asked the question, what was Master Farad's blood type? That's my way of saying, I got more questions if y'all don't leave me alone. I got some more stuff that if I keep throwing out there, your congregation can go off to where he got arrested and they can, the information of Acts bill, get access to his arrest files and you turn it and then look on there and see what kind of blood type Master Farad Muhammad had and investigate that blood type and tell what race he comes from. And we end that Arab stuff, we end that Persian, we end that Syrian stuff. We find out exactly that guy who got arrested that you lost is from Oregon. Just leave it alone so I can keep going, but I'm leaving you alone. The last thing I did is superimpose the faces for you to say, stop playing with me because I'm not the joke. I'm not the joking one. I'm not the fake one. I'm not the dumb leaders of the 5%ers out there just out there for the fun. I'm not, this job I'm trying to pull is the job. This is the real thing. This is all that and a bag of potato chips. With tax. This is real. You niggas out there plastic. You out there setting up stages and propping yourself and looking like a star, but it's plastic. It ain't real. Because you ain't teaching nothing. You ain't preparing people for the rapture. When that shit comes, there ain't no joke. So I had to go off and find the dumbest environment to merge myself into with this congregation that I would have a shield against it. And Islam was perfect for it. Because it had a following that would run around cube-shaped buildings, make 7 circles, kiss a black stone, wave at another black stone, going over to a well, drink a glass of water from a well that Hagar and Ishmael was supposed to be in, leave there and run to a space where Hagar ran back and forth, come on off the side, spend the night on a mountaintop in tents, collect a certain amount of pebbles, go over to a space and little round circle, a little rock mountain, and throw stones at it and call it the devil, and then move off from there and grab a goat and cut his throat. You understand? Cut his throat and call it a sacrifice, and then cut a lock of your hair, each person who's in Mecca, while you wear 2 sheets around you. You understand that? And then launch you back on home. Now, if that ain't voodooism, or some form of witchcraft, or some type of paganistic ritual or practice, I don't know what it is. But these people walked around as if they were right. And to this very day, these fools, some Sunni Muslims, just the other day, as you heard, tried to kidnap the ex-president of the United States, Nixon. A Negro Sunni Muslim. Also some Negro, we ain't got nothing to do with them Egyptian Arabs, Turkish, will call themselves Egyptians over there, call themselves Muslims, were marching alongside this blind demonic sheikh on his way, while they're American citizens born there, got their families there, and this fool trying to blow up America where their families are at.
I think he talking about Jeff Fort. As the Negro that was trying, yeah, because there were stories about Jeff Fort being the first black terrorist, and yeah, El Rucan Nation, Black Peace Stones, where that's where the Bloods come from. Yeah, El Rucan, the El Rucan Moors, Black Peace Stone, Black Stone Rangers. Yeah, Peace Stone, yeah. And that West Coast was Piru, from a block called Piru. And then you got Damu, which, you know, that's the Boule. That's what a lot of them Bloods be like, Damu. And that's what Suge used to always say, Damu. But yeah. He went in on these motherfuckers that day. 17 minutes, that's all it took of that video. There's more. He went in, but that 17, that shows his mission, as he explained. And the tactic that he had to use. Now, if he was creating a cult to indoctrinate people, or was he trying to create a cult-like image to assimilate himself in this culture and be able to give the truth and not be noticed? You see? That's the difference. And his team knew the same thing. So there would be nobody that's being indoctrinated. We already know the mission. This is why Steve Coakley has said, Public Enemy. Them niggas jump ship. Let me see if I can find that shit right now. Let me let this finish playing. In fact, let me let this finish playing while I look for that.
And they see that as justified. He ain't born, he ain't good, he's over there in Egypt. They threw his butt out of Egypt. You know what I'm saying? He's like the Pope. The Pope travels around inside a big old glass tube now, waving his hand through a glass tube, and then declaring God is with him, for he is an intercessor of God on earth. But with this God, there is no protection from the stray bullet. When I see him driving by and waving his hand, I say, you are scared. That's your problem. You won't come out and stand in front of people because you are scared. Oh yeah, this crazy people, all those crazy people that will shoot you. Well, if you believe in this spook God that has power in contact with you, that he can save you, then the bullet would go anywhere but at you. But if some Turkish man, another stupid Muslim, was true, stepped up and tried to shoot the Pope, that was just a couple of years ago, not tried to shoot the Pope, he did shoot the Pope. So one thing about the Muslims, they're stupid killingness, sickness, and something about the Pope. You understand? You see Farrakhan marching on 1,000 bodyguards all posting around him. Where's your protection, man? Don't tell me Allah's up there protecting you and you walk around with 50,000 bodyguards marching all over the place. These are people who say they have faith in some power in the universe that is the protector, or as Hafizullah, El-Hafizu, the guardian. He guards you, he protects you. So I found a very safe haven in the religion of Islam because it was so, the people are so stupid there. They don't even see what they're doing. I said, well, good, this is a place to be. So I took this Danubian culture of ours and Ansars of Sudan, because with that alone, at least we stayed black. We could justify saying we're black and put up the symbol of the spear, got it, women, and the crescent of the Ansars of the Sudan. And it had a black, then And green, which was a line that Marcus Garvey had got from this brother named Dr. Dos Ali, who was also an Ansar, who gave him the red, black, and green flag of the Ansar, but took the crest of the spear off. And the Mahdi was flying in the 18th century, and he got over there in the 19th, the early part of the 20th century. You know where it came from. Perfect flag. Now, Father, hung with all the Arabic on it we had years ago like this. When the 6 point star and the crescent was just too complicated, people kept on saying, "What that? What that mean?" I mean, it's just too heavy for them. So we just went simple. You missed that. The spear is Africa, the crescent is Islam, the black, red, green is our course. You got it? Fine. So we put on veils. We took off of our African attire, our akbaras and our pools and our geles and feathers and black image and black robes. And we started wearing white robes of the Sudanese Ansar, but we did not pick up the toe of the Sudanese women because it was chiffon and see-through and expensive. Needless to say, so was the cotton as time went on. And we started dressing in veils and cloaked ourselves and had that cult type of look. And basically moved into Bushwick Avenue and settled in. And there I had an enclosed garden. We gated it off. The elder that visited us was Sheikh Dawood Ahmed Faisal from State Street, the founder of Islam in America here, and the Islamic Mission in America, recognized he used to come there religiously. Because I used to visit State Street, he used to tell the students, "That's the man y'all should be following." Point at me. And all they do is like, just up their teeth and start them out. He's a old cackle, man. He's a fanatic, that bone in his nose, he got a bone in his hand, a ring in his nose. I laughed because I knew this day was done. They didn't know who they were talking about. Where are they now? Where is Usherwood in Philadelphia? Where is Yassine Mosque or Darul Islam in Brooklyn? Where is Ummah Party in Washington? Where the Hamas Mosque in Washington? Where are those 5%ers? Where are the true followers of Elijah Muhammad? Where are the people that said that we were merely a schism and we would pass or fade away? Where are they now? They approached us on the street and threatened us, threatened to beat us up if we continue to propagate, get off our block, out of our neighborhood. And my brothers would come back and say, "What do we do?" I say, "Move out the way, because time is on our side." Because they teach in their Bible, the Quran, truth will last or prevail, and false things will perish or fail. So if that is a fact, then just be the last attribute of their God, a support patient. And we were. And here we are, still thriving, and they're gone.
They go to Steve Coakley talking about Griff, an enemy. Griff and Public Enemy. Yeah. It's the way it came out, it sounded like I said talks about Griff, enemy. No, I was meant to say it talks about Griff and Public Enemy. There we go.
They had a big bowler-thon down there. Brother Chuck D was there. He was staying at my friend Dr. Sims' house, who's also quoted in that Dallas article. Dr. Sims and his family created Brother Man comic books. In fact, Dr. Sims is the brother that you saw in the program with Khalid on the Donahue show, who took the microphone from Donahue and started talking about why we're not anti-Semitic, because we're the Semitic people. He had on orange African garb. And I told you that when he went home that weekend, his wife was found dead in the bathtub. Dr. Simpson and Dr. Sims got gravely ill and was almost terminated off of a life machine. He has recovered. He's back walking. Said in a few more weeks he'll have full health. When all of a sudden a strange genetic disease grabbed him and knocked his body down. You got to be careful where you eat, what you eat, etc. Who you getting it from. And I got a chance to sit with Dr. Sims. He had at his house Brother Chuck D there. Now, any of you all who've seen the video or heard the video or audio, Attack on Rap and Other Black Youth, know that in the early stages of Public Enemy, Brother Coakley was the backup man. Professor Griffin was the Minister of Information, had gone around and picked up hundreds of dollars of Coakley tapes. Whenever the brothers came to town, they pick up the information and work the information. Those first 2 album covers contain my name on them. But when the pressure got put on them in Switzerland, when Professor Grip was renouncing Oppenheimer, whose money was hidden in Switzerland, the Switzerland government refused to let them in, and they got kicked out. And the CBS Records, then headed by Yintenkopf, a white of the Jewish religion, had asked the Public Enemy to repudiate Professor Grip, and Professor Grip to repudiate the information. He refused to. Chuck D did. Grip got kicked out of the group. Pardon me?
Black his face up. He told us about that.
He did what?
He came on around and said black his face up.
Who did? Oh, black the space out. Black Grip space out. Well, funny thing about the evolution of the circle. Yeah. On my last trip to Atlanta, when I spoke at Morehouse, Professor Grip was in the audience. He comes anywhere, we're nearby. He lives in Atlanta, and he whispered in my ear, he said, Steve, Public Enemy is broken up, and Chuck D lives here now, too. So when I go to Dallas, and I call Dr. Sims, he says, I got Chuck D in my house. I want you to come stay in my house with me. I said, no, I'm not going to do that because me and the brother ain't got along in the past. And I don't want to put no pressure or no tension in your house over me and this brother. But they have a big fundraiser there. Who's there? With Dick Gregory, grabbing on every skirt he can get his hands on. And Chuck D, the mayor of Dallas, the key state rep, all of this big bowl-a-thon. So after my lecture, which was that morning, I went over to the bowl-a-thon and joined those who had assembled. First person I went to see was Chuck D. Brother, let's talk. He and I sat down, and the first thing he told me, he said, brother, before you say anything, I want to let you know that me and Grip are back together again and working on an album. That's the evolution of the circle. Yeah. And that Public Enemy, as you have known it, has been broken up. There is no such Public Enemy as what was with Terminator X, who was in a car accident, who was paralyzed, as well as with Favor Flay, who had legal problems. So Professor Grip and Chuck D are coming back again together. And we'll be working together soon down in Atlanta, carving out some new material. This could have happened in 1988 when they broke us apart. Right. And I tell you, I was again in the room with them, and they reached out and said, we got any money? Somebody reached down their pocket, got $80,000 in their pocket. And we sitting in the room saying, hey, let's work on the white man. Even when Luke Skywalker went down there and started publishing Grip, they went down there and whipped that case on Luke and took away Skywalker off of his operation. For publishing Professor Grip, the Pawns in the Game album, when didn't nobody want anybody to work with Professor Grip because he wouldn't repudiate the attack on the Humpty. But those were banks that we had at a time when we had bank in the early stages, and they broke up a whole group to keep us from getting that bank. And anyway, and got along in the.
You hear that shit, cuz? That's just part one, cuz, that of the griff of him talking about Public Enemy. I got the next one. I'm looking for the other video right now.
Wake that ass up.
First World Order Radio. So I was conversating with these two brothers at the same time. Beautiful, beautiful. And then the Steve Coakley, you know, I ran with Steve Coakley. Right. My whole mainframe, my whole reference point with dealing with the Illuminati and dealing with the New World Order came from Steve Coakley. I always mention Steve Coakley in my lectures. On page 142 and 143 of my book, psychological covert war on hip hop. The Illuminati's takeover of hip hop. I mentioned Steve Coakley on both pages with an actual picture of the brother, so that people can see the brother's essence.
Right. Well,
the brother did a work that's unsurpassed, man. I mean, the work that the brother did.
no doubt about it. Now, before we go further into Brother Steve Coakley, tell the audience, the two books, the book that you have coming out and the book that you already have out, and where they can get the books from.
Well, my books that I have out now, one is called Analytics, and you can get that online. If you just want to go to PayPal, you can go to just use the 7th octave, the number 7, THOCTAZE at gmail.com. You can get that on PayPal. And my other book is The Psychological Covert War on Hip Hop. And if you want to order that, just use PCW Hip Hop at gmail.com, or just call me directly, 678-557-2919. That's 678-557-2919, or just go to my website and order it from the website, www.pgriff.info. That's www.pgriff.info.
All right. Now, before
now,
we go further,
now the book that's coming out, I'm setting up a separate situation.
I really back, and sometimes they step away, and a person who has to then confront the enemy with this apprehension from their own people really begins to learn where the
Brother Marcus.
I must have made this shit about a good decade ago. The Legacy of William Cooper, Ether Films. I must have made this about maybe 10 or 15 years ago. And now somebody has it up on YouTube Movies, TV.com, I guess. It's crazy. You still there, cuz?
Community leaders gathered this evening to talk about public policy goals, specifically in Springfield's Black community. The Beta Sigma Boulé fraternity hosted a fireside chat with Suffolk County District Attorney Rachel Rollins. Beta Sigma Boulé is the oldest Greek letter organization for professional men of color. Tonight's event encouraged community members to have a conversation with the DA.
The topics of social justice, criminal justice reform, opioid crisis, public health, those are issues that affect everyone, but especially impact the Black community.
And Gregory Vincent, who leads Beta Sigma Boulé International, was also in attendance tonight.
Randy, please keep what I tell you secret.
Promises of grand riches, enlightenment.
Randy, please.
Just wanted to get a picture of that right there. They just want to show it quick. But yeah.
Keep what I tell you secret.
Promises of grand riches, enlightenment, and fame.
Basically, it's the secret society.
The world's most famous and powerful.
These include renowned actors and musicians.
With their eye on this 20-year-old aspiring actress from Oklahoma.
I was excited. I thought it was going to be like a manager or casting director reaching out to me.
But this would be no big break for Brandy. More like smoke and mirrors.
Is it free? No, not one bit.
The 12-page.
Like a manager or casting director reaching out to me.
But this would be no big break for Brandy. More like smoke and mirrors.
Is it free? No, not one bit.
The 12-page recruitment letter arrives at random by snail mail and goes on.
Fame, fortune,
and on.
The world's most famous and powerful people.
And on.
By the way, as you read this, you may be saying to yourself that this is all a bunch of hoonie.
The sender even swears on the Bible they will deliver the greatest secrets free of charge. The only real secret, though, is what happens when you return the enclosed membership certificate with your signature on it.
I was very close to doing it.
We set out in search of this secret. The phone number connected us with a call center in Dallas.
And the secrets aren't really free, are they?
They running players here trying to control the narrative, giving us a whole fucking fake story so they can make it seem like these secret societies is these little off-brand poor-ass motherfuckers that want to scam people. Like, no. These secret societies, they give you these shits because they give them out on YouTube. They give them out on Facebook. I have a friend that has a message from the Illuminati for her to do certain rituals. I got it on record. The back and forth conversation with the messages typing back and forth on Messenger. And I got the recorded phone call when she was talking to Haitian Fresh. Because Haitian Fresh, that's under Rick Ross, this nigga, yeah, he the one that offered that shit to her. And she came and knocked on my door, was like, yo, I don't know what the fuck going on here. Some nigga hit me talking about Illuminati and this and that, like la la. And she ain't know if that shit was real or not, but still, because with her being around me, she know about these terms. So she was like, the fuck. So I was like, yo, keep texting the motherfucker. I'm gonna record the shit. I want to see if the shit real too. You get what I'm saying? I want to see if it was somebody, and it was really real with her on there. And it was Haitian Fresh. He ain't see my face, but he seen her because, yeah. And the shit that he was talking, man, I'm gonna post that shit on here. Fuck all my talk. I'm gonna post that shit on here. It seems like they're trying to control the narrative right here.
The saleswoman told us the 55-page pamphlet is free, but mostly includes testimonials, no secrets, only another invitation, this time for purchase, to get the real access.
The letter is signed by Tom. Is Tom available? Does Tom have a last name?
I don't know which Tom sent it to you, so.
Oh, there's multiple Toms.
Yes.
And they're all mentors.
She went on to tell us about the founder of the secret society, Frank R. Wallace. His son, Mark Hamilton, is also an author and publisher. He runs the company now.
But essentially, Mr. Hamilton is trying to sell books.
The In Your Corner bottom line, they're trying to make money by selling you books that aren't cheap. Basically, the membership will get you even more books and bills you never agreed to in the first place. Brandy knew better. She's still dreaming big.
The journey is the most important part.
So listen, I haven't read any material by these authors, so maybe you can gain valuable knowledge from their teachings, like some claim online. But it's the way the books are being sold and marketed that is making some people suspicious and upset. We're also told the purchase comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. At the end of the day, educate yourself and use your best judgment.
I need a fuck way. Let me show you how these secret societies move. Check out Evil Pimp, Devil shit. Let's go. Just just listen to the intro.
I summon thee, Prince of Darkness, by the power of the pact we sealed one sweet and faithful night.
He's our most frightening symbol of evil, the Tempter, the Soul Snatcher, who goes by many names. Tonight is a full moon, and Friday the 13th. An auspicious night for Satanists who are into dark magic and the ancient practice of calling the devil to work. I'm meeting with a man who calls himself High Priest of the First Church of Satan. Thanks to the internet, he is a shadowy mentor for the thousands of kids he communicates with online.
See, I worship devil shit to keep the demons in my head.
The high priest of Satan, and thanks to online, he can reach thousands and thousands of people. Yeah, little kids and all of that. Yeah, so don't be surprised if these internet guys are being controlled by other sources. Remember, the new streets is the internet. Jehovah's Witness ain't got to knock on your door no more. Mormons ain't got to knock on your door no more. Niggas will send you an email. Them niggas will send you a fucking Facebook post or a Facebook message. Yeah, that's how they gonna do it. You even get text messages nowadays, see your phone number and shit. Yeah, welcome to the future. New world order shit. See how this reset shit is? Everything is totally different now. We already in the reset. Jehovah's Witness, they gonna Facebook you. You got a Facebook block a motherfucker. Then they got multiple Jehovah's Witness. They still gonna hit you up. I know, I get it all the time. Yep. So hold on. Let me see.
Randy.
Okay, hold up. I got something. Let's go here. For a hot. Oh, yeah. We're going to like this one. Y'all know I always got some shit. Hold on. Here we go.
Among the Jewish Americans who understood the urgency of the rise of Nazism were Zionists, and they organized to rescue Jews from Germany under the auspices of the Jewish Agency for Palestine. The Romance of a People, which the Jewish Agency for Palestine supported and sponsored, was the highlight of Jewish Day at the Chicago World's Fair. It was really something that there even existed a Jewish Day at the fair. There were a lot of ethnic days, and we'll talk a little bit about how Jewish Day came to be one of them. But it was the highlight. It would use a chorus of over 3,500 people, colossal stage properties, as you can imagine, amplified sound, the very latest in lighting effects, music that spanned 4,000 years of Jewish history and experience in diaspora. And you may ask, how could a minority population coming under attack, as it was, assert its pride so forcefully at an international exposition? And the answer lies, I think, in the special conditions of the World's Fair that sought to bring the whole world into one concentrated space, but that is also in large part attributable to the men and women who created and pushed the production forward. And so the people behind the pageant, the producers, one really cannot speak of the romance of a people without speaking of one key figure who produced the pageant against resistance and in spite of the gargantuan undertaking it was to create a performance event that would fill Soldier Field. And that was Meyer Weiskell. Weiskell was then the executive director of activities in the Midwest for the Zionist Organization of America, and he was the producer of the pageant. He spearheaded it, and he was perhaps spurred on, he perhaps gained confidence because he had produced a very successful Hanukkah pageant the year before, actually just maybe 5-6 months before. And he felt that performance would be the appropriate representation of the Jewish people at the World's Fair. It was delivered as the Jewish expression of the fair's openly declared overall theme, which was science finds, industry applies, and man conforms. And it profoundly inserted Jewry into the fair's subtextual but omnipresent narrative of the march of human progress. Weisskall's path as a producer was not completely free of obstructions. The first obstacle to the romance's articulation of nationalist Jewish identity and purpose was a dominant trend in liberal Reform Judaism toward embrace of American individualism as opposed to nationalism, and the figuration of Jewish identity as a chosen religious confession. And this ideation of Jewish identity, focused on cultural assimilation and profession of faith, was on permanent exhibit at the fair in the Jewish booth at the Hall of Religion. And this other conception of Jewish identity, which was focused on cultural assertion and a revival of Jewish national life, became, in fact, the dominant representation of Jewish Day at the fair, a special day in which Jews as an ethnic group, like other ethnic groups, were given focus. Now, luckily, Weisskall wrote about this in his autobiography, which he published in the 1970s. He called it So Far. And he talked about plans for Jewish appearance at the fair and how they were delayed because the Chicago Jewish leaders were divided about the categorical definitions of Jewish community. Was it held together through religious belief and practice? Was it about biological inheritance, distinctive cultural behavior, some sort of combination? Jewish participation in the fair was delayed because there was this undecidability about exactly what Jewish identity was. Still, Weisskall was tenacious, and he gathered a team of writers, prominent Jewish Chicagoans, and performing artists, and he began to pull together the greatest live demonstration of Jewish national identity that had ever been staged. Brandeis professor Stephen Whitfield, expert on Jewish American culture, who wrote a foreword to the 2000 reprint of the fair program that the Chicago Jewish Historical Society put out, and it's beautiful. I highly recommend it to all of you. And he said that the script writers for the fair were apparently the Zionist publicist Maurice Samuel and Chicago's Rabbi Solomon Goldman, plus Weisskall himself. We don't have a written text of the pageant or proof of this collaboration, but there is a synopsis included in the pageant program that describes each episode. And it would seem that if this threesome of cultural Zionist thinkers did collaborate on the script, that they probably balanced out one another's styles. Maurice Samuel was very good friends with Chaim Weizmann and Weisskall, and a prolific writer of both fiction and nonfiction. You may best know him for writing The World of Sholem Aleichem in the early 1940s. And he did a lot of translation work. He had a piercing intelligence, often controversial. In 1931, he wrote a book called On the Rim of the Wilderness, The Conflict in Palestine. And he minced no words in his opinion that held Arab leaders in pretty low esteem. He accused them of incompetence and at best greed and power-driven manipulation of their own people. It was a very strong statement that he made. Solomon Goldman, on the other hand, was effusive and excited about the potential for Jewish and non-Jewish cooperation in the United States that the pageant also asserted. And in his foreword to the original program, he started off by saying, "Thank God for Jewish Day. At a century of progress, on the eve of America's great day of independence, the Jew portrays his eternal romance, his romance with God, with life, with ideals." Despite the differences in tone and probably some of their ideas, all three of these men did believe in the universal to Ellen could form universalism in this Jewish American context of the pageant. So though varied in their opinions and styles, these three men revered Jewish culture and set Jewish history up as Zionist, expressed 4,000 years of Jewish history, Zionist. But he did Jewish history up as a paragon. The pageant's musical director, Isaac Van Grove, was not a practicing Zionist, but he did share these sympathies toward the Jewish people, and in him, Weisgall found an exceptional collaborator capable of composing a score that expressed 4,000 years of Jewish history and of directing over 3,500 performers. According to the pageant program, Isaac Van Grove started his career as an accompanist to well-known artists. And the ideas and the aesthetics of the romance were indeed cohering. Weisgall was managing to gather Chicago Jews who were geographically spread out. He described insofar as having something for everybody. Zionists, non-Zionists, the religious, the nationalists, everybody. But Weisgall's practical mission was to resuscitate Zionism in Chicago and beyond, and to raise concrete religious, the nationalists, everybody. But Weisgall's practical mission was to resuscitate Zionism in Chicago and beyond, and to raise concrete support for Chaim Weizmann's mission to rescue German Jewish scientists and resettle them in Palestine. So as you may recall, there had been a schism in the Zionist organization in the United States when a group following Louis Brandeis' leadership split from supporters of Chaim Weizmann. Weisgall was in the Weizmann camp. In 1921, Weizmann was elected president of the World Zionist Organization. He visited the United States and, together with Albert Einstein, undertook a fundraising campaign to advance the Zionist cause. In 1925, together with Lord Balfour, Weizmann inaugurated the Hebrew University of Jerusalem on Mount Scopus in Jerusalem. And he said on that occasion, quote, "We must create a high culture based on Jewish morality and make it a center of human culture." And indeed, that really describes the thrust of the pageant's content as well. That putting forward the narrative, the story of Jewish evolution from the beginning of time, really as human evolution, right, up to the redemption in Palestine, was the story, par excellence, of human progress. So placing great emphasis on integrating science and industry, Weizmann promoted the establishment of advanced enterprises such as the phosphates plant at the Dead Sea and the hydroelectric plant at Naharim. However, despite renewed growth, the Jewish settlement was afflicted by an economic crisis, and to overcome that crisis, Weizmann established the Jewish Agency in 1929. Though embattled in 1933, and he had by then resigned his post as president of the Zionist organization, Weizmann was still very much respected. And when Weisgall convinced him to come and speak before the pageant, his participation generated a great deal of interest among Jews in the United States that most likely would not have been generated. So it did help to build an audience. Walter Roth, to whom I am most indebted, relays the story of Weisgall's convincing Weizmann to be a part of the Jewish Day pageant in this way. Weisgall decided he needed a famous speaker to fill Soldier Field with its seating capacity of nearly 100,000. Can you imagine? 100,000 seats to fill. I now live in Baraboo, Wisconsin. We have 12,000 people there. Everybody knows everybody. Can you imagine being in this group? Who was the most famous Zionist Jew in 1933 and a brilliant orator at that? Chaim Weizmann, of course. Weisgall telephoned Weizmann, who was living in London, and here's the description of it in Weisgall's autobiography. Weisgall: "Hello, Dr. Weizmann, this is Meyer in Chicago." Weizmann: "Was, bist du Meshuggah geworden? Have you gone out of your mind? Is Chicago on fire again?" Weisgall: "No, but it will be when you come here. I want you to come to Chicago for Jewish Day." Weizmann: "What's that?" Weisgall says, in parens, "I explained as fast as I could." Weizmann: "What's in it for the movement?" Weisgall, with impressive emphasis and prayer in my heart: "If you will come to Chicago for one day and make only one speech, Even if for only 5 minutes, I will give you $100,000 for any Zionist fund you designate. Weitzman, put it in writing. So Roth tells us that Weizsäll promised in writing, indeed, to raise $100,000 for Weitzman's Central Refugee Fund, which helped German Jews to settle in Palestine. And Weitzman agreed to come to Chicago. Weizsäll warned Weitzman that he was limited to only one speech, and if he made 2 speeches, the fee would go down to $50,000. If he made 3 speeches, it was going to be reduced to $25,000. He was a very convincing man, Meyer Weizsäll, and before he could set any of this into motion, however, he had one more person to convince, and that was the commissioner of the fair. And this was not necessarily either an easy feat. Rufus Dawes was a wealthy businessman, commissioner of the World's Fair. The Dawes brothers had many, many assets that they had acquired. In May 1933, Rufus was on the cover of Time magazine, which writing about the fair that opened on May 27th. And it mentions in the Time magazine article that when Rufus Dawes, as an American Jewish demonstration of collective will and historic destiny, the romance folded lofty American ideas into its premise for creating a new nation. The collaboration between Jewish nationalist aspirations and an American civilizing democratic mission was also symbolized in the very framing and dressing of the performance's playing area. The enormous expanse of Soldier Field's greensward, and the stage was flanked, this is an image of the stage, according to Bennett, by avenues of 32 steel flagstaffs, from which swayed in the moonlight the blue and white banners of Palestine and the red, white, and blue of the United States. The picture, he added, was heroic. By the way, as you walked onto the main pathway of the fair, the Jewish Palestinian flag was not displayed with all of the other flags of nations there. It was, however, displayed in Soldier Field during the pageant on Jewish Day. And the young people who performed earlier in the day at the Hall of Science were carrying both American flags and Jewish Palestinian flags, which is the flag that we recognize today as Israel's flag. The pageant not only depicted history, of course, it also imagined the future, the redemption of the Jewish nation by its own hand through labor in Palestine. And here we see architect Samuel S. Oman's set design for the romance. This is a theatrical expression of the international style, white and geometric, a utopian tabula rasa. The Star of David illuminated atop the structure representing the temple in Jerusalem was a symbol of the eternal hope of the Jewish people, and at the same time, an impressive example of Western Electric's technical achievements. Now, a separate 2-level platform, which you see in the first picture here, this was floating in the foreground of the playing space, meant to resemble an altar, and atop the altar, to begin the pageant, an oversized Torah scroll was unrolled when the pageant began, framing the entire pageant as a kind of quasi-religious service that was read from the parchment of this Torah. The idol Malach, which you see in this other picture, and please excuse the reproduction of this from a Chicago Tribune article. This was one of the highlights of the pageant, and it's featured in one of the wonderful clips that we have here in the museum right behind us on these computers. I encourage you to take a look. You can see this scene in action. A Chicago Tribune writer reported on a dress rehearsal and described, it's kind of a fun story. It says, Judge Harry M. Fisher, general chairman of Jewish Day activities, was a solitary figure in the vast expanse of seats during the dress rehearsal. He looked on transfixed as under the last of the drivers, 200 slaves was dragging the huge idol Malach to the stage, on which human sacrifices were to follow bacchanalian orgies. The judge looked at the hideous figure of Malach and some of the feeling of revulsion against idols, which has been built up during the 4,000 years of the history of his race, must have swept over him. as he pointed his finger and exclaimed, "That damned thing cost us $8,000. The idol measures 27 feet high.
The question of why the World's Fair Pavilion is a state secret remains. What don't they want us to know?
Nineteen 1933, Rufus was on the cover of Time magazine, which writing about the fair that opened on May 27th, and it mentions in the Time magazine article that when Rufus Dawes, as an American Jewish demonstration of collective will and historic destiny, the romance folded lofty American ideas into its premise for creating a new nation. The collaboration between Jewish nationalist aspirations and an American civilizing democratic mission was also symbolized in the very framing and dressing of the performance's playing area. The enormous expanse of Soldier Field Greensward, and the stage was flanked, this is an image of the stage, according to Bennett, by avenues of 32 steel flagstaffs, from which swayed in the moonlight the blue and white banners of Palestine and the red, white, and blue of the United States. The picture, he added, was heroic. By the way, as you walked on,
life in terms of missions defined. I'm a man who sees life in terms of missions defined, and missions completed. I will not allow this country to be made weak again. I will keep America moving forward, always forward, for an endless, enduring dream and 1,000 points of light.
1,000 points of light. What the hell was that, by the way? 1,000 points of light. What did that mean? Does anyone know? I know one thing. Make America great again, we understand. Putting America first, we understand. 1,000 points of light. I never quite got that one. I'm trying to say, what the hell is that? Has anyone ever figured that one out? The time for empty talk is over. Now arrives the hour of action.
电脑即可远程操控，每台无人机都像一个聪明的小精灵一样，能够自由地飞到自己的位置。接下来，让我们一起共同来期待，看一看他们。
I'm a man who sees life in terms of missions defined, and missions completed. I will not allow this country to be made weak again. I will keep America moving forward, always forward, for an endless, enduring dream and 1,000 points of light. This is my mission, and I will complete it.
Trying to scrape up a down payment.
I'm a man.
Secluded building. It's so forbidden. Hidden away deep within the forests of Belgium, there lies a heavily guarded castle that is said to be the home of unspeakable horrors. Legends are abundant and strange surrounding this secluded building.
This castle is 1,000 points of light. Yeah. Chateau des Amarillos. Yep. Rise of Cthulhu Dawn. Let's go into it. It's a place where Marina Abramovich usually rests. No lying. Her and Michelle LeMay, they try to live well often. Yeah, they go check their pages.
It's so forbidden that few locals will even dare to speak of its existence.
So they go to witchcraft mark right there. X marks the spot. That's how they sacrificed the sorrow on top of the mirror. Or as you English people call it, pyramids. And in voodoo, we know that X is a. Okay, so let's get into this hex, X, and sacrificial stuff.
That few locals will even dare to speak of its existence. Satanic rituals of every debaucherous level are said to take place within its stone walls. So join me as we unlock the secrets and tell the untold story of Chateau des Armoires, better known as the Mothers of Darkness Castle. But first, a message from today's sponsor. This video is sponsored by Chilling, the new home for horror. Chilling is a relatively new app that features expertly narrated horror stories. There are tons of different types of stories to choose from, whether you're into true crime, cryptids, psychological thrillers, and more. Chilling has something for everyone. Chilling currently features 17 different narrators, including some popular YouTube narrators, like Mr. Creepypasta, Let's Read, Being Scared, and more. There are over 1,000 stories with new releases added multiple times a week. Now check this out. Chilling also has a game-changing feature that will enhance your listening experience to the max. The first of its kind, Ambience Menu. While listening to any story, you can choose and switch the background sound to fit your mood. Maybe you begin a story with the crackling of a classic camp. The choice, it's revolutionary. You need to try it. Affecting this between 12. The choice will always be yours. And you can switch between 12 ambience options seamlessly whenever you want without affecting the story you're listening to. It's revolutionary. You need to try it. Try Chilling for free with a 3-day free trial to see if you like it. And then if you do, it's only $2.99 a month.
I hope I get paid.
Thousands of people have made Chilling part of their bedtime routine. Find out why. Click the link in the description to download it now and experience a more intense way to relax. I'd like to give a special thank you to the Chilling app for the truly. There is a fine line between speculation. There is a fine line between the chill. I think you guys would truly. There is a fine line between speculation, legend, and fact with this case. But I will do my best to relay the information I found, and you can draw your own conclusions. It's been said that the elite who run this world love their seclusion, from the ultra-rich private estates and gated communities to places that no one outside of their inner circles have ever seen. They are said to practice terrible and perverse rituals in locations such as these, often to honor and worship their ancient gods, keeping what they do far from the prying eyes of the public. This castle is allegedly one of them. Hidden beneath the guise of thick forest along the Belgium and French border lies Chateau des Armoires, better known as the Mothers of Darkness Castle. Truth seekers and self-proclaimed researchers have dubbed this creepy place as one of the Illuminati's many ritual sites. During my own personal research, I found that finding details proved rather difficult because little information on the site is available through a simple search. To find details on a place such as this, one has to dig deeper, so to speak. There are barely any photos of the castle from the outside, especially closer to modern times, and there barely exist any interior photos whatsoever. The current owners, in true conspiracy fashion, seem to be doing everything they can to keep it this way. Both the BBC and the National Geographic, as well as many smaller outlets, have been denied access to the castle on numerous occasions. The castle's wooded exterior is heavily guarded, monitored with many cameras, and laced with electrical fences, barbed wire, and trip lines. Those who have dared to venture close enough without getting caught have noted that many of the security devices in place are state-of-the-art. The castle was originally built in 1849 by the Count of Mesnil, who then sold the property to Theodore Vandernoot, the 8th Marquess of Ashe, in 1859. And then, another 10 years after that sale, it was sold to Prince Philip, Count of Flanders, who belonged to the notorious Saxe-Coburg and Gotha bloodline. This is the same bloodline who the current British royal family is descended from, all of whom can be traced back to Vlad the Impaler, the original Dracula. Although the exact purchase date is unknown, the modern owners of the castle are an elite Belgian family known as the Solveys. The Solveys are one of the wealthiest families in Belgium.
There go Einstein. Einstein and Heimlich. Nah, Heimlich ain't in there. But Einstein in there. And Hegel is in there. Holy shit. Okay.
Among many holdings, they own large pharmaceutical and chemical companies. Although the exact Gotha blunders, who belong to the notorious Saxe-Coburg and Gotha bloodline. This is the same bloodline who the current British royal family is descended from, all of whom can be traced back to Vlad the Impaler, the original Dracula. Although the exact purchase date is unknown, the modern owners of the castle are an elite Belgian family known as the Solveys. The Solveys are one of the wealthiest families in Belgium. Among many holdings, they own large pharmaceutical and chemical companies, both of which produce some products that have become household names. This includes the antidepressant drug Prozac and the chemical fluoride. The fluorine products they specialize in are for creating consumables, such as in toothpaste and drinking water. As mentioned earlier in this video, the castle is better known by its English name, the Mothers of Darkness. This name was given to it by researchers who have claimed that a coven of elite witches, known as the Mothers of Darkness, convene here for a diaspora of rituals. They are claimed to be adept witches who come from extremely old satanic families, and they convene on certain dates and times to perform macabre rituals that would disgust and terrify anyone who dared to witness them. Although it's easy to demonize these women, we also have to think of how they got here. They are said to be the subjects of satanic ritual abuse from an extremely early age. These rituals often include physical, sexual, and mental abuse, all of which result in a dissociative disorder which allows them to be easily programmable. As they grow older, they too will participate in the ritual abuse of the young, just as they experienced, and the cycle begins anew. The dissociative disorder they typically develop is multiple personality disorder, as a result of the abuse fracturing their minds very early. They assume the identities of numerous people, each one serving their own function. When they become women and are ready to be fully initiated as witches within the coven, the ritual is said to be performed at Chateau des Armoires. However, this isn't the only reason the castle is cursed. Given its owners and its location, it has also been rumored to be one of the many sites of the Illuminati's rituals. One such ritual is known as Eyes Wide Shut. This sickening ritual typically involves the abuse of children and is videotaped as potential blackmail in case anyone dares speak about it. The corruption of a child is the corruption of innocence, and they do this in order to please their god, Baal. But soon, these alleged rumors would be proven to be reality. Many of these sick details are revealed during the infamous Marc Dutroux scandal that rocked Belgium in 1996. In case you aren't familiar, let me quickly fill you in. Children in the 90s in Belgium were going missing at an alarming rate. And in August of 1996, Belgian police discovered 2 children who'd been abducted and imprisoned in a basement dungeon near Charleroi, the second largest town in Belgium's French-speaking region. As the search continued, the police began to connect the dots, and soon tapes and bodies would begin to be discovered. The arrest of Marc Dutroux and the details that would go public shortly after not only shocked the country, but the world. And this almost sparked a revolution. Despite several credible tip-offs, it took the police 4 years to arrest Dutroux, who had been abducting, murdering, and overall exploiting children for the political elite of Belgium's left-wing socialist government. The populace was not only shocked by the crimes that had taken place, but that Dutroux was being protected by the government that was in power. He received generous government benefits following his initial imprisonment. Investigations into prominent cases believed to be involved were being blocked by higher-ups, and this was all at the expense of the taxpayer. The man was then only given 13 years for his horrific crimes, in which he would only go on to serve 3. During this time, he was given monthly checks from the welfare state, loads of free time, guests, and more. He then used these funds to purchase more estates, which he built multiple dungeons in, and continued his sickening activities. Multiple scandals similar to this one were uncovered in the years to come, all of which seemed to tie into one another and linked to the Walloon socialist government as well. Although despite this, there was no decline in voter support for them. All of these emerging details would lead one Belgian politician to say that big business, blackmail, and lots of money are involved here in a highly sophisticated organization. The entertainment was not just sex, it involved sadism, torture, and murder. The system of blackmail has been and is still in place running to this day all over the Western world. Many of the Dutroux scandal files named such activities taking place in castles, and one such was named in particular, and that was Chateau des Armoires. Belgium's city of Brussels hosts the official council of the European Union, and often hosts some of Europe's power brokers during these council meetings, many of whom would be named in the scandal. Councilmen themselves, lawyers, and high-ranking judges in the government, all of which took place or attended in orgies organized by Dutroux's organization. These details surrounding the case would also describe grisly rituals known as hunting parties. During these hunting parties, Abducted children were allowed to run away in the forest, while massed groups of the elite would hunt them down like animals. This was also called the most dangerous game, a seemingly favorite of the attendees, because it got their adrenaline flowing and allowed them to feel something. This is an audio clip from someone who claims to be a satanic ritual abuse survivor.
It was early evening when they played Most Dangerous Game. I was stripped of my clothing. I was allowed to wear tennis shoes and told that I could have a head start and begin running before I would be hunted down. My exposure to it resulted in my believing I had no place to run and no place to hide. It seemed there were no limits to what could happen in my existence at that time. It was the most extreme, one of the most extreme situations I think I ever survived.
One prosecutor would go on to say that it was like something out of the Middle Ages. Not only all the disturbing details of the crimes, but the mere existence of satanic cults right before our eyes. One such cult that was named in the files is known as Abrasax. Abrasax is a word of Kabbalistic origin. This group is known to worship a demon by the same name that dates back to Egyptian times. The Basilidian sect of Gnostics of the 2nd century claimed Abraxas as their god and believed that Jesus Christ was merely a phantom sent to earth by him. They believed that his name contained great mysteries and that it was composed of the 7 Greek letters which formed the number 365, the number of days in the year, and so that under his command, he had the other 364 gods at his disposal. He is depicted in ancient amulets as a demon with the head of a king, with a serpent forming his feet, saying the ancient curse, abracadabra, while flailing a whip. The connection was discovered in a note to Dutroux from an anonymous member calling themselves Anubis. The note informed him that a very special ceremony was coming up, and soon instructed him to provide presents for said ceremony. The presents were to be presented to the high priestess of the Abrasax order, and even gave details as to what age and gender the presents should be. Later eyewitness testimony would reveal that the Abraxas ceremony consisted of the defilement and murder of those presents within the walls of Chateau des Armoires, and afterwards their blood would be collected and placed in small pots, in which quill pens would be dipped in, and then an account would be written as to what had taken place, as to hail their god and bring about the ultimate plan. But the plan was never revealed. It would later be revealed through investigative work that heavy corruption, deliberate sabotage of DNA testing, and much more had taken place. The citizens of Belgium who had uncovered the horrifying truth about the situation gathered in protest in multiple cities, with the largest crowd being over 30,000 people. After the removal of several judges, detectives, and high government officials, the Dutroux case was re-examined. Initially, the information on the Abraxas cult was not followed up on, but once again, with proper detective work this time, it was uncovered that many of the alleged happenings truly did take place. Along with the castle, rituals also took place in a wooden house that was owned by a man by the name of Bernard Weinstein. Dutroux would later admit to murdering Weinstein and placing his body along with numerous children's corpses on the property, which Dutroux then purchased at a fire sale rate after he murdered him. It was uncovered that the cult partook in sexual abuse as well as murders there. Anubis would be uncovered as a man named Francis de Schmidt, and the aforementioned high priest would be identified as Dominic Kindermans. Throughout the investigation, it would be uncovered that at least 4 policemen there in Charlotte were also members of the cult. One was even a city treasurer. After this revelation, the headquarters of the Institute of Abraxas was raided in 1996 by 150 officers. Video evidence of the raid showed police taking away bags of papers, videotapes, as well as many strange occult items, including human skulls. After everything was said and done, Marc Dutroux was ultimately charged with the murder of 11 children and numerous other crimes. He would then be given multiple life sentences and is still serving those years within solitary confinement. A monster truly was put behind bars. However, most of Dutroux's high-profile clients would get off scot-free, and the case files to this day are still classified and unable for full unredacted viewing by the public. But this hasn't stopped some of the files from being leaked online. In 2009, the infamous whistleblower organization known as WikiLeaks posted several of its documents for public viewing on the internet. The Belgian government, however, moved quickly to scrub these from the web as fast as possible. They claimed it was because certain people were mentioned who hadn't done anything, but were mentioned during the investigation, and that they didn't want them to come under any unjust scrutiny. But it would lead many of us to speculate that there had to truly be something more. Given its picturesque views, stunning natural features, and the fact that it's a hub of both the EU and NATO, along with the facts exposed, have led many researchers to claim that Brussels is a hub for the elite, otherwise known as the New World Order. High-ranking officials, politicians, bankers, and businessmen stop in Belgium and just might take a trip to Chateau d'Armois, or one of the region's many supposed satanic estates, to seal their deal and participate in one of the many rituals required to make them a success. One such person was a man by the name of Ronald Bernard, who claimed that the world's elite did indeed participate in these rituals because he himself was asked to do so. Bernard became a major player at the highest levels of finance and details not only the world of the elite and what he was asked to do, but just who the elite truly are and just how long this has been going on for. The entire interview is extremely interesting to say the least, and I urge you to watch it, linked down in the description below, once this video is over with. Here are several clips of his now infamous whistleblower interview.
The level I played at in those 5 years. And that didn't happen overnight. You need to earn your place. I am skilled at connecting the dots, information in order to achieve a full picture of all the things involved. Real world, since through the financial world you learn all of the actual truth.
So you say all, in what regard?
Well, your clients give you glimpses of how the world really works. In hindsight, I still didn't know everything, but I did know a lot, because my clients were banks who didn't want blood on their hands. But within those banks, there always is a number of people who know damn well what is going on. So, like 1% within a bank knows the truth of the matter regarding the happenings within the world, which is not surprising, considering they are involved in the flows of money. Those are your clients. You also have governments to deal with, multinationals. You have to deal with secret services, and what they now call terrorist organizations. You get all of the groups that are involved with the big money as clients. Then you start seeing the connections. So, they might be compartmentalized as you just mentioned, regarding knowledge. But because I am in the middle, I see how they relate to another. You see the money coming from this place, then going to that place, etc. You keep gaining information and thereby an overview of what is really going on. But now am I is about secret services. You think they are there to serve and protect a people, country, etc., but they actually turn out to be the criminal organizations, to be more precise. The system is heavily so.
Het systeem is zwaar crimineel.
We are talking about financing wars, creating wars, so basically creating a lot of misery in this world.
Heel veel ellende in deze wereld.
So, lots of conflict. And then I think to myself, if only people knew what the world is really like, secret services will stop at nothing. Nothing. But they also have their flows of money, because if they are trading in drugs or weapons or, for that matter, people,
Noem het maar op, mensen.
all that money has to go somewhere. Everything has to be financed.
You say, but you could confirm they are doing this?
All of them. All of them. So the entire world as we think we know it is just an illusion we believe in.
Allemaal van denken dat de wereld is zoals die is. Opstapelingen van al die erge dingen.
However, all those horrible things started to eat at me.
Can you give an example? Because I can sense a lot of terrible things happen to you.
Yes, it is difficult for me to talk about.
I can feel that, but only whatever you wish to share is all right.
Yes, I only talk about things I want to tell, but it does evoke lots of emotions, and with my conscience not being in the freezer, it touches me deeply.
Yes, I feel the same way. All right. Can you tell me the worst thing that has happened that caused the tipping point in your situation?
Well, that was the beginning of the end. You get so deep into these circles.
Je tekent ook eigenlijk een...
And you sign a lifetime contract, not with blood or anything, to never disclose names of companies, organizations or people. I think that is why I am still alive. You have to put it carefully, most of these people followed a not very mainstream religion. So, you have Catholics, Protestants, all sorts of religions. These people, most of them, were Luciferians. And then you can say, religion is a fairy tale. God doesn't exist. None of that is real. Well, for these people, it is truth and reality. And they served something immaterial, what they called Lucifer. But then at some point, I was invited, which is why I'm telling you all this, to participate in sacrifices abroad. That was the breaking point. Children.
You were asked to do that?
Yes. And I couldn't do that. Unfortunately, the truth is that worldwide they have been doing this for thousands of years. I once studied theology, and even in the Bible you find references to these practices with Israelites. The reason the first 10 tribes were banished to Babylonia was because of these rituals with children, including the sacrificing of children. So this is pertinent. All this made me believe, because I realized there was more to life than meets the eye. There is a whole invisible world. It is real. You really much later, in all those studies and discoveries, I found a document which they are claiming is bullshit, of course, the Protocols of Zion. And nowadays I recommend everyone to read the whole of that incredibly boring document. Just work through it, read it though.
We are also talking about Zionism.
Yes, of course. If you read the Protocols of Zion and really study them and understand, then it is like reading the newspaper of the daily life. How from their position of ultimate power, and ultimate it has literally become. But that is only because the people don't stand up for themselves. They don't realize what reality is.
After detailing what he had experienced from beginning to his crash and rise out of the proverbial ashes, Ronald Bernard thought he was finally free of his former life. He eventually would go on to marry a woman and move to the United States. But his story would unfortunately end here. In August of 2017, Bernard, who had been living in Florida with his wife, went missing after he went on a walk on a nature trail shortly after 1 p.m. near his home. He called 911 around 3:46 p.m., seeming distressed and stating that he was lost. Although many attribute this to possible dementia, Bernard had no medical history of this condition and had showed no prior signs. Between his initial phone call and 6:13 p.m., he phoned the authorities several more times and told them that he was being followed and that his life was in danger. Through pinging his cell phone, authorities sent several search units, canines, and a helicopter to the area. Bernard was then found floating face down at approximately 8:24 p.m. in a shallow stream of water. His cause of death has yet to be revealed. It has long since been speculated that the world's aristocracy worships an unseen force, one of complete darkness that will do anything and everything to destroy what it perceives as a threat. Many of these high-ranking officials are seemingly above the law. At the 1988 Republican National Convention, as loyalists waved their flags and cheered the man who accepted their party's nomination for president and would later win.
And my friend, President Ronald Reagan. I accept your nomination for president. From the cities to the suburbs to the loneliest town on the quietest street, to take our message of hope and growth for every American, to every American. I will keep America moving forward, always forward, for a better America, for an endless, enduring dream and 1,000 points of light.
He would later go on to reference 1,000 points of light again during his presidential inauguration speech.
I've spoken of 1,000 points of light.
He then would continue to make numerous references to the New World Order.
We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order, a world where the rule of law, not the law of the jungle, governs the conduct of nations. When we are successful, and we will be, we have a real chance at this new world order, an order in which a credible United Nations can use its peacekeeping role to fulfill the promise and vision of the UN's founders.
Most Americans have no clue what this phrase meant, but researchers have since decoded it. Inside the Mothers of Darkness castle, there's a special ceremony room reserved for the highest levels of the elite's rituals. It is a spectacular room with a domed ceiling, which contains 1,000 points of light. Among these researchers were many former high-ranking Satanists themselves. One such person is a man by the name of Stephen Dollins, and this is what he had to say in regards to the reference made by the former president.
But nobody bothered to question that. And he said that at least 4 to 6 times. I talked to a lady just recently in Baltimore. She came up right after the meeting in Baltimore, and she came up and she said, everything that you said tonight, I can verify. She said, because I was George Bush's campaign manager. And she proved it. She pulled out the campaign manager badge that she had when she was campaign manager, when he was going into for presidential election. And she said, I was there the night that he made that address. And she says, now I understand what that meant. Because she said, I looked at George and I said, after he stepped off the platform, I said, George, I don't know about that New World Order thing. She said, but I want to be a part of that 1,000 points of light. And she said, he grabbed her by the shoulder, looked her sternly in the face and said, I have no control over that.
Did H.W. Bush and many former presidents visit a place such as Chateau d'Armois to help achieve their status? Testimonies such as these certainly make us think that they did. People over the years who have managed to get close to the castle have spotted numerous spy devices, booby traps, and tripwires. One such man, who apparently saw that the gate was open and was visiting the area with his girlfriend and another friend, had sent his girlfriend up to knock on the door in an attempt to provoke an interaction. The gate then closed, with her still inside. After an hour of fruitlessly trying to contact those within the walls, the young man went to the Belgium authorities, who, after reaching out to the occupants of the castle, said that they had claimed they had never seen or heard from the couple before. That woman was never seen or heard from again. Some other rumors that are worth mentioning are that there's a series of tunnels that connect Mothers of Darkness to other locations throughout Belgium for the transport of people for multiple purposes, although no one has come forward with proof of this in particular or has lived to be able to do so. History provides us with a terrifying glimpse into the past, from psychopaths such as Vlad the Impaler to the Rothschilds and many more. We have numerous examples of the elites manipulating people for their own nefarious reasons and worshiping an unseen sinister force. Is there truly a malevolent darkness that runs this world and seeks to destroy all light within it? Is there truly such a thing as the Illuminati? These questions and more are all up to your interpretation. But one thing is for certain. There is a darkness that surrounds Chateau d'Armois, as well as numerous mysteries as thick as the fog that surrounds the forest it dwells in. What do you think? Leave me your thoughts in the comments down below, and I'll do my best to answer them. Make sure to like this video and subscribe with notifications on if you haven't already. It really helps me out when you do all of these things. I also wanted to again thank the Chilling app for sponsoring today's video. Give them a try. I know you won't be disappointed. Secluded build.
I'm a man who's
secluded building. It's secluded building. It's so forbidden that few locals will even dare to speak of its existence. Satanic rituals of every debaucherous level are said to take place within its stone walls. So join me as we unlock the secret.
Right now we are driving to the Chateau d'Armois. We just crossed over into Belgium, so we're out in the middle of nowhere in the Belgian country.
Included. Hidden away deep within.
Welcome. Today's.
Is there a shadow who was born in Scotland, but due to the historical interconnected web implicating the Belgian government at that time, this organization too, they really are. Is there a shadow government that pulls the strings behind the scenes? Power brokers that have secretly ruled for generations. And those who know of their existence dare not reveal who they really are. They have existed, weaving a nightmare web of blackmail, Luciferian rituals, death, and pain to push an agenda hidden beneath the guise of democracy, freedom, and autonomy. This video will cover one of just many of these predators hiding within these webs, and possibly one at the very top of the hierarchy. So join me as we unlock the secrets and tell the untold story of Somerset Belanoff, also known as the Mother of Darkness herself. There is a fine line between speculation, legend, and fact with this case, but I will do my best to relay the information I found, and you can draw your own conclusions. All information has been pulled from public resources and is for entertainment purposes only. This isn't your typical Mystery Archives video, but things that I seldomly choose to cover. Dark and evil, conspiracy-related things. I don't claim for these things to be true, because it is all speculation, and trying to find available information is difficult at best. So again, draw your own conclusions. The following information has been sourced from numerous archived documents, websites, and blogs, as well as a group known as the Shadow Watchers, which we will get into later. It's said that the elite who run this world love their seclusion. The ultra-rich private estates and their gated communities, to places that no one outside of their inner circles have ever seen. They are said to perform terrible and perverse rituals in locations such as these, often to honor and worship their dark, ancient gods, keeping what they do from the prying eyes of the world. Truth seekers and self-proclaimed shadow watchers have made it their life's mission to uncover the secrets of these people and what they do, and will serve as the basis for the information found in this video. More so than my previous video, we will be touching upon a rootless, small, international group of individuals, but ones who sit atop a vast power infrastructure that influences, controls, and dominates the world. Rootless, as in they don't have just one home. They live everywhere and operate everywhere. They are small in number, but dominant in power, and their influence spans the globe. Some call them the New World Order, others the elite, and many the Illuminati. Although there are many key figures who make up this supposed hierarchy, we will touch upon one in particular more than others today. One that is said to be at the very top of one particular group that controls the others. An enigmatic figure known as Somerset Belanoff. Who is this allegedly powerful, yet reclusive figure? She was born in Scotland and of royal blood, calling Glamis Castle home. Said to be one of the third cousins of Queen Elizabeth II, she would have been afforded a life of luxury that most could only dream of as her birthright. Born with a silver spoon in her mouth would be an understatement. The British royal bloodline, of course, descends from the Saxe-Coburg and Gotha bloodline, leaving a long history of power and control. She is allegedly the great-granddaughter of Grigory Rasputin and Princess Elizabeth of Hesse and Bahrain, who was the granddaughter of Queen Victoria. This means that Miss Belanoff is the great-great-great-granddaughter of Queen Victoria, as are Queen Elizabeth II and Prince Philip, the Queen's husband. As I previously covered in the first Mothers of Darkness video about Chateau d'Armois, these elites as we know them are comprised of multiple, extremely old Luciferian families, those who invoke the power of him by corrupting the innocent in horrible ways. Adept witches who have been bred, raised, and taught these methods for hundreds of years, convening on certain dates and times to perform macabre rituals that would disgust any rational person who dared to witness them. Although from the viewpoint of most, it's easy to demonize these people, but some of them, as well, are byproducts of the rituals themselves. These witches are said to be the subjects of satanic ritual abuse from an early age. These rituals contain mental, sexual, and physical abuse, all of which results in a dissociative disorder, which allows them to be easily programmable. As they grow older, they too participate in the ritual abuse just as they had experienced, and the cycle begins anew, conducting the rituals, drawing the sigils, and abusing the young. They essentially, through their horrific methods, have found a way of corrupting, of breaking the human brain for reprogramming, to remake the poor subjects in their image, to mock God himself, and ensure that all subjects be easily controllable for the master. To me, this is the true definition of evil. It's incredibly hard to fathom human beings doing this to others, but it does happen, and has been happening for far too long. There are truly evil people in this world that worship an immaterial force they refer to as Lucifer. Following Somerset's life, as I've found, as she grew up, she was certainly being schooled at the best private institutions that money could buy, and being taught about where she came from and who she was to be. There is one photo that exists of her, and that is a supposed school photo shown here. The age and date, despite my best efforts, however, are unknown. Following the ritual abuse that took place to her at her home in Glamis Castle, she seemed to develop an affinity for speaking with the dead and taking a keen interest in the dark occult practices she had experienced. She began making factual statements about long-dead relatives who had died in Glamis Castle, often referring to them by nicknames used for them when they were alive. When Belanoff was 8 years old, she joined a grown-up card game and played extremely well, winning several hands, a game that she had never been known to play before. When the astonished adults asked how she learned to play so well, she replied that she had been playing cards on a regular basis with Earl Beardy in a hidden room within the castle since she was 3 years old. Earl Beardy can beat the devil himself at cards, she announced. And sometimes I can beat the devil too. Earl Beardy was a distant relative of the current royal family who lived in Glamis Castle and died there in 1486. Belanoff would continue to grow up and be groomed for power, and her time would eventually come. In October of 1979, Somerset was appointed by the then Queen to represent the House of Windsor, and by extension, the United Kingdom, on the Veton World Governing Council. At 26 years of age, she was the youngest delegate to sit on the council, but she would soon become an unstoppable force for change within the governing body. The Veton World Governing Council is a shadowy organization responsible for enforcing handed-down directives given by an inner organization known as the Upper Chamber. These are directives for fulfilling the great missions of the elite, among many, controlling the world and creating a slave class
serve as some of the overarching themes. Of course, enforcing such orders would require a vast network of extremely talented people using their various talents for the furtherment of those orders and overall control. Some examples of these include multilingual communications experts, military experts, information technology professionals, high-level managers used to handling off-the-book operations for various governments across the globe, assassins of every type, occult practitioners, judges, prosecutors, and all the cogs of within the various legal systems, as well as monetary and banking experts, and so much more. From 1947 until his assassination by the Irish Republican Army in August of 1979, Windsor was represented on the Veton Council by Louis Mountbatten, 1st Earl of Burma. Lord Mountbatten was the uncle of Prince Philip, Queen Elizabeth's husband, and had been a trusted advisor to the royal family. His 32-year tenure on the council is generally categorized as uneventful. Upon his death, Queen Elizabeth appointed Miss Belanoff to the council, and by letters bestowed upon her the title of Countess. The House of Veton dates from approximately 950 AD and is Europe's preeminent dynastic family. The ancestral home of the House of Veton was in Poland and then later Germany, but due to the historical importance of the dynasty, its influence extends across the world. All of the people that you have ever heard of in the context of the ruling elite or the Illuminati have ties to and are in fact governed by the Veton World Governing Council, the Committee of 300, the Windsors, Rothschilds, Habsburgs, Bilderbergs, Rockefellers, Bushes, Vanderbilts, the Council on Foreign Relations, the Trilateral Commission, and the United Nations all supposedly send their delegates to the Veton Council and are all ultimately controlled to a large degree by them. Members of the Veton dynasty have been kings and queens of many European countries. In 1840, Queen Victoria married Prince Albert of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha, a prince of the House of Veton, which meant that the House of Windsor was annexed by marriage to the House of Veton. The children of Queen Victoria and Prince Albert never used the surname Veton, but it is in fact the official surname of the royal family. During World War I, due to anti-German sentiment at home, the royal family officially changed their surname to Windsor. Upon taking her seat at the Windsor Delegate in October of 1979, Countess Belanoff began to exercise a much greater degree of authority on the council than her predecessors and began introducing a number of sweeping reforms. Although the reforms were ultimately approved by the ruling families, the changes weren't made without significant bloodshed. The primary goal of the reforms were to divide the governing form into two tiers, with an upper chamber and lower chamber. The proposed structure would vest all decision-making power in the upper chamber, which would include only those delegates who were from the ancient dynastic families. The lower chamber would consist of those delegates who had acquired power within the last couple of hundred years through industry and commerce. The upper chamber, where all decisions are made, includes dukes, earls, princes, counts, and countesses, barons and baronesses. And the lower chamber consists of the world's wealthiest families, such as the Vanderbilts, Rockefellers, and Rothschilds. To ensure the decisions of the World Governing Council would not be swayed by any prevailing political philosophies or financial interests other than their own. This was the primary reason that membership in the upper chamber was reserved for those who had inherited their wealth and positions. And finally, to establish an independent World Security Office, with herself at the head. responsible for enforcing the rules of the governing council and holding member delegates accountable to a central authority. The security office would also be authorized to commandeer any military force or intelligence gathering apparatus in the world. The proposed changes gave rise to a significant amount of opposition. Prior to the final vote to implement the reforms, an assassination plot was hatched by 18 of the most powerful delegates, all of whom were princes and dukes from Europe's most elite houses. Miss Belanoff learned of the plot, and after the final vote was tallied in her favor, she then confronted the conspirators in an open forum, accusing them of treason. She ordered 12 of the would-be assassins to climb the castle's north tower and to jump to their deaths. The remaining 6 conspirators were to be given revolvers and ordered to proceed to the adjoining courtyard where they were to take their lives. With Somerset now holding power, the accused were forced to capitulate. After the 12 princes had left the table and ascended the stairs to the north tower under the gun, Miss Belanoff made the remark, 12 lords a-leaping, in reference to a line from a popular Christmas song. From here, her rule was absolute. She quickly became known for being ruthless, tracking down and demonstrating the destruction of any subjects who were hostile to her agenda. Her motto became, debate is required, respectful dissent is allowed, but betrayal is a death sentence. Within the high levels of the upper chamber of the organization itself, she is taken to appointing those directly related or close associates to her, ensuring loyalty. Alleged insiders who have switched sides, so to speak, have said that Belanoff personally manages the succession plans for each department. As in my previous video covering the horrors of Marc Dutroux and the interconnected web implicating the Belgian government at that time, this organization too primarily operates out of Belgium and Luxembourg. This is probably not only due to governmental control, but to the powerful commerce of the site itself. Prior to 2019, the government of Luxembourg required all organizations to publish their employee directories in accordance with that law, and the organization did just this. However, due to raised public awareness and interest in those that pull the strings, the law was overturned, and the Veton employee directory was removed from the internet. Thankfully, various versions were saved before the directory's removal and have been archived. The directory I found had been archived and uploaded to archive.org and contains many individuals and their supposed roles within the organization. A brief example of a few apparently close to the Countess herself would be Natalie Belanoff Windsor, youngest daughter of Somerset. Reporting directly to the Countess, she sits on the board of governors responsible for Luxembourg Cathedral, which is the primary communications tower, as well as the home of the upper chamber of the World Governing Council. She is married to Lord Oliver Windsor and is a former lady-in-waiting to the now deceased Queen Elizabeth II. Next is Karina Belanoff, Somerset's middle daughter, and the Elector General for the upper chamber. She is responsible for communication connections and enforcement of directives for Veton towers throughout the world, and is the chief protocol officer for Bohemian Grove. Like both of her sisters, Karina Belanoff reports directly to her mother, the Countess. Observers have also noted that Karina Belanoff, like several people close to the Countess, have the condition known as heterochromia, meaning each eye is a different color. Although now scrubbed from the internet, Belanoff was once the registered owner of the domain bohemiangrove.com and the owner of the site itself in California. I found myself asking just who were these people called the Shadow Watchers? What was their goal? And how did they source such information? Was it all real? According to the same documents I found during my research, the Shadow Watchers claim to be a group of professional researchers, attorneys, teachers, Interpol investigators, journalists, security specialists, and professional historians scattered throughout the globe, all of which share an interest in Miss Belanoff and her influence in the space generally referred to as the elite or the Illuminati. They say that it is our hope that we can share a more accurate view of the forces working behind the scenes, and to that end, we offer firsthand, verifiable information rather than innuendo or fantasy. Belanoff researchers have often noted that information about her is elusive, and once posted, is often removed within a few days or weeks, which that would make sense considering this site was removed, and I was looking at an archived version of it, as well as multiple other associated documents or web pages I had come across during my research. It led to a familiar feeling, the same feeling I got digging into the Mothers of Darkness castle, Chateau d'Armois. It seemed as though it took years to collect this information, that the supposed facts were vague at best. The Vetan World Governing Council, for all intent and purposes, doesn't exist. When Googling it, I came across various sites that seemed official, being .orgs, but I either didn't have permission to access them, or they provided little to no information as to what they did, which I found weird to say the least. Any sites that contained information aside from some podcasts I came across in regards to Somerset Belanoff were archived, no longer live. The PDF I found containing those supposed members of the Vetan World Governing Council staff, published in 2019 in Luxembourg, as per the law at that time, contained photos which seemed to possibly be AI generated at first. I did run the questionable ones through multiple AI and alteration scans, and although similar to some photos that had been generated, they seemed to be of real people. Reverse image searches also didn't show me any sort of source as to where they could have been pulled from, if elsewhere, which again, I've found to be strange. The families also oddly did check out as well, with Saxe Coburg Gotha being part of the House of Vetan, and I was able to trace that fairly easily using Wikipedia. Obviously, if I was an all-powerful cabal, I wouldn't allow my secrets to be free-floating on the internet either. If anything, what I would do is provide opposing information or flood the internet with misinformation as to create plausible doubt in the minds of those who dug a little too deep. I came across this as well, but at the end of the day, after researching as hard as I could, I am left with more questions than answers. Do these organizations exist? Does the woman known as Somerset Belanoff exist? Is Lucifer real? And so many others. But one question in a pile of burning embers burns hotter than the others, and one that may never be answered. Just what is the truth? Although I have drawn my own conclusions, yours are now your own to make, now that I have shared with you what I have found. And one thing is certain. Mystery surrounds the person known as Somerset Belanoff, as thick as the fog that permeates the grounds of hidden castles, where those who dance in the darkness pay homage to Lucifer himself. Or does it? What do you think? Leave your thoughts in the comments below, and I'll do my best to answer them. Make sure to like this video. All the cogs of within the various legal systems, as well as monetary and banking experts, and so much more. From 1947 until his assassination by the Irish Republican Army in August of 1979, Windsor was represented on the Veton Council by Louis Mountbatten, 1st Earl of Burma. Lord Mountbatten was the uncle of Prince Philip, Queen Elizabeth's husband.
Marc Dutroux is a monster, plain and simple. What he did is incomprehensible. He kidnapped children, locked them in a dungeon, and tortured them, then killed them. Some were left to starve.
On other members of the Abraxas cult, strange information at that, and at points there are excerpts from the Abraxas booklets. It's really interesting to see the listed out names of all the associated members of throwing someone out of a window. Weird. Back to the report. On this subject, the person concerned is unnecessary and called the entire thing off. So like I said, this is really, really bizarre stuff. So at which a man had died and his death had been time goes by Aba Vang. Following information specifically was obtained from Belgian Police Statement 5.341, 21/12/1996, and was an interview with Willy Vassell, an occultist and cartoonist employed being roughly translated states was kidnapped from. And that was such a major coincidence that the Dutroux investigators made a note of it in their official documents. It's really weird. They actually state that this guy who they're somewhat investigating for their, alleged sacrifices and kidnappings of children, he lived on the same street in the same area as another famous kidnapped and missing child. It's weird. I'm not going crazy. It's really weird. And I might be the first person online to suggest that these affairs may be connected. But what I can definitely say is that it is weird. When there's smoke, there's fire. In another portion of the document, an alleged associate of Abraxas named Armand, a close friend and contact of Dominique Kindermans, one of the leaders of Abraxas, is discussed. And this is disturbing. Page 23, after being roughly translated, states, Van Gysegem Armand, alias Aba Vang, numerous elements in hearings prove that the person concerned put Alstein's and Kinderman's Dominique in contact, and is in contact via his bookstores and publishing house with numerous Belgian and French esoteric movements. The evidence in hearings tend to establish that the person concerned has tendencies. Then it says, you see a police report, he's already been prosecuted for moral offenses and fraud. The person concerned obtained large sums of money from the person named Desi Suzanne. She also could have engaged in activities in the company of Van Gysegem, who allegedly provided her with young people to satisfy her sexual urges. Although he denies being part of any Satanist movement, we have evidence that the company, knowing to be his home publishing, is part of the French movement Wicca. So this guy, Armand Van Gysegem, was pure evil, and he was directly associated with Abraxas. Making a quick departure from the specific Abraxas file that we've been discussing here, I want to bring into this discussion a few police reports and interviews from around the same time of the Abraxas raid that I want to show you that were leaked with the Dutroux dossier that really paint a new picture of this guy, Armand Van Gysegem, a picture that he would probably rather not be painted. The information that I'm about to present to you was obtained through the Dutroux dossier, or the Dutroux X-Files, that were released years back by WikiLeaks. The following information specifically was obtained from Belgian Police Statement 5.341, 21/12/1996, and was an interview with Willy Vassell, an occultist and cartoonist employed at one point by Armand Van Gysegem, the guy we're talking about, and a known associate of individuals in Abraxas. Here's a summary of what I gathered from this police report. These are just some summary notes. You can go read the full report online. I'm publishing all this stuff in the description of this video. So in the report, basically, this guy, Willy, says he states that Van Gysegem told him that he regularly makes love to little girls who were locked up in iron cages. He spoke about 5-year-old girls with excitement. This employee stated that Van Gysegem told him he goes regularly to Thailand. He said that Van Gysegem physically threatened him, just like he did to another employee of his, and he mentioned the name of a criminal of Charleroi, Jean Renson. Now, this police report also states that Van Gysegem is linked to Abraxas and hangs out all the time with Anubis and Nehema, the two leaders of Abraxas, the two people that are tied into the Dutroux case. So Maurice Jostin, a member of Abraxas, explained to the guy that's being interviewed for this police report that during a black mass at the Abraxas Institute, a man died and that his death was covered up. His body was disposed of. Van Overstraat, who is Van Gysegem's lawyer, is also a member of Abraxas. Van Gysegem was protected by Charles Peake, a notable Belgian politician. Jacques Lejeune and Van Couwenberg, who's the mayor of Charleroi, the town where all this was taking place at the time, are involved in pedophilia, which is what this guy testified to the police about in this report, and he states who he learned this from and heard this from. He also stated that the mayor and these powerful people were involved in drug trafficking coming from Turkey via the airport of Gosselies or Charleroi Airport. This witness also said he had knowledge that Van Gysegem had been seen in Bangkok, Thailand, discussing rates with pimps, that Van Gysegem was at the center of trafficking young girls from Thailand to Belgium and Hamburg. He said that the cleaning lady of Van Gysegem is scared to talk to anybody about what she knows. She says that Van Gysegem sometimes goes by Aba Vang, which is referenced in the Abrasix document, which is completely different, so it corroborates. Van Gysegem allegedly also attended orgies with Desi, another member of the Abrasix cult, who inherited a large Belgian company, and she got a lot of money. And they also stated that Van Gysegem frequently had minors in his office. So this is all stuff that an employee, a former employee of Van Gysegem and an associate of Abrasix, told a police officer. So that's very horrible shit. But now we have to move on to a completely different police statement that was made to the police. Police Statement 5.205-901-1997, which was an interview with Lingursky Milka, who was referenced in that last police report, a woman who had been employed by Armand Van Gysegem for a period of a year, from 1994 to 1995. Now, here's my summary of this police report. She basically states in this report that she had stopped working for Van Gysegem because she was physically assaulted by him. She said that he had a lot of money, but was incompetent as a book publisher, which raises a lot of flags to me. Where's he getting the money from? She also states that Van Gysegem was very interested in young children, and that he frequently boasted to her of his exploits in Asia. Someone named Charlet said that he had met Van Gysegem while they were in Thailand. Van Gysegem allegedly stated he was protected and that no criminal charges were ever going to be laid against him. Van Gysegem had proposed to go with his employee to the Abrasix Institute. He wanted to have her come with him to Abrasix for a ritual, but she declined. Desi was probably the mistress of Van Gysegem. And remember, Desi's tied into this report, she's tied into the last report, and she's tied into Abrasix. And apparently, Desi, this rich woman, gave Van Gysegem a lot of money. This ex-employee of Van Gysegem also told the authorities that she had heard vague rumors of a black mass that was held at Abrasix, at which a man had died and his death had been covered up. So that's the second time we have a reference to a man who died during a black mass at the Abrasix Institute that was covered up. Weird, right? And finally, we have one third police report to review. This report is an interview of Lillian Scrowen, another former employee of Armand Van Gysegem. And once again, you're going to hear and see some familiar things repeated here. Keep in mind, I've read through the report and interview, and it's very long. So here are just a few key takeaways or pieces of information that I gathered from the report. So this is gathered from Police Statement 5.053-14-1-1997, interview of Scrowen Lillian. So Lillian was a teacher at St. Peter's College in UCCLE. Since 1998, she was a copywriter for Van Gysegem. She refused to contribute to the Prince of This World project, which was that book that Abrasix published, which actually we're going to show you a real copy of in a moment, because she said that the texts and illustrations in the book were too daring. She also claims that she participated in a black mass at Abrasix. She said that very young children were brought by their parents to the Abrasix Institute and took communion there in the name of Satan. Dominique Kindermans, who was the main leader of the Abrasix cult, she said that Dominique is very intelligent and very dishonest. She also claimed that Armand Van Gysegem, her boss, gave her videos containing an account of his life in order to produce a book. In these videos, he spoke of his sex life and of acts of pedophilia that he committed in Asia. She claims that he states that he never committed a crime in Belgium. She doesn't have a copy of those videos because she had an argument with Van Gysegem and he took them back. So, as you can tell through all those reports, no one really seemed to like Armand Van Gysegem, and he seemed to be a very smart predator, a predator who operated in different countries so that he couldn't technically be caught in his own. But predators always get hungry. I believe that there had to have been victims of Armand Van Gysegem in Belgium, victims either tied to Dutroux, to Abrasix, or even both. Now, in addition, Armand Van Gysegem appears again in the Dutroux dossier in a report made on 16/1/1997 by P.J. Turnout de Proust concerning Aba Vang or Van Gysegem. The note filed and entered into police evidence was based on a claim by an anonymous witness, stating that Armand van Gysegem was a friend and close acquaintance of a man named John Stamford. This note is of interest because John Stamford, who was a defrocked English priest, died while awaiting trial in Belgium for organizing trips to foreign countries. He was definitely guilty and he would have been found guilty. So he was arranging these trips for rich men in Belgium to fly to foreign countries so that they could assault children. And he even said that Thailand was one of the most important and frequently traveled to destinations by this specific group. So through that small note, that random reference, it seems that the allegations against Van Gysegem were confirmed. However, the note and that information was never followed up on by the authorities, and to my knowledge, Armand van Gysegem was never apprehended by the police or brought to justice for children. He was never arrested. He was never charged with anything. He got away with it. It seems that Armand had the same sort of protection that Marc Dutroux had. You see, at one point, the authorities did actually raid Armand's business, but he just so happened to not be there on that day. In fact, no one was there at his office that day. No one was working. I wonder why. And the doors were locked, padlocked, in fact. So the authorities left, and for some reason, they deemed another search unnecessary and called the entire thing off. So like I said, this is really, really bizarre stuff. So there you have an almost 100% confirmed directly linked to the upper echelons of law enforcement, the Marc Dutroux network, and to Abrasix. He's a close confidant of the two main founders of the Abrasix Institute. But we need to move on. On page 25, it also discusses how the items seized from the Abrasix search and the other apparently related raids that took place throughout Belgium had yet to be analyzed. It discusses legal loopholes that need to be jumped through in order to obtain handwriting analysis samples to match that Anubis letter up, and simply states in a bold font, to date, no objects taken have been analyzed. We could go through this document all day. There is a lot of weirdness in it after all, but I'll leave you with a final strange discovery. On page 20, a woman named Muriel Kempeneers, an optician by trade, who was also a member of the Abrasix cult, is discussed at length. And in this document, a police informant stated that they were shown a homemade porn video of Muriel, the Abrasix cult member, having sex with a very young teenager. The rough translation of the document speaking about this woman, Muriel Kempeneers, is as follows. The person concerned is an optician and has been denounced as being involved in satanic rites. She is said to have a place set up in the cellars at this address, which could turn out to be a satanic temple. On the third floor of this building, the anonymous informant noticed the presence of hundreds of cassettes and watched a pornographic cassette in which appears relations with a young daughter who seems very young, not yet formed, and whose hair is not yet developed. Other details speak of black and red masses and suggest that she regularly attends the Abrasix Institute. After contact with Inspector Van Ken, author of the report, it was concluded that he had to see his informant again, who had shown him the home of the person who had initiated Kempeneers, the woman that we're talking about here, into Satanism. In the information given by the informant, mention is made of the of Kempeneers' companion, named Francis Ronsmans, who died at Muriel Kempeneers' home, who actually died by defenestration on 7/9/93. Now, this is interesting to note. I had never heard the word defenestration before. Apparently, it means the action of throwing someone out of a window. Weird. Back to the report. On this subject, the person reporting the offense informed us that he had carried out checks on the subject and that the person concerned had indeed died after being thrown out of a window. His foot was in plaster when he committed, and he was depressed. There is no doubt, interestingly, it says this in here, there is no doubt that this was a. We propose that a search be carried out at the home of Kempeneers for the purpose of searching for the temple and the cassettes of character. It seems abnormal that Kempeneers is not included in the Abrasix member list when she is a member. Now, you have an associate of an alleged who lives with the and they suddenly take their own life by jumping out of a third-story window. And keep in mind that the third story where he was pushed, or I guess he jumped out of, that story is supposedly where the police informant said that Muriel kept those tapes of her engaging in activities with minors. So was this person looking through these tapes, found something that Muriel didn't want him to find, and she pushed him out of the window to stop him from telling anybody? I mean, is this all starting to sound familiar? The rest of the information in the document just contains additional information on other members of the Abrasix cult, strange information at that, and at points there are excerpts from the Abrasix booklets. It's really interesting to see the listed out names of all the associated members of Abraxas, their jobs and positions, and the places that they were at in life and who they were. There were people in that cult from all walks of life. There was a telephone operator, a hotel employee, a concrete worker, a therapist, members without jobs, and members who were rich. If you want to read through the document and examine it yourself, I'm going to leave a link to it in the description of this video. But I want to point out how weird it was that the police seemingly did not follow up on any of the leads that are mentioned in this report. They never followed up on the report of an Abraxas member who supposedly had videotapes of them children in their possession, whose acquaintance died in their care. Let's add that in there. They didn't act on the accusations of prostitution, mental abuse, child abuse, the disappearances of children, and more. They didn't listen to the child who testified that there were multiple perpetrators that had done terrible things to them inside of the Abraxas Institute. And this report brings up a number of questions in my mind. Did Dominique Kindermans, one of the leaders of the Abraxas cult, use her hypnosis skills on underage participants like Samir, who was discussed in the reports pages? Was anybody in the DeTrue Predator Network an active member of Abraxas? Did any of the DeTrue cronies use the services of the network of Abraxas as sex workers? Did Abraxas use DeTrue as a way to gather children for ritual abuse, or even more disturbingly, human sacrifice? Were politicians and members of the elite ruling class of Belgium hiring Abraxas to have them come out to perform black magic rituals and satanic sacrifices for them at their parties? Why were there human remains in the oven of that German Masonic lodge? What was in those boxes that were moved out on the day before the official search of the Abraxas Institute? Who informed the leaders of the Abraxas Institute that they were going to be raided the next day? I don't know. That is a lot to think about. And I know that that's a lot of information, so thank you for sticking through that with me. But I personally do get a little tired of hearing people discuss this case and listening to them assert that there's nothing wrong with Abraxas or the Abraxas members. These were clearly incredibly broken, incredibly demented people, and we really have no true idea of what they were doing in their temples and in the Institute. We will never really know. Now, I'll leave you on one final thing from the Abraxas document before we get back into the documentary. On pages 47 and 48, excerpts are shown from a book published by the Abraxas cult, their self-written, illustrated, and published so-called Dictionary of Demons. On these pages are very graphic illustrations of demons, including one illustration of the demon Belial, who they write is the inventor of swear words and blasphemy, the promoter of homosexuality, increased wages, and professional success, and, eerily enough, the protector of those who blaspheme, the protector of the traitors and heretics and criminals. Now, take a look at this illustration. Does that happen to remind you of anything? Well, let's flash back to the very beginning of this video, to the video of those guys exploring Marc Detrue's former home in Sars-le-Bussier.
Regarde, il y a un vélo. Le vélo de son fils. Il me donne. Putain, c'est chaud. Ça, c'est bon. Je sens pas.
Is this a connection? Did DeTrue believe that Belial was protecting him in his criminal business, in his shady underworld of money, trafficked children, and child pornography? Was he really associated with these dark rituals and satanic sects like Abraxas? Well, to find out more information, I met up with a man named Nico Clos at his house in France to ask him some questions about it. Nico has been practicing dark magic and Satanism for decades. In a video that's coming in the near future, though, we partnered with Nico to shine the light on some extremely disturbing individuals in his community, and he actually helped us expose some deeply disturbing organizations that have existed in the shadows in France for decades. You see, Nico has been contacted by these shadowy organizations in the past, and they've asked if he could carry out their dirty work for them, aka the torture and murder of innocents on camera. Now that story is crazy on its own. We've got lots of proof on that one, and we'll be exposing that whole cult, which is different than all of this, in a video in the near future. But back to Abraxas. Nico is familiar with Abraxas not only because he owns a few items directly taken from the cult's headquarters, but because he used to run around in the same satanic circles as some of those members. Nico, as it turns out, is one of the good ones who wants to help us expose these creeps for who they really are. Nico is a person who loves Satan and he loves the devil, and you can have your opinions on that, but he's working with us to expose these predators and giving us as much information as possible. And when you see that video we filmed with him in his hometown, I think you're going to be shocked. There's so much to go over, but let's cut to that interview now. let's talk about Mark the True and Abraxas and kind of like how it all relates.
I have to get this handy. I got a plaque here. Right there. It was given to me by a guy who actually did death spells for a living. And, you know, there's cults, but there's also lone practitioners of the occult. And this guy was one of them. He had this office in Paris, and he would have clients who would come over and ask him to cast a spell on this person or that person, or get favors from specific demons to get health or wealth or those kind of things. So that was his job, and he got this plague from this Belgian cult called Abraxas. Those guys, they were involved in the true case. They were investigated actually because, you know, back then in the 90s, they thought that they were involved in this trafficking that was going on in Belgium. So I do not have any specific info. Is it true? Is it not? All I know is that that plague belonged to that cult. There's traces, white traces on the thing. It's salt because they, after using that plague, they removed the energy from that plague, so they poured salt over it. So if I knew that that plague had been used for ritual sacrifices of children, of course I would set it on fire. That's for sure. But now I don't think it was. I don't get any energy of that nature from it, and I keep it as a souvenir, more or less. But I don't think that there's any bad energy attached to it. I don't feel anything. I have other objects around me where I can tell you they were used to kill someone. They were used as a part of executions, knives, stuff like that, and they have dark energy. But this thing, no, I don't feel any bad vibes from it.
What would something like that be used for?
Just black masses. Usually this is for black masses when you have something like that. So this is specifically designed by Anton LaVey. This was designed by Anton LaVey. But what most people don't know is that this image, the Goat of Mendes, it's called, was not designed initially by LaVey, but by a French occultist that was called Eliphas Levi. And he designed this and the Baphomet. The Baphomet is this figure that's that you often find associated with satanic cults. Those two drawings, the goat head, the Goat of Mendes, and the Baphomet, were designed by this French occultist in the 19th century. So it LaVey just, you know, more or less simplified the design. And this is the design that's on the cover of the Satanic Bible.
So, what do you have? Did you say you have a book?
Yeah, I'll show you a book that I have. I have to find it. All right. So this is the book that they published. I will tell you the year. Let's see. 93. So that was before the Dutroux case. Okay. Brussels. Okay. Those are the names of the cult leaders. Name Nephitis and Anubis. It's a demonology book. There's also rituals that they used, drawings that they made. There's a drawing of Abraxas. And I said Abraxas with an S, not an XS. It's important because people mix up the two, but it's really the god of Abraxas. That was also used by Charles Manson, if you know the Charles Manson case a little bit. Abraxas was one of the demonic entities that he mentioned a lot in his writings and interviews, etc. So it's basically a demonology book. There's the names of demons, some representations, and several ways to invoke them. As far as I remember, I read the book a long time ago. There's no mention of human sacrifice in the book. But sometimes you have to read between the lines. So, I don't know. Prince of this world.
So, what was Abraxas? Do you know much about their history?
Not much. It was a couple, and they had a small following in Belgium. It's funny because they were active more or less at the same time than another cult in Paris that was very similar to them. The high priestess of that cult was Diane Lucifera. And the cult I mentioned, the one in Paris, they committed homicide and double in I think it was 1995, so 2 years after the publishing of this book. Very weird case too, and very similar to the way they function and the things they believed in to that called Abraxas. I don't know if they had any connection. It wouldn't surprise me because they were not satanic, they were Luciferian. And I told you, the bad guys here are the Luciferians. I think that Abraxas was Luciferian too in their ideology. See, there's mentions of Lucifer a lot in that book. Kabbalah too. What I can tell you is that because of what happened with Dutroux, they had to stop all their activities. So there were, at the same time, other cults active in Europe, mostly Scandinavia. But yeah, they more or less disappeared into oblivion. I don't know what became of them. Probably died by that time.
So, as an expert of like the occult and stuff like that, do you think it's feasible that a group like that could have been involved with like murders, kidnappings of children? Is that something that you could see happening, or is that just like a myth that people have invented?
No, in that case, in the case of Abraxas, I think there's no smoke without fire. And I think they really were involved in some degree or another with Dutroux. I don't know the specifics of the connection, but given the personalities of those people and what was going on in Belgium at the time, I do think there's a connection. Yeah.
And what would be the purpose of like having kids that are like murdered for a cult like that? Like, why would they be engaging in that?
They would get money out of it because you have to remember those people who believe in the cult of Lucifer. They're obsessed with wealth, they're obsessed with power, they're obsessed with material gains, stuff that they will get from worshiping. You know, they're not doing it out of for a spiritual purpose. They just want to have also friends who have a lot of influence in politics, in the law, all those domains that they could get a benefit from.
Is there anything else you'd like to add that you think would benefit the True documentary? Anything you know, or?
I'd say you have to sometimes read between the lines, and you have to understand what's at stake there. I do not believe, for example, that there are big criminal organizations that are involved in that, because for them, it would be easier to make a lot of money with much less risk. Okay, sometimes you get smaller mafias which are involved, but the big organizations, no. Plus, they have their own code of honor. They don't get involved in that shit. But greed is greed. Sometimes people are so greedy they would do anything for money. So, power corrupts, and there's a lot of hypocrisy in when you look at it in this, because some people who are in those organizations we know that this kind of shit is going on in some of the lodges. They have this code between them where they won't rat on each other just because they are part of the same league. So, they're as guilty as the actual people who run those rings, those snuff rings and all this shit. For me, they have the same level of responsibility. When one of them goes down, everything goes down with them. And this is when the take place. Arranged. Yeah. It's easy for someone to actually kill someone else in prison when he's paid for it and pretend it's kind of easy.
After my interview with Nico, I knew that this wasn't over. There was some force that was pulling me through the streets of Belgium, and it led me to the front door of the old Abrasax Institute in the town of Charleroi. As I drove through those streets late at night, I couldn't help but notice the shadows as they grew darker and darker the nearer I approached to the old Abrasax building. What secrets did this area hold? What horrific things did these buildings and materials bear witness to? These are questions to which we may never have answers. That is, unless we keep asking the right questions. But at that moment, I was scared, anxious, but I knew that this is where my journey was leading me. On December 21st, 1996, the Belgian authorities, 150 officers, members of local SWAT-type teams, officials, performed a raid on the building behind me. In a strange twist, I was born on December 22nd, 1996, so this happened on the day before my birthday. Basically, the building behind me that I'm about to go look at was the former home of the satanic sect known as Abrasax. They worshipped Lucifer, they were very into black magic and the occult, and when the police raided this building, it's because they thought that they might be performing a child sacrifice that evening. But it was common knowledge that this raid was coming, and eyewitnesses who lived on this street that I'm on actually said that the day before the police raid, they saw members of Abrasax carrying large cases out of their building, loading up a bunch of stuff to be brought out of the building. So it's pretty obvious that they were tipped off, most likely by somebody in the authorities who gave them the heads up that the police were coming the next day. In addition, there is a member of Abrasax that I'm going to talk about in a second, who was a known, and he was connected to these other organizations. He liked to go to Thailand. He bragged about how he liked to get with 5-year-olds. He was just generally a really sick guy, but he was never charged or prosecuted for his crimes to my knowledge. Yeah, there's just a lot of weird stuff that was never really answered here. Yeah, really crazy stuff. So this group is linked to, one of their members was they're linked to the Dutroux case through these letters. Bernard Weinstein was said to come around for some of their rituals. They were tipped off by the police about the raid. That's why they allegedly were moving all of their stuff out the day before. When the police did raid the place, they found a refrigerator full of animal blood. They also found human remains, skulls, bones, stuff that was being used in black arts and black magic rituals, but they didn't find any children. Now, I don't know what all that means. I don't know what any of this means here, but I figured that this was an important place to get out and show you guys while I'm here.
So right here, 223 is this is the former Abrasax black magic satanic sect building. It's got a very creepy vibe. I don't know if someone lives there or not. I don't know what the building is used for nowadays, but
This is where the police carried out that raid. 150 officers going into this building. They find human remains, animal blood, but no children. So many mysteries that this building holds. I would be very, very interested to see what a paranormal investigation would lead to. I don't know if you guys can tell, but listen to how quiet it is on these streets. Imagine how quiet it would have been in the 90s, too. Right there, there's a building that could hold a key to so much. But we just got to keep investigating. So deeply disturbing stuff with the Abrasics the entire time. But Abrasics is just a small cog in the machine of Dutroux and this Belgian network. In fact, Abrasics is like the prick of, or what the hell am I trying to say? The tip of a pin in a small drop in a huge puddle when you compare them specifically to the larger network of Satanists and evil and Luciferian practitioners and these evil people that were deeply entwined with Marc Dutroux. But first, we have to talk about this wider cult before we move into the full understanding of Marc Dutroux. So at this point, we have to introduce Regina Louf. So you may remember Regina Louf from other videos that we've posted on my channels recently. Regina is a survivor of the Marc Dutroux ring, and she has shared some absolutely incredibly dark and disturbing secrets from within the ring that the government didn't want people to hear. Interestingly, WikiLeaks proved that large sums of money in different currencies had arrived in Michelle Martin's bank account, Marc Dutroux's wife, claimed to be linked with close timing to the abductions of the girls. The transfers and values indicated a and prostitution ring to authorities. So WikiLeaks released documents that Belgian authorities, higher-ups, the legal system never released. And these documents, which you can access online, showed that Michelle Martin, Marc Dutroux's partner, had received massive payouts in different currencies at around the same times that the girls and victims had been abducted. I mean, that's direct evidence to me. Of course, those payouts could be attributed to Marc's schemes in fraud and theft, but the amounts don't add up. Additionally, there were attempts by Belgian authorities to have the Dutroux dossier taken down by WikiLeaks. They said that, well, some of the information was true, some of it was false, disparate, and involved people who had done nothing wrong and should remain classified. All right, there's no better way to say that you're guilty than by desperately trying to get that stuff scrubbed from the internet. I mean, this is the Belgian government, authorities in Belgium, trying to get a leaked document taken down. That proves that it is sensitive and real. There were several witnesses who were interviewed who were involved with Marc Dutroux's case and his ring. Now, to put this into perspective real quick, the Belgian X-Files, I've read through every single page. There are hundreds of pages, and they're some of the most incredibly disturbing shit I've ever read. They're all essentially summaries of testimony or direct testimony from victims and witnesses of Dutroux's crimes that were, I believe, mostly, if not completely, deemed unusable in court. So they had hundreds and hundreds of pages of testimony of children talking about getting raped, naming people's names, talking about watching children get murdered. I remember one of the things I read was this girl watched these men make another little girl, I don't even know how to say this, she had no clothing on, and apparently they made a dog do things to the girl, and then they allowed the dog to eat the girl from the privates up while she was alive, and they filmed this whole thing, and the men were laughing watching this. We actually visited the place where that was supposed to have happened in our The True documentary, but that's just one. There's thousands of things like that these children are claiming happened, and the police completely ignored all of them and said that, yeah, this stuff didn't happen. These are just, we can't confirm that this happened because there's no witness that's going to speak to it other than the witness themselves, which is the child. And so that's why when you get into these X-Files, it's a controversial thing because, it's weird. There isn't like direct physical evidence, but there is a lot of really, really, really direct evidence. Like there's one victim who testified named Regina Loof, and she talked about where that dog thing happened, and she described the interior of this building, said it was made by this corporation. It's got a very distinct interior. She described the furniture, the lighting, everything. It was an industrial building, so a place that a child would never be. She had no family that worked there, anything.
Bang! Quick thing to jump in there with. An industrial building. These are things I already know, but I just want the viewers to catch on to that. Because like when I say these Jewish philanthropists, this industrial movement, yeah. Niggas of Oz. Gomer Oz the Bower. Gomer is, like I said, the fashioners, Michelle LeMay, them witches. But Oz, yeah, Oz is them wizard niggas, them warlock niggas, them scientist niggas. And the bar, yeah. That's military strength. But see, Marina Abramovich could fit in all of that. Cause she the mind and she the strength. If she the mind, she indoctrinate niggas. She tell you how to think. She wipes your whole brain memory clean. And then what did Marina Abramovich do? Yeah. So she's serious. But yeah, like I said, industrial. Think the movie Saw. Think the movie Hostile. Yeah. And see, there's a thing about blood. Scientists know, and even like hoodoo priestess and witches and Celtic druids, and that they know that they don't really teach us. Why do they always, when it comes to like getting blood samples, when you got to go to the doctor, they want to do blood testing, they got to draw a whole bunch of motherfucking blood. But when it come down to these niggas getting samples of fossils and ancient DNA and shit like that, well, what be happening? You know what I mean? They just need a little fucking sample. That's about it. That shit crazy. They just need a little fucking sample, but they need all of that blood from you. Life is in the blood. I'm telling you, there's something. I'm gonna have to play that video for y'all one day, Dr. York. Life is in the blood. Because it's something that these scientists ain't telling us. What is it about blood? I don't know. But I do know. But we'll get to that though. But let me let this rock. But just keep that in mind. Industrial. And we got Dr. Oz, who's going to be the head of the United States Medical Industrial Facility. Wow, wow, wow.
Like that. And when the described the interior of this building, and she talked about where that dog thing happened, and she described the interior of this building, said it was made by this corporation. It's got a very distinct interior. She described the furniture, the lighting, everything. It was an industrial building, so a place that a child would never be. She had no family that worked there, anything like that. And when the police brought her there to talk about it, they went into the building and found that it was exactly how she had described it. So stuff like that. There's a ton of corroborating evidence in there. And it's just wild to me that the police just never did anything. They sealed these files so that people would never read them or learn about this stuff. The files were named the X-Files because the witnesses' own identities were redacted in favor of the letter X and a variable associated. So these kids, these victims, instead of using their names in these X-Files, these victims were referred to as X1, X2, X3, X4, and so on. The witnesses state that the pink ballet was connected to or supplied by Dutroux and his accomplices. Apparently, video evidence was captured of this event, videos which included the faces and names of prominent politicians. With confirmation that this ritual exists, could Springmeier have been taking it a step too far by saying it was a satanic ritual where murder took place? Witness X1, or Regina Louf, says otherwise. During the trial, Regina was deemed Witness X1 to protect her identity, but later came out into the open. This woman and others describe some horrific events that would occur at these gatherings. Louf went to the media in 1998, being interviewed by Panorama, partially sharing her story. According to Regina, she was raised by her grandmother from birth to be used by the massive ring, of which Dutroux was only a small part. Regina was trained in the most demented of ways, experiencing things that children should not even know exist, let alone be subjected to. Regina stated that she began to be abused by pedophiles within the ring at the age of 3 or 4, and that money was the primary objective. She also said that snuff films were a regular aspect of her life. When she was 10 years old, Regina claimed she became pregnant by a pedophile. After giving birth to this man's baby, Regina was only allowed to be with her child for a few moments before this group of pedophiles ripped the baby from her arms, assaulted it, and murdered the baby, then mutilated its corpse, all on video while smiling and laughing in front of Regina when she was 10 years old. She continued on, saying that when children were past the age where they could be bought and sold, they were killed on film, and those films were then sold to clients. Regina stated that she had seen the films herself, and that these videos were regularly viewed and played at these parties. At these parties, several children will be provided to groups of She went on to say that those who had been witnesses to the murder in real life were at the parties, and that they gave commentary as the video was playing out, cold and remorseless of their monstrous crime. She stated that while the pedophiles would be watching these snuff films, she and the other children in attendance were raped.
Rendabel was, die niet meer genoeg opbracht of die, laten we zeggen, zo emotioneel eronder doorging dat dat kind eigenlijk niet meer voor het netwerk kon gebruikt worden, die belandde in het eindcircuit. Het eindcircuit was het laatste stadium, daarin werd je vermoord. Het was eigenlijk de laatste keer waarin dat ze nog geld konden maken van u. Dat was eigenlijk de grootste bedoeling. Zo'n kind die in het eindcircuit terecht kwam, die werd ofwel gebruikt voor daders die zelf de moord wilden doen, maar niet op film wilden staan, of die door, laten we zeggen, figuranten vermoord werd, waarvan dat dus degene die de opdracht gegeven had, de film kreeg. Dat waren de 2 keuzes die je had als dader. Als slachtoffer had je geen keuze natuurlijk.
Maar die films kwamen niet in een commercieel circuit?
De films kwamen niet zozeer in een commercieel circuit terecht. De films werden gemaakt in opdracht van 1 persoon. En daar bestonden eigenlijk heel weinig kopies van. Dat was eigenlijk alleen maar 1 film voor die persoon. En dat was alles. De mensen die van het netwerk gebruik maakten, die wilden niet het risico lopen dat eigenlijk zo'n films gecommercialiseerd werden en eventueel konden gelinkt worden ooit aan de opdrachtgevers.
She then gave an account of the murder of 16-year-old Christine Van Hees, a murder linked to both Marc Dutroux and Michel Nihoul, the business magnate. 16-year-old Christine was apparently forced into prostitution by Michel Nihoul after being introduced through Marc Dutroux. Regina explained that Christine, the 16-year-old victim, was murdered because she couldn't adapt to the sexual abuse, and so she was killed by Dutroux, Nihoul, and others that she refused to name. She then named other girls who were victims and described the levels at which people entered the organization. She said that people didn't immediately enter the ring and take part in the murders. She said that people were introduced slowly over time, and as they became more trustworthy and moved up in the ring, they were pressed into further atrocities. At first, she said, these men would have to engage in a pedophilic sex act with girls bordering a legal age. But then, as the men moved up in the hierarchy of the ring, they would take part in orgies, bestiality, sadism, torture, and at the highest levels, ritual murder. But not just anyone could join. They had to be powerful and have good connections that the ring could make use of. Regina said that it was just as much about maintaining contacts with the elite as it was about pedophilia. Regina didn't share everything in her Panorama interview, however. In one of her testimonies, Regina talked about something that makes one's blood run cold. At an unnamed castle, children, according to Regina, were forced to strip naked except for shoes and were then told to run off into the forest. Behind them, men with dogs waited to chase them. Regina was not a victim of the hunting party in this testimony. She said that she was forced to participate in the hunt. She was told she had to go hunt and murder a child, or that she would be killed herself. Interestingly, one supposed survivor of satanic ritual discussed something that she experienced, a situation so exactly similar that it could have been at the same event. At a party attended by members of the ruling elite, according to this victim, children would be stripped naked except for tennis shoes and allowed to run into the forest. Behind them, the members of the elite chased them, wearing masks, armed and ready to kill if the children were caught. It mimicked The Most Dangerous Game, the famous story by Richard Connell, where a Russian aristocrat hunts a castaway on an island in the Caribbean. Even in real life, this so-called game was dubbed with this title, even though the victim was not an accomplished big game hunter, but blameless innocent children. The survivor stated that the game would start early in the evening, which Regina Louf also corroborated. This unnamed survivor felt she had no place to run and no place to hide, though, and there were no limits as to what could happen to her at the time. It was one of the most extreme situations she had ever survived. Yet somehow she managed to pull through. The fact that satanic cults could exist right now before our very eyes, and the depth of evil of the crimes they were committing, seems like something that could only happen in a barbaric era. Regina Louf did have something to say about satanic rituals in her portion of the X-Files. She talked about blood rituals being held at a castle near Eindhoven in the Netherlands, and said that Mark Dutroux was indeed connected to satanic groups. Moreover, multiple witnesses in the X-Files claimed that prominent men in Belgian society were witnesses to and accomplices in satanic rituals at several locations in Europe, some of which included blood magic and sacrifice. But who was this cult, and what was their aim? Well, one of the cults that was named in the files of Dutroux's case, like we mentioned before, was Abraxas. Apparently, according to these files, children were forced to eat human flesh and were branded with hot irons. It doesn't seem that any sane being could preside over such horrors. Regina Louf can be cited as a source of evidence in this case. She stated in one of her witness testimonies that she was forced to participate in the abuse as she got older, already having been programmed to accept the abuse from her earliest days. From a young age, Regina was programmed to accept the traumas of her life, even apparently forced to kill at some points. Perhaps this massive satanic cult, with satanic ritual sites mentioned across Belgium, Holland, and the Netherlands, placed their own into these positions of power and flourished from there. There are more supposed satanic estates in Belgium itself. We visited a few of them. Certainly, the Institute of Abraxas and Chateau d'Amroy aren't the only ones. These rituals are said to bring the members of satanic cults power, fame, and riches. These kinds of lures are exactly the type that would lure those seeking power in Europe and world governments in. So as you're going to notice, and you probably have noticed, these children have made accusations over the years that they were trafficked by this big ring. But this big ring has to have places that they operate in. They have to have hideouts. They have to have spots where these, extravagant hunting parties and parties are being held. And according to all these victims, the places where these things were occurring were in these chateaus across Belgium, France, these countries that are nearby. These chateaus are often private property. These chateaus have been owned by millionaire, billionaire families for centuries. They're very hard to get into. They're very hidden away from the public. And if you actually read through the Dutroux files, you'll see that these chateaus being places of horrific parties where these things take place, that's a common theme. So in this video, we visited a few chateaus. The first chateau we visited that may have been connected to this network was the Chateau Sautou. You may have seen us visiting this chateau in our video about the Chateau d'Amroy, but for those who haven't seen that video, check this out. This gets dark.
All right, guys, so I'm going to be wearing sunglasses in today's episode because, as you can see, I've developed an insanely terrible eye infection over the last day on the tail end of our trip here through England, France, and Belgium. Right now, though, I'll walk down here. Let's see how much you can see. You can't even see the chateau from here. But behind me, this is the entrance to a property that was once owned by a man named Michel Fournier. I don't really know how to pronounce that last name, and I tried to Google Translate, but I don't have service. Essentially, he was a serial killer who was living at this house, this chateau. He was murdering children torturing and murdering children inside of the house and in the area and burying them on his property. He confessed to 12 murders. People suspect that he murdered a lot more people, but there's also a lot of rumors online that this chateau, this house, castle, mansion is tied into the Dutroux network. Individuals that were kidnapping children, assaulting children, they got off on doing that, torturing them, and then disposing of them. I've seen a lot of links online between Dutroux and this place.
Yeah. Wow. You get to see what this place looked like. Yeah. Let's go. And if you want to see the full video, as you can see, it's on my page. Right now it's unlisted, but don't worry. In about a week or so, I might make it public. But if you need it, message me and I'll send it to you. But it'll be public on my page in about a week or so. Yep.
And this is the Chateau de Sautou. I was hoping we'd be able to get a shot of the place, but yeah, you can't even see it. It's like right down this road. But we're investigating chateaus in this chapter of this investigation. This place comes up a lot with different symbolism. The name, some people claim so too, almost represents Satan. If you're looking at the Pharaoh's alphabet, I forget the terminology for that. But yeah, this is some weird spooky shit. We're like way in the back roads right now in France, trying to get to the bottom of this story. It's disturbing shit because right now we're about 30 minutes away from the Chateau de Amois, which is the main crown jewel of this portion of the video. And that's where all these rituals are taking place. So I find it really hard to believe that in the same time period that Dutroux, Marc Dutroux, the infamous pedophile murderer, the same time that he's in Belgium in a town that's less than an hour from here, he's running this massive ring that's across Europe. I find it weird that there would be a serial killer operating. What is that?
Bird.
That there would be a serial killer operating 30 minutes from the castle where these rituals are supposedly taking place, where children are murdered. That was a fucking bike. It's a dude on a bike. And that there would be no connection. Definitely got horror movie vibes out here. Like, I feel like this is like the French Texas Chainsaw Massacre area. Especially, I feel like you see those trees online. It's those types of trees where it's pitch black in the middle of them.
Mm-hmm.
I've never seen those in
there's
person.
Like no bark on them either. Freaky.
And my eyes killing me. Oh my god. This is the road that leads to the chateau. So this is obviously not a road we can take our rental car down.
Reminds me of my boy Brisbars El Hadi, Brian Warren. Man, shout out to my bro, Brisbars El Hadi, Brian Warren, Briz Ear Miso, as he pronounces it, Briz Ear Miso. Okay. That's my bro. But yeah, he remind me of my bro. If it was me and Breeze on this excursion right now, if I want to use that word, but on this hiking trip, going to the chateau, I'd be holding the camera, and that would be him. Cause yeah, he got the personality just like Breeze. But Breeze would be the one holding the camera, and I'd be the one walking and talking my motherfucking mouth as I can't motherfucking stop. Or maybe I might be the one with the camera since I don't like to be on camera. So I might be the one that's holding it also, but still running my damn mouth. Anyway, let's go.
But look at that. How creepy are these woods?
Very. These are the kind of woods you'd find like monsters in.
Seriously.
Human and. Yeah, right when we got here too, we heard like a scream come from the forest.
It literally sounded like a monster growl.
And we were both, we're like, what the?
What was that? It literally was like, right?
But it's weird. It didn't sound like an animal. It sounded like, I don't know.
Sound like a monster,
Yeah.
like straight up, like some shit you'd hear in a horror film. So right now, we're about 35 minutes from the Mothers of Darkness castle, the Chateau de Amois, and that place is the center point, pretty much any and every conspiracy. And yeah, 30 minutes away is the house of one of the most notorious serial killers of the same time period, who was also murdering children, which is supposedly what still happens at the Chateau de Amois. I just think it's odd that they're not connected officially.
So another castle and chateau that's directly tied to Marc Dutroux through some of the X-Files and testimonies that were released is the Chateau de Amaroi. One of our last videos, we actually visited the chateau. It has an insane history that deals with everything from, the possible involvement of the Illuminati to dark satanic witches. But there are a number of children who have testified seeing hunting parties and all sorts of terrible things, being themselves at the Chateau de Amaroi. And it's like the most secure place in Belgium. There's tripwires around the property. There's security 24/7. The bushes are so high you can't see in. It's like very, very either well guarded to prevent people from going in or well guarded to prevent people from escaping. Chateau de Amaroi is one of the darkest places I've ever been. So let's take a look.
So right now we are driving to the Chateau de Amois, and yeah, we're way out in the middle. We just crossed over into Belgium, so we're out in the middle of nowhere in the Belgian countryside. And yeah, it's a little intimidating. I don't really know what we're about to roll up on, how much we're about to be able to see, what it's going to be like out there. This place is absolutely as notorious as they come. Yeah, I think that I don't know, definitely some anxiety in the air as we try to expose these fucking creeps. This is a place a lot of people, I can guarantee, haven't heard of. I'm going to just go out and guess 99% of you watching this video have never heard of the Chateau de Amois. But yeah, I want to raise awareness so that people do know what it is. And they understand the very dark possibilities of what may be happening inside its walls. But yeah, we're 3 minutes away. Looks like they got this place under fucking lock and key now.
We can come over here later.
What do you mean later?
I thought we were coming out here at night.
No.
That's why I was kind of sketched out about it.
I wouldn't come out here at night, bro. I'm not trying to get murdered. You kidding me? So, you want to show, can you see this? So we're right here. The chateau is right over here in this area to our left. And every single person that I saw post about the chateau, they had like footage of them right up at the gates. And I didn't realize that they must have changed something. The security here is fucking bananas. I mean, dude, this is actually crazy. Look at how thick this forest is here. You cannot see through. Yeah, so like whatever the fuck is even behind this, I don't even know. I was hoping to catch a glimpse of the castle to be able to like explore this area.
Damn, that shit looks creepy. Yeah.
Yeah, but if the legends of film that,
It's all in French. No access.
if the allegations of human hunting parties that happen here are true, that would mean that it would be most likely in this forest area where those kids are being hunted and murdered. But I gotta say, this is fucking creepy ass road, man. This really is unbelievably isolated. And like, I wonder if they see this whole property is fenced, barbed wire on top.
Tripwires?
Yeah, there's apparently tripwires out here. And then all these structures. To me, these look like hunting. I don't know what they are. I guess I'll turn around.
I think they have tags on them.
What?
There's tags on them.
Oh yeah, it's got animals on it. So it is hunting. I'm gonna turn around at the next turnaround. Oh my god, I can barely open my eye.
Can't see it.
if you can see up there, private property. Do you see anything down that road?
Trees.
So this is all the Chateau d'Amois property right here. Every single access point to this place is heavily, I wouldn't say heavily guarded, because, I mean, really, if you were dedicated, you could get in there pretty easily, I would say. But I wonder why no one's ever done that.
Because nobody's dedicated to get murdered by the body.
Or maybe nobody survived to tell the tale. It is crazy, though. Like, for just some random old Belgian castle that apparently nothing's ever happened for it. Yeah, happened at in the middle of nowhere. You can't even fucking see the castle. It's like kind of insane how there's like literally no place to even look at the damn castle.
I mean, pretty much all the other chateaus all over Europe. I mean, it's like a tourist thing that people do. And people are really open about it. People want you to come see the beauty of these places. But this one's, for some reason, very blocked off from society. No pictures. I mean, even like big news channels have reached out trying to look inside the place, and they get turned down.
You know what it really reminds me of? Last month we were at Bohemian Grove. This reminds me a fucking lot of Bohemian Grove.
Mm-hmm.
Like all the security just deep in the woods. But we're going to find a place to pull over so we can do some paranormal investigating. We are not going to break in or try to break the law here. We value our lives and our safety, but we're going to get about as close as you can get to conduct a paranormal investigation. Now, something else interesting that I just noticed just driving back along the way, look at this side of the woods. Look at how you can see the sunlight through there. You can see the sky. It's not nearly as dense. And then literally right across the road, it's so thick you can't even see the sky. That has to be intentional, wouldn't you think? Like, what the fuck's up with that? Like, even right here. This is completely, you can see through all this. And this, it's so tall and so thick, you literally cannot see 10 feet into the woods right there. I mean, that's just wild to me. You know, something people say is they hear music out here.
Really?
Yeah, from the rituals and shit. Usually it's at night. But Connor just said he thought he heard music and we turned the car off. Should we grab our shit?
It's like singing bowls.
Yeah, it's coming from, it sounds like it's coming from,
Like this way.
which is the chateau. All right. Is someone coming up here? I don't know what it is. So, weirdly, all of our batteries were charged last night. Everything else is fine. Every single one of the drone batteries is dead. I don't know if they weren't hooked up properly. I might have plugged it in wrong, but it said John again. This is the second time it said John. But I'm going to see if I have enough battery to literally just launch it up in the air and see if we can see the chateau. This is the part where if we were going to really piss him off, we'd piss him off.
No.
The SD card's full. All right, so we cleared out the camera card and we still only have 1% battery. So I'm really hoping we can just push up and get a shot of the chateau. Let's see.
Maximum flight altitude reached.
What the
The home point has been updated. Please check it on the map.
Is that it? I think so. Yeah, that's definitely it over there.
All right.
I got like half a second of a shot of it. So right here is one of the entrances to the castle. Don't know what that says. What the fuck? What the hell is this? Man, I don't know what the fuck this shit is. It's just sitting right next to the entrance. Is that like wax or paint? Dude, what is this? You see this shit? That was just sitting here. And as you can see, this is the official entryway. I only have one contact in, so I can't see very well. Definitely got a weird vibe around here, though. Little hole. Yeah, I don't know what the hell this is. I don't know if I liked that I touched that, but I had to see what it was. Anyways. Do an infrared check, see if there's any security.
Dude, that's a creepy forest.
Dark it is in there. Dude, it's fucking pitch black in there. Holy shit, that's crazy. This is that shit you see on Instagram where it's like,
Would you go in this forest alone at night?
look at that, dude. That is a great shot right there.
This one's new.
Now, remember, in the historical portion of this video, we discussed allegations that human hunting parties occur outside of the chateau in these very woods. So, it was a bit eerie to see these structures that are most likely used for hunting, literally on the chateau's property. What do you think these things are used for? Is it the hunting of animals? Or is it something darker that's put right out in the open so you'd never question a thing? I don't know, but it was a haunting visual. And before we left, we tried to drive right into the front gate of the chateau.
Can I show it?
All right, here's the main entrance to the chateau. Obviously, we can't get in here. I would love to. The fucking castle is right down that road right there. And it's interesting. Look at how well manicured it is.
Very well manicured.
See any security cameras or tripwires?
Look at that deer head up there. That's sick.
Interesting. Well, I was really hoping that we'd be able to get up there and see it. But yeah, I guess it's time to head to our final stop.
All right.
So, could the Chateau d'Ameroy be a place where rituals are happening to this day with all that security and everything that's around that place? I still definitely think so. Either that or they're trying to keep people in. I mean, the place is absolutely, it seems like it was constructed in hell. It has such bad energy. And I still don't know what that thing was that I found outside of it. I don't know how to explain those noises that we were hearing outside of the chateau. I would just describe the energy and that whole video to just be deeply, deeply unsettling. As someone who's been doing paranormal investigating for 10 years now, that place is unsettling in a way that's unlike anything. It's not like a demon house or, a very scary ghost where it's scary. This is like to your core unsettling to be standing there and thinking like however 600 feet right there is like the mecca of evil. But if you want to watch that full video and our investigation, it's already been posted on this channel, so you should go check it out after this one. We have another chateau to get to that was really, really, really dark and really crazy. The Chateau d'Angelberg. Now, all these chateaus are rumored to be hotspots of and we're going to talk about that in a moment in the video. But I should add in here that when we were trying to get to this chateau, we almost got stuck. And yeah, let's just cut to the footage. Hey everybody, it's Colin here. Thank you for watching today's video. Hello to all the new subscribers and hello to the rest of our beautiful, wonderful, spooky family. As you know, every single week here on the channel, we give away a free gift bag to one lucky viewer of the show. And this week, to enter the contest, all you have to do is like today's video. Let's smash that like button and comment. That's disturbing. in the comments section below. I'm going to give y'all 10 seconds to do this now. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So go comment. You can comment multiple times. It helps the video so much. But anyways, let's get back to today's video. Thank you for listening to my little spiel. I love you guys so much, and stay spooky.
Mic's on. So, in continuing our investigation of these chateaus and places of ritualistic that are cited oftentimes in the Dutroux dossier, we were at the Chateau d'Amois yesterday. Now we are outside of Brussels, Belgium, at the Chateau d'Angelberg, Castle d'Angelberg. This is a place that is owned by a kind of Christian far-right group. It's owned by a religious cult, apparently, according to these documents. And it's at this place where survivors of this satanic alleged that there were meetings where they were forced to do things to members that were sitting at a table while the children were underneath the table. There's allegations that children were murdered here. This castle is also a place where in the past conspirators met to try and overthrow the Belgian government in the 70s and 80s. But I don't know exactly how close they're going to be able to get. The thing is, with all of these chateaus that we've looked at, they are really, really secluded. These aren't like tourist destinations that you can just go park and visit and tour. These are like, I don't know what exactly this is, but our Google map routed us down this dirt road right here. So we're going to go down here and see what we can find. This is a little f***ing creepy. Where the f*** is this leading us?
Don't know. Don't think this is the right one.
This is like off-roading.
Yeah. I think we were supposed to go down that one with the...
What should I do?
Just keep going.
Oh,
Here. Don't stop. When you stop on this, then you get stuck.
oh my god. Oh, dude, what do I do, bro?
Just keep going. Oh, this looks even worse up here.
Maybe there's a turnaround right here.
Please, get stuck.
All right, so that was the wrong turn, I would like to say, and we have been like slipping and sliding.
And we're in a front-wheel drive BMW.
Yeah, and so I'm just praying to God that we can make it back out of here, because that would be really not chill if we got stuck back here.
Oh, God.
This is definitely the most anxious I think I've ever been.
Ever?
One of the most while driving. Oh, I mean, you should feel the slide on this fucking thing.
Oh, I can feel it.
Like this? Oh my god, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude.
Never seen a BMW go off-roading.
It's not supposed to.
I know.
That's why. Oh, now let's take the correct turn to try and get to this fucking castle. Is this it?
I think so. Yeah, I think that this goes over the bridge.
Just keep rolling out the front, because I don't know if this is private property or not. Kind of seems like it is.
I think it is. Yeah. But I'm pretty sure this is the way to that chateau.
Should I go up there and turn around?
I don't think we'll see it.
Oh, this is where the hunting parties happen. Should I ask this person? I think the chateau's over there. Hi. He's English? Is this the Chateau? What's Dongelberg? Is this private property? Oh, I'm sorry. We're touring chateaus around here. I didn't realize that this was.
Oh.
Is there any way we could just drive and look at it once and then get out of your hair? Can I turn around? I've seen the burning. I love like the kind of look that it has once it's unfortunately burned, but it's really interesting, like the architecture. I'll just turn around. And then just turn around and go.
Okay.
Okay.
So, can I drive down there and look?
Okay.
All right. Thank you, man. Nice to meet you, man. That's cool. There it is. Holy shit, look at it.
I don't think you wanted us to drive all the way down here.
Bro, look at it. Oh my god. This is the place where a lot of is alleged to have happened.
Holy.
Yeah, you see that?
Damn. This thing's huge.
Let me get out and take a picture. It's hard to imagine the things that may have possibly happened at this old chateau. I mean, the stories that have emerged from the Dutroux X-Files are more than disturbing. They're actually unfathomable. And to see a visual representation of these acts, this old, crumbling, desolate, dark appearing building, was off-putting. And it would be in this area surrounding the chateau where these parties took place. It's always interesting to me to take a deep look at these buildings and the architecture on them, to see if any of these symbols mean anything, to see if there are discoveries yet to be made. I don't know. If you see anything in these videos that makes sense to you, please leave a comment, because this place holds secrets. We made it into the Chateau Dongelberg. I don't think we're supposed to be here, but before we get kicked out and off the property, I'm going to run a DR60. We've turned the car off, and then we'll go and review it. Are there any children here? Any children's spirits? Can you tell us about any abuse or rituals that might have happened here at the Dongelberg Chateau? Were there parties held here where children were?
How can we help tell the story of what happened here?
What about Marc Dutroux? Was Marc Dutroux ever here? Were kids brought here to be supplied for parties?
How many people have been murdered here?
Is there anything else you'd like to say if you're a child that was and murdered here? Something out here is getting my eye. All right. So yeah, this chateau is infamous. It's named many times in the Dutroux dossier. Owned by a Christian cult, and just unspeakable, terrible things happened here. Now there was a fire here that destroyed a lot of the chateau. I don't know if that was intentional to hide some secrets or what was going on there, but I've never seen like video or footage of this place online. Kind of crazy that we rolled in and we were able to get in here. Creepy looking.
Very. Quite a big parking lot.
Yeah, and so if there were hunting parties and hunting things that happened here, look at this property and how big it is. And it just goes and goes in that direction. And even this house?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what the hell is that? It's eerie, man. All of these chateaus and these places, I was telling... Really? I was telling Connor, there's just such an unhappy feel here. Like all the stuff we did in France felt fine. England, great energy. But in these parts of Belgium that we're going to,
It's mystical and it's really dark.
It's disturbing to think what might have happened here.
Yeah, I think it did happen. Why else would, I mean, all these chateaus, look at all the security too and how private they all are. It's wild. All right, let's get the hell out of here. Let's listen to this real quick. All right, I'm gonna listen.
Are there any children here? Any children's spirits? Can you tell us about any abuse or rituals that might have happened here at the Dongelberg Chateau? Were there parties held here where children were? How can we help tell the story of what happened here? And what about Mark DeTrue? Was Mark DeTrue ever here? Were kids brought here to be supplied for parties? How many people have been murdered? Is there anything else you'd like to say to your child that was murdered here?
Well, I heard 11 when it said when you asked how many were murdered. And what's interesting is, so it said 11 children. In a lot of these stories and allegations, the kids are buried on the grounds of these chateaus. Look at all this area around us. Do you think it's ever been swept for bodies?
Not a chance.
Even after all those allegations were made, remember, they were sealed by the government so that nobody could figure out what they were. Even in the documents, people had to research and figure out for themselves what areas were being talked about. But look at this. Show that. None of this area has ever been searched. Just imagine what would happen if the government officials would have brought cadaver dogs out here. I'm sure they would have discovered something a lot darker. Also, here's that road that we were just on.
And there's a river back there.
Yeah, and it's like a river house, boat house. Yeah, check that out. Private property. We just waltzed on in. That was God right there. Something letting us in once again. It's incredible. I don't know shit about chateaus or castles. I don't know anything about that because I'm from America. But I just want to reiterate, the places that we're visiting for this are not like famous castles that you can go tour. They are incredibly private and very well hidden. So
Obviously, so well hidden that we went down fucking mud road.
So it makes sense as to how they could get away with doing these things in these.
Also, kind of interesting just to think we pulled in this gate and that guy immediately knew we were here.
Yeah.
Like in the car coming to meet us at the second gate.
That is really strange. He was like there already.
I know.
When we got in. Well, on to the next place. How unbelievably eerie was that place? The ruins of a chateau, rumored to be the place and the location where hunting parties and parties and rituals and sacrifice all took place. I mean, it's incredibly disturbing stuff. And then you really think about it. Imagine bringing cadaver dogs out to those places. They're private property. I don't know why they let us onto the Dongelberg Castle property. I think that it was God allowing us to make way and make passage. But what would they find? What would they find with a thorough search of the Chateau d'Ameroy, of
the Chateau Dongelberg, of the Chateau Sautou. I mean, there's so much. But now that you've heard about these chateaus and we've visited 3 of them, we're going to visit a place that Regina Louf, one of the survivors of the Marc Dutroux ring, she described as being a factory of child pornography, a place where allegedly many children were tortured and murdered. And we walked right up to the front gate.
So right behind us is the ASCO factory here, right outside of Brussels, Belgium. Now, of all the places that we're visiting in this trip, this place could be the darkest. The Chateau Amois definitely has its rumors, but the things that victims testified happened to them inside of this building, inside of this warehouse on this campus, the stuff that I read that actually happened according to these victims inside of this building is probably the worst stuff that I've ever even read anywhere in my life. Victims forced to bear babies, victims forced to murder other children, mass production of child, all sorts of terrible, horrific stuff. I mean, the victims testified that this place was a child factory. There were men with cameras, powerful men, powerful people coming through here, and yet the government never officially investigated, to anyone's knowledge, this campus or anything that may have happened there. I've already talked about the connections between the guy who started this company and the other power brokers in this story, but yeah, how fucking disturbing. It's just, once again, in the middle of just a nice random neighborhood here, and you would never expect that these things have happened in these locations. And none of this stuff is proven. I want to say ASCO is not legally, I'm not accusing them of anything, but what I'm suggesting here is that there is a massive conspiracy, and some of the things that happened here allegedly have never been properly investigated, and a lot of people, according to victims, escaped justice. So let's walk over, have a little look.
The following is a passage that was written by Regina Louf about just one of the many horrible events that she allegedly witnessed occur within the walls in front of the factory that we were sitting in front of at that very moment. She said, quote, "After I moved to Ghent to live with my parents and my pimp Tony, I would be taken to the factory in Zaventem where they made child movies. That weekend, I would be tortured and tormented by several abusers for 48 hours. Then they would show me a little girl who could have been Cheyenne's age then. Don't you recognize her, pussycat? They say that a mother always recognizes her daughter. Look at her. This is your daughter, sweetie pie, and you can save her life. Do what we ask you to do, and we kill you. If you don't, we kill her." "No, Rick, no, don't do it. Please don't." Rick put a knife in my hand and forced me to put it inside of me. I wanted to let go of the knife, drop it, but he squeezed my fingers around the handle. I bent down to my knees, begged, cried, asked for mercy, to no avail. After he pulled the knife out again, I was so arrogant as to lose consciousness for just a few moments. That was unforgivable. They slaughtered the girl whom they said was my daughter before my very eyes. My fault. I should have been stronger. That's from Regina Louf's story, page 22. And here's another passage from the Dutroux files where Regina and others discuss the horrific events that allegedly unfolded at this very ASCO factory. The intention was that she, X1, one of the victims, would show investigators the way to the factory that she had spoken about in a previous interview. Regina talked about a secret studio where snuff movies were recorded. On the E40 Brussels Lulk, she had pointed to the exit Sterrebeek. From there, she made the inspectors drive until a crossing. "Go left here," Regina said. A few miles down the road, she made the car stop. That's it, the factory. Investigator DePaul looked and saw a large board with a name on it, ASCO. It was the company of a business friend of a politician pointed out by Regina. "It has changed," she noted, accurately, just as the description she gave earlier. The movies were recorded in a studio, she claimed, located at an industry park at the outskirts of Brussels, close to the exit of a highway. Regina can give a pretty good description of the building, and when it is identified a month later, it also turns out to be accurate. Regina stated to investigators a number of things about the interior of this building, and they all came true. There was a glass gateway, lots of aluminum, red bricks, a square building, an aerial photo in the entry hall, a waiting room with 4 dark brown couches, and a large white ashtray on a salon table. Regina described the murder of a baby, about which Tony V later insinuated that it might have been her own child. So that company, ASCO itself, has an incredibly shady history, with the owner and founder having immense contacts within the Belgian elite and even royalty. He was a known associate of Jean-Michel Nihoul, the leader of the Dutroux ring. He frequently hosted parties at his properties. His company was allegedly involved in shady deals in Iran-Contra level weapons trafficking. If you want to read the whole story about Asko, which I highly recommend you do, I'm going to link a very in-depth and thorough article in the description of this video. But let's go back and take one more look in person at the supposed factory of child and death.
Something about this that's really interesting. Sorry, something's getting my eyes right now. That I always think gives some legitimacy to claims and stories that victims make is when they're able to describe the exact interior and exterior of places that they were at. For example, I believe it was Regina Louf who said of all the places she was brought here the most, along with other children, and she was able to describe the interior of the building, the furniture, the architecture, like down to a T, where investigators actually corroborated her reports, like she had been in the building before. And what is a young child doing in a aerospace production company building when they don't have family members that work there or anything? So yeah, once again, the police never investigated this spot. They never even got a search warrant, nothing. Whatever happened here, they covered up.
Along with that girl, Regina Louf, who said that amongst other powerful people, she had seen Michel Nehul and murdering children. There were other witnesses that said they had seen children being chased through the woods by Dobermans, something that lent credence to Regina's claims of torture parties, where minors, children, young women, girls, and young boys were the victims of abuse. These other witnesses also said that they were told of or saw for themselves involving minors, and at the end of these orgies, that some of these minors were ritualistically murdered, sadistically murdered by powerful people that you would recognize that were in the government. One of the people that these witnesses said were present at these murder parties was a Secretary General of NATO. The organizer of these parties was identified by multiple witnesses as Jean-Michel Nehul. Yet, as we know, Regina Louf's claims were thrown out as unusable. The system stated that this was because a judge charged the officer responsible for taking her statement, Patrick Debates, with falsifying statements and concealing that Regina Louf had incorrectly identified the photograph of one of the murder victims. Later, the officer was actually exonerated because the evidence he claimed she had given him was there all along. Because of the media blitz and the false charges against this officer, Debates, the evidence gathered from the 11 witnesses, including Regina Louf, was thrown out. These witnesses could have been what revealed the existence of that massive ring in Belgium. You have 11 people who were young people and a lot of them children, 11 victims, who claimed they not only saw torture parties and parties, but that they were all willing to testify about it and provide details about who was running these things, who was involved in them, who was these kids. And the government of Belgium tosses all 11 out. So when considering the lengths that the government went to so that they could halt the Marc Dutroux case and its progress, that statement given by Jean-Michel Nehul rings out pretty loudly. Remember, he said earlier, he said if he were to be brought in for questioning, he would destroy the entire Belgian ruling class, and that's why they would never call him in to testify. If Michel had actually ever been investigated and questioned, what secrets may he have revealed? It seemed as though whenever someone got close to revealing something pertaining to Michel Nehul or looked too deeply into his life, they either died, were discredited, or were removed from their position. Was Marc Dutroux the head of this conspiracy, or was Jean-Michel Nehul really the beast of Belgium as he claimed? What happened during and after the trial only lends more credence to this claim. Marc Dutroux was simply the lackey, the patsy, and Michel Nehul was the puppet master pulling the disturbing strings. So during the time before the trial, Michel Nehul, who was initially arrested in relation to these crimes, was released from custody based on a, quote, lack of evidence. Michel was excluded from prosecution for the abductions and murders officially on January 17, 2003. Marc Dutroux's trial began on March 1st, 2004, and after 56 days of litigation, the jury withdrew to return a verdict. On the 17th of June, Marc Dutroux was found guilty of several murders, and 5 days later sentenced to life in prison, as the death penalty in Belgium has been abolished since 1997. Marc Dutroux's wife, Michelle, was sentenced to 30 years in prison, and the other Michel Lelieve was sentenced to 25 years in prison. Michel Nehoul, the Beast of Belgium, was only convicted of drug-related charges and was sentenced to serve 5 years in prison. After an appeal by Marc Dutroux, the court found that there were no procedural errors in the case and that his sentence stood. Michel Nehoul himself only served 2 years of his drug sentence and was released under conditions. He resided in Zeebrugge until he died in 2019 and took his dark secrets to the grave with him. Michelle Martin, Marc Dutroux's wife, was released on conditions in July of 2012 and was set to be sent to the Monastery of the Poor Claren in Malone. Her release led to more protests, obviously, because Michelle Martin was heavily involved in the abductions and murders of all of these children, and she was sentenced to less than a decade in prison. Well, she was sentenced to 30 years, but she served, I believe, 8 years? Those protests, though, included a demonstration of over 5,000 people organized by the parents of Julie and Anne, 2 of the victims. However, Michelle was still released to the monastery. In October 2012, Michel Lelieve was also released under conditions. Shortly afterwards, he was attacked and sent to the hospital by members of the general public. He's thought to have settled in a municipality called Walloon and is watched closely by authorities there. During this time, Marc Dutroux appealed for probation multiple times and was denied. In 2020, his lawyer, Bruno Diaz, stated that Marc Dutroux would not be pursuing parole after an evaluation by 3 psychiatrists opposed his release in totality. The psychiatrist's report was 90 pages long and described Marc Dutroux as a sadistic psychopath who has no remorse for his victims. The psychiatrists state that he is at maximum risk and he has a high chance of reoffending. And that's true. I think Marc Dutroux should be locked away forever. But they really got to him. They really silenced Marc Dutroux. But at the end of the day, who was involved in the ring in Belgium? Who was involved in these parties that were murdering these kids? I mean, there are so many claims in this case. This is already a super long episode, but I can't even begin to get into the real depth of what all this information means. So we've gone over the surface level circumstances of the case, but we need to all take a step back and consider what this information means. Like I said, there was a cover-up in Belgium that saw dozens of people taken out, murdered, and silenced. There are police officers that are implicated in helping to run this ring. And some of these allegations went to the tippity top in Belgium. There were members of the Belgian royalty that were accused of participating in this ring. There were high-ranking government officials, people in power that were accused of attending these parties. There were powerful business people, celebrity type figures in Belgium that were all accused of participating in this stuff. In participating in these parties where not only were children gang and videotaped, and the videotapes and photographs of this gang were then held as blackmail and also sold across Eastern Europe, these kids were also murdered. They were tortured by groups of sick, powerful people. These men and possibly women who were at these parties who were paying to torture and murder these kids were probably laughing as they tortured these children, smiling and laughing and masturbating and enjoying the sickest of pleasures. And not a single one of them was held accountable for it. Those same people were allowed to continue to rule in Belgium to this day. Look into this yourself. I'm not going to say any names publicly to protect myself, but look into this independently, because now we get to the finale of all of this. In the case of Marc Dutroux, the bounds of true crime and conspiracy crossed to the greatest degree possible. Justice was only done in the young women's case if we believe that Marc Dutroux acted alone with only his wife and his accomplice, Lelieve. That's right. At the end of the day, even after all this evidence, the official story in Belgium is that Marc Dutroux acted alone. Well, not alone, but with his 2 co-conspirators. The official story is that there was no ring. There was no corruption. There was nothing beyond this sick man and his 2 cohorts abducting, murdering kids. They didn't even acknowledge the child that existed, even though it was shown that Marc Dutroux was filming all of this shit. The people of Belgium were told that those kids died in horrific circumstances and that they were tortured and that none of this would have happened if not for gross negligence on behalf of the police. Remember, the police officers were literally at Marc Dutrox's house, inside of his house, hearing the cries of victims, and they did nothing. But in the eyes of the public, all this wasn't just negligence. This was the exposing of a national pedophile ring, an international pedophile ring, and it showed their mad scramble to go back into the darkness where this ring was born. The people of Belgium to this day believe that there is a darkness hiding under the surface of their government. In fact, this case was so popularized, so well known, that 1/3 of all Belgians with the surname of Dutroux had their names changed. And if it hadn't been for that one witness who called in and reported the van that they saw the men emerge from and kidnap Letitia in, how much longer would the police have ignored the tips they were receiving about Dutroux? You got to keep in mind, there were hundreds of tips about Marc Dutroux that came into the police, including tips from his own mother, specifically naming victims that he had kidnapped. And they did nothing. How long would the crimes of this man, of Lelive, and of Michel Nahul, the supposed leader of the ring, have remained hidden? Or worse, ignored by the people meant to protect the public? And what about that small link to a satanic cult, using those children as sacrifices? There's a lot to go off of there of disturbing details that they're too graphic for YouTube. But could Marc Dutroux have sold some of the children, not only to but also to cultists whose intention was to slay them in dark rituals? Michel Nahul, by all accounts, escaped nearly completely free. He was left with a comparably minuscule charge for something unrelated, a drug charge. And one has to go back to what he said to the reporter. What did Michel Nahul know about the high-ranking officials in the Belgian government? And what would he have said if he had been allowed to stand trial for the crimes against those kids? What further horrifying truths would the people of Belgium have learned? As this story ends today and justice remains unserved, the people of Belgium and the world at large stand before a dark labyrinth, only able to guess what kind of monster waits inside, ready to devour us whole. So now that you know the Dutroux story, it's time to investigate his haunts in the Charleroi area. The name Charleroi itself is very peculiar. I don't know if you remember our episode with Francis Sheldon and that island in Michigan, the town that Francis Sheldon lived in, America's worst predator, in my opinion, of all time. He lived in Charlevoix, and Marc Dutroux lived in Charleroi. I mean, it's weird. It's like these dots all connect. And in fact, in my investigations, I've been able to link the Francis Sheldon ring all the way through all these different people and all these different connections, all the way to the Dutroux ring. So they are connected. Now, we already visited Marc Dutroux's house in Sars-le-Bussier and had that bizarre encounter at the beginning of this video. But that evening, Connor wasn't feeling too well, so I had to drop him off and carry out some of this investigating, once again, alone. At one point, night fell upon the town of Charleroi, and the shadows grew long and dark. It was an eerie, almost empty vibe. If you didn't know, actually, Charleroi was a few years ago voted the ugliest town in Europe. That is not an over-exaggeration. They have it on their city website. But I think that there's a hidden ugliness to the town. There's an element of darkness within these buildings and under the pavement that seems to be alive with the pain and torture and suffering of so many children who cry out for justice. But the first spot that I wanted to visit was Marc Dutroux's old house, where he had buried 3 people alive. So right now I've come to the site of another one of Marc Dutroux's houses here in Belgium. This time it is in the suburb/neighborhood of Jumet or Jumet. I don't know exactly how to state that, but this was another notorious property where some of Marc's victims, children, were held hostage and tortured. This is also near Bernard Weinstein's house, where there were allegedly cult activities happening, murders, rituals, satanic worship. That property mysteriously burned to the ground. I read online that it was located somewhere near here. And yeah, this is just another one of Dutroux's houses of horror. I don't know why he had so many houses. I mean, it's really bizarre that this guy who was really a career criminal, a thief, and a blue-collar guy was able to afford 3 properties, and they're all within like a 45-minute driving radius of one another. But yeah, there's another memorial that exists here. The house is gone. Yeah, I'm going to take you over, walk you by it right now. And I'm going to be really careful with the light because everywhere that we've gone relating to Dutroux, people have not necessarily been the friendliest seeming about us trying to film anything about it. I get the vibe that they want to just kind of move on. There's just so many questions and so many unanswered questions here that it's impossible for us to move on. So it also should be noted that this is the house, this is the property where Dutroux murdered Anne and Afia, I think you pronounce it Afia. Two of his victims, they were murdered and buried here in the lawn garden area of this property. So there's a very, very dark history here. And those two girls, those two teenage girls that they had abducted, died horrific deaths here. They were taken to this house after being held hostage in the same house as the other girls, and then
Now you can go finish checking the video on my page. And we pretty much out. I have a good night. Oh, I do.